devices, phones, may only be used in advance of business of the meeting and personal use in the discretion of the chair. So just be aware of personal use of phones during the submissions process. Thank you. The other things that we've talked about local authorities may record meetings, public may record meetings, electronic devices we've already spoken about. So we'll leave that as is. Otherwise, that'd be the third time in takes about 5 minutes to go through it. So we will gain ourselves some time here. Councillors are aware of those things. I've got an apology today from you, Paul, for early departure. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you. I have no other apologies that I'm aware of.
Chairman, I have a medical appointment for absent from mid-morning until lunchtime. I can't help. Thank you.
Just to note that I'm chairing this first session, then Craig will take over from me, Councillor Colleen, and that Councillor Davies and myself will step out for approximately 10 minutes to 15 minutes during that session when you start, Craig. So thank you. All right. The motion. There's a procedural motion that we'll put up here. So when this appears, councillors, this is the third time you've seen that, and it talks about suspending standing orders for a couple of things: meeting duration, the role of the chairperson. Notes that Councillor Mihi may chair some of the sessions. Notes the other standing orders remain unless a standing or frequent by temporary suspension is there. So if we can get this up, it'd be interesting to see what you just moved and see if it might not be the thing you think you need to see. So the procedural motions up there, and they are moved by Councillor Burns and seconded by Councillor Sweets. Any discussion on those? There'll be no discussion. You've got some discussion? Are you fiddling with me, Councillor Sweets? Oh, you will. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. All those against. Okay. All right, so we'll get started this morning, and I've been made aware that our first submitter, Percy Goldfinch, who's supposed to be in the Timaru office under Brian's control, is not there yet, Brian?
He's just turned up, Chair.
All right. Well, I think what we'll do is we'll take him a second, give him time to settle down, Brian, so he can come on after Roberts, and we'll ask Robert to come forward. Robert's in the room with us.
Thank you.
So our first submitter this morning is Robert Johnston. Welcome, Robert. And you will know all the rules of making a submission. You would have heard a few yourself, being a past councillor. So you've got 10 minutes, Robert, and questions after that. So push your button when you're ready, and we'll get going.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and councillors. Some of you I know, a few of you I know, and a lot of you I don't know. So that's the function of passage of time. My submission is very short. It's on two subjects. It's on weed and pests and the response to hazards and rivers. But very briefly, I think the change to your pest control overall management was a mistake to do away with the pest liaison committees. I think there were 12, and I think there are now 4. The general public out there don't know what's going on. They don't know who's on the committee or when they meet or where or what they discuss. There's very little the flow of exchange of information. On point 2, response to hazards. I first submitted on this subject before I became a councillor. I fronted up, as I'm doing this morning, in 1995, 29 years ago, and submitted to the then regional council, particularly on the section of the Ashley and the Gorge Bridge down to the confluence of the Ōtautahi and the Ōtautahi itself, which then was absent from any rating district. It had no means of revenue generation, and it was left to the adjacent landowners. I tried to initiate a move to extend the the raiding district, which went from the confluence of the Cookie to the sea, and tried to get that extended upstream to the Gorge Bridge. And sadly, that never came to pass. And I've since found out that actually the council was misled by one of its officers. That officer claimed that they had canvassed all the landowners, and they hadn't. In fact, I now know that they canvassed the rate payers in that lower rated area and asked them their opinion, and they said no, they didn't want to be part of an expanded area, and they didn't want to be part of that and then have to front up with our problems. That actually very much disappoints me, is what happened, because that was a staff member that did that, and he owned up and told me. But I'm very encouraged to see the change in direction or the change in thinking about the rating. I think the floods of 2 or 3 years ago crystallised the thinking that the landowners along the edge of those rivers can't be solely responsible. It's a wider responsibility and wider benefits, the whole district benefits. Now, whether you can achieve this and get a universal rating across the whole of the region and fight for the coup route, I'm not sure. But certainly you could do it district-wide. And I'm certain that Waimak district have changed their mind. In previous submissions I've made, Waimak district haven't supported me. I've argued the case for this council through the Regional Affairs Committee to go to the other regional councils throughout New Zealand and gender their support to go to central government to restore the old, what they call vote, soil and water. And vote, soil and water was enacted by previous councils from the 50s, 60s, 70s and 80s. And it was done away with the reform of the Local Government Act in 1989 and the introduction of the Resource Management Act. And by then, it was deemed, by Sir Brian Elwood, who chaired that, it was deemed that it had been so successful that there was now no need for further rating. The rivers were all under control, for how long they were, since 1990, and either lost land or lost words. And you've got to remember that being a sheep farmer, essentially, the sheep industry went downhill and downhill badly. And the wool market now is no good at all. The meat market is pretty low. And this went job. But I'm just appealing to you to press ahead with these plans that you have. I support them fully for a wider, either region-wide or district-wide rating base, because the individual farmer, like ourselves, the problems are too big. I spent $100,000 on this corner, and it was a great success. But it's very successful. It was actually caused another huge problem because it kept the river out of that section and followed it straight down there into another 60-foot high cliff. And 10 metres, 60 feet high, that's what, 20 metres. Every square metre goes out of there, or cubic metre goes out of there. There's 20 cubic metres go down the Ashley. So it's no wonder that the bed of the Ashley is like this, and it goes dry. Water's underneath, the shingle like that needs a good flow to get it right to the estuary. But I appeal to you to press ahead.
Thank you very much. Can I just go back to what year the expansion for the rating up the gorge, what year was that? Was that you said there was an then there was the advice. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, look, Robert, in our 30-year infrastructure plan and in our LTP, there is plans to do what you're requesting for the catchment. I guess my question really is, are you aware of the process we went through in the Selwyn catchment to get community buy-into it was led by the community, and they came to us, and it was led by the mayor of Selwyn, who was very clear to this council. In fact, he actually thumped the table, said, "I want action on the river, and we want a district-wide rating." And Councillor Sunday and I talked to various groups up and down the catchment to gauge their support. So I guess if you understand the process we went through down there, then if you could facilitate a better process out of the Wainak District Council to give us very clear advice as to how they want us to proceed.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor McKenzie. No, I didn't know the process that you followed. I've been keeping the head down the last 2 or 3 years. I've got quite a sick wife, and I've been looking after her. But I think what we have got today, which we didn't have in yesteryear, was support from the Wainak District Council. Because for years and years and years, I would submit to you people, and I would submit to Wainak, and I'd get a very polite letter back to Wainak saying that they read my submission with interest, and river problems are Ecan's problems.
Kia ora, Robert. First of all, I heard you. I heard your last few submissions on this point, and like Ian said, what we've embarked on is to try to do that in the Selwyn District first, and we have met with the Waimahi District Council on this matter too to try and look at the district-wide rate. Just needs weren't quite ready yet. But my question is about, interested in your support for the district-wide rate idea for rivers. And my question is about, when we do that, are you supportive of the idea of river resilience being the main focus of that district-wide rate? So that, yes, flooding gets looked at, erosion gets looked at, but also wider values in the river get looked at the same time, including biosecurity, pests and weeds, and biodiversity as part of that funding pool.
Well, I think the short answer to your question has got to be yes. I am supportive of that. And there has been some work done in the Ashley, and you won't be unaware of that extra money that was put in to clear a lot of the vegetation. But that's clearing the vegetation on the one hand does not actually get the river out of those nasty, when they hit the cliff. That requires some good old-fashioned rock, traditional work.
I think you've got support around this table for what you were saying, and hopefully sooner rather than later we can get some action on that. But again, thank you for coming, and my regards to your wife, and I hope that you can get through that process well. But thank you. Okay, Brian, have you got Percy with you in Timaru? Are you ready to go?
There you are. Good.
Morning, Percy. I know Percy from a previous life, so welcome, Percy.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Peter.
And when you're ready to go, you've got 10 minutes, Percy, so hook into it when you're ready.
Okay. The main thing that I want to talk about is the trees where I work at the Arboretum. There's 270 varieties from around the world, and they're all conifers. And I'm thinking that we need to seriously think about trees that don't burn and grow well in hardy areas in the future. It's probably more the future I'm concerned about. Lincoln College came down and took away 50 branches to trial them and burn them and to see which stands up the best. Ironically, the very best of them wasn't taken because they couldn't reach the tops. and that was the Canary Island pine, which I've grown at home this year, and it's certainly put on amazing growth. And it's one I'm seriously interested in, but there are other trees as well. They're starting to get a little bit of farmer interest around Albury, where we look after the Arboretum. There's a chap, Matt Simpson's got me to order about 100 trees from a nursery in Nelson, and he's very keen to try different trees rather than radiata pine. My concern about the masses of pines, radiata being put in, is more with the warming of the climate, of diseases amongst them, as well as no need to tell you how well they burn. If there's any doubt about climate change, I've got an avocado tree at home. It's been growing outside for 5 years and no problems. A lot of the farmers and governments in northern countries, northern hemisphere countries, are moving their forests further north to allow for changes. And I suggested something along those lines could be possible here too. What happened up on the hills of Canterbury and Christchurch, it obviously is a concern. Yeah, there's not a lot more I can really say. I'm just trying to encourage you to look seriously at this. And I'd like some of you, if possible, to come up to the Arboretum and have a look at what trees do so well. And I've got to say, it's amazed me how many have thrived up there, having come from the Northern Hemisphere, Russia, China, Mexico, etc. Probably leave it up to you to ask questions now.
Yeah, thanks, Percy. So that's on Bill Anderson's place, is it?
That's right, yeah.
I think your invitation will take you up on that and see if we can get a few councillors interested to come. So I'll be in contact with you about that. But other questions are Claire and then Craig.
Through you, Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation, Percy. Just 2 questions really. Looking at these trees as well as fireproof, are you looking at seed production and then also wood production as a possibility?
Yes, very much so. The seed production is sort of ongoing now. I raise a lot of the trees at home. In fact, that would be really nice if someone could come and have a look at those, especially how well certain ones have done. The nursery from Nelson is still using a lot of these seeds and producing trees that are quite unknown beside radiata. Okay.
Can I just supplement? Sorry, just with regard to that, what about the wilding issue of them with the seeds? Do they spread?
No, it doesn't seem to be an issue. We haven't struck anything. In fact, it's a problem that we can't get a lot of them to shoot. In fact, some of them need a fire of 250 degrees to actually germinate the seeds. So yeah, no, it's not really a problem there.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, just about seed dispersal, sort of wind dispersed versus a heavy seed that drops to the ground, because obviously, you know, wind dispersal is an issue with the wilding issue we have at the moment. So that you sort of answered that, but be interested to look at that. My other question was around, are you aware of the Fire NZ, Fire and Emergency NZ list of native plants and their flammability ratings? Because there's been a lot of research into a lot of natives have low flammability. Have you looked at that?
No, I haven't. I've got to admit, native trees are more I love when I'm tramping, but I have a real passion about these conifers, mainly because of, I guess, timber and a lot of nuts that you can eat a lot of nuts and things off them if need be. But yeah, no, I've got to admit, I haven't looked into fire resistance of natives so much.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks, Percy.
Yeah.
So my question, well, this will be the last one, Percy. My question is, that Arboretum's been there for a long time. So how old is the oldest tree that you have?
Yeah, the oldest trees are about 40 years old, and some of the big ones would be a metre and a half wide. So yeah, it's not hard. Unfortunately, it was planted in 1981, 82, and it was quite neglected. It was never really thinned out, which Bill and I are doing now, and upgrading it with tracks through it, and planted a new block about 2 or 3 hectares to the west, sorry. So that's an ongoing thing that we do each year. We'll plant another 50 or 60 trees this year.
Hey, well done, Percy. Thanks very much. You've created a bit of interest in the room, and specifically myself and Nick will probably come and see Nick Ward. So if others are interested, we'll bring him along too. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good luck.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got our next submitter is Samantha Dryden. Samantha, are you? That's going to happen again. Can you turn your volume down a wee bit, Samantha? We can hear you. When you're ready, just hook into it and just start. Can you hear?
Hello, kia ora.
Yeah, you can go. Sam.
Okay, that's way better. Cool. So, just introduce myself.
Just start when you're ready, Sam.
Okay. Kia ora everyone. Obviously, my name is Sam Dryden. I have lived in Canterbury for pretty much my entire life. I grew up in Ōtautahi, Christchurch. I live in Ōtautahi, Christchurch, and I'm currently a third-year student at Lincoln University studying environmental management and water management. I really love living here, but reviewing ECAN's long-term plan, I think there are probably several changes that could be made that could better reflect the vision that myself and other rangatahi have for our region. I note that in the long-term plan, there's a line which I really like, which is, hold on. Despite all efforts, many key environmental and biodiversity indicators are continuing to decline, which is not good. And then you have a line which is, we need to invest more to do this, to lift these indicators. And I absolutely agree with that. I love that. But I would add that as well as more investment in sort of biodiversity and climate mitigation and hazard response, we also need to move way faster than is proposed in the plan. Regarding biodiversity, I think I mentioned that I love option 1 for increased biodiversity protection and enhancement, and as someone who lives in Ōtautahi, I love the idea of additional funding for biodiversity in our district. Although I did note in option 2, which is the council's favoured option, there's proposed reduced funding for biodiversity initiatives, especially catchment-based initiatives, which I quite like and feel they have quite a holistic view of our region. I feel that's quite irresponsible during a biodiversity crisis to reduce biodiversity funding in any areas. Community preparedness and response to hazards, again, I prefer option 1. Yeah, climate change isn't going to wait for another plan cycle or 2 for us to start investing. So I feel like we need to do more investment faster. And same for the Selwyn targeted rate for river resilience. I really like that because it is moving quite fast. It's proposing to begin work this year or next. But I wouldn't be entirely opposed to sharing that cost across the region anyway, because I feel like climate change is going to impact all of us in different ways. Public transport services as well, absolutely in favour of option 1. I use public transport probably 6-7 days out of the week. I really like the reduced fares, but more frequent buses so much sooner is a must pretty much. I often find myself waiting 25-30 minutes at stops, which is not ideal when you're running running late for work or class. I'd also recommend a review of the routes. I feel like Canterbury's population is growing and changing in lots of different areas, and that's left a lot of residents quite isolated from routes where they've got, you know, several kilometres to walk or drive to even find a bus stop. And also just looking into connecting key centres such as all of the Port Hill suburbs and then sort of key townships like Rolleston and Lincoln. And then my last point would be youth engagement. Yeah, I feel like ECAN does a lot of really good engagement, but I think better engagement with rangatahi would be beneficial, which would mean sort of going into youth spaces like schools and universities and youth organisations and just communicating in easily accessible language. I know I found it really hard writing my submission with just quite a big guidance document and not much else. And of course, reducing climate emissions wherever possible. And yeah, those are my main points. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sam. Now we've got the opportunity for some questions, and I think one of the things we might guide you to is our youth rugby who may help. And my question for you now is there any visibility out at Lincoln? We've got a reasonable space out at UC and network out there. So are you saying that what we do is not visible at Lincoln? Is that right?
Sorry, what was that? The sort of ECAN counsellors and information isn't as visible at Lincoln?
Yeah, that's right.
I'd say from my perspective as an undergrad student, yes. I know that any information we've wanted, we've had to seek out, and that's been quite difficult.
Thanks, Sam. Dion.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Sam. Dion Swiggs, one of the councillors at Christchurch. Yes, I appreciate your submission, and I just wanted to ask you a little bit about your submission on public transport. So if I'm just correct, the two things that you're really asking for is to accelerate the EV buses, and you didn't really put a time frame on that and what you're thinking around, you know, how fast. And the other one was, are you advocating for us to do bus route reviews in all areas or just where there's been more urban growth taking place?
All good. I'm really sorry I didn't quite catch your first part of the question, but in regards to the second part, I think a review of all areas would be really beneficial. And that's part of the review, is figuring out where your issues are. I'm sure there are issues that I've missed and that the councillors missed as well, that you're only going to find in the review.
Thank you. And the first one was just around EV buses, but we'll leave it at that. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Sam. This has probably got a really easy link for either of us. So I think what we'll do is we'll let you go. Thank you for your submission. Hopefully we can improve communications that you can catch up with and provide you with some better advice next time around submitting.
Thank you.
Okay. Mark. So we've got Mark Darbyshire as our next presenter. His submission is on page 23. Welcome, Mark. In 10 minutes. And
Tēnā koutou, thank you for having me. So to introduce myself, so I've lived in Ōtautahi for like 16. Oh, I can't do maths today. 12 years, something like that. Yeah, I've moved into the city centre a few years ago because I'm really passionate about city living and sustainable living. So yeah, bought an apartment, sold my car, ended up becoming the chair of my body corporate, and I'm trying to get this is an organisation called the Body Corporate Chairs Group, which I'm trying to bring to the South Island, and so I've become the South Island's chair of that organisation to really try and position ourselves better to have that sustainable, world-class kind of city living. Often if I've got friends who come from other parts of the world, they kind of laugh at the thought that Christchurch is even a city when you sort of see the type of housing that's actually available and the way that the transport is. Became a JP because there weren't any in the CBD, and involved in a couple of different neighbourhood association kind of things, just trying to get everything as sustainable and as possible. So in terms of the LTP, well done. It's great to see the level of ambition in the document. So well done to you and to your staff. Ambition in terms of public transport, ambition in terms of biodiversity, and I guess I would just really encourage you that now is not a time to be pushing things out, whether it's in terms of compliance, or whether it's in terms of public transport, whether it's in terms of biodiversity improvements. We don't want to be pushing things onto future generations. We don't want to be procrastinating. There's just so much that really urgently needs to be done now. So well done for really trying to make that happen in this plan. So one thing I love about being in the city centre is that I can hop on a bus and arrive at the Port Hills and go for a hike. I can start at the bottom and walk to the top, or start a bit higher up. And so when I look at the plan, I see, better buses, so I can get to Fullerton more easily, or get to wherever in the Port Hills and do my hike. And I see biodiversity and re-indigenisation of the hills and the peninsula, and for me that all ties together, and it makes it a more livable city when we've got that better wildlife on our doorsteps. But it also means we're a more sustainable city. Huge tracts of land like that can make a huge difference to our net carbon emissions as a city and as a region. As has already been alluded to, seeing more native tree species would be great to reduce the impacts of fires on our region, and it'd be great to see that the benefits of that kind of way of thinking about our flora and fauna sort of flowing into the city in terms of the trees we have here and the wildlife that extends out here as well, and we could just make it a much more natural feeling city than what we've got at the moment, and could be really something very special. This year I reluctantly bought an EV. So I'm no longer car free, partly because I needed to teach my partner to drive, and you can't, I was using car shares, and you have to have a full license before you can use a car share. Partly because the buses aren't always that great, and certainly our integration into the nationwide transport system is abysmal, and we just can't get to the North Island or Dunedin or whatever using public transport, and so we like our road trips. And zilch is great if you're just traveling for a couple of days, but if you're doing longer road trips, you really need your own car, and trains just aren't an option. So I would love to see some ambition in that area, not just public transport within our city, where there is so much room for improvement, but also how it connects with the rest of the country, and how we can lobby for improvements in that space, so that we can actually enable our residents to make sustainable transport choices, which just aren't open to them at the moment. Everyone's just hopping on planes all the time. So in terms of the public transport within the region and within the city, so I hear there's talk of even potentially could we be more ambitious even than what the options were in the LTP, and certainly I would support that. I think it'll be great to see a step change in the transport that we offer our people. Trying to step in the direction of MRT and really world-class transport, having everything more frequent, but also more direct. I like the idea of busing to Littleton and having brunch and doing the bridle path, but the bus takes such a meandering route, and that's important to service all those suburbs, but you kind of need a direct route as well to compete with cars. And yeah, if you do it right, you know, everyone, you know, gets scared of rates, increases to their rates, but you can actually be improving the affordability of transport in this region if public transport becomes a viable option for families instead of having to drive everywhere and spend a lot of money on that. I've got a slot at the CCC to council to speak about my submission to them in a couple of weeks, and so I'll be talking about the free shuttle. I think we're long overdue for reinstating that. And I don't care which organisation does it, as long as we get it back. And I think that, you know, it has benefits not just for residents in the city centre and not just for people who are using the public transport system, but even people who are driving into the city need to be able to get around once they're here. So, and you know, on a rotten weather day like this, you know, walking across the city can be a pretty daunting prospect. So having that would be great. And yeah, I'll be talking to them about you know, improving the bus stops, making them safer, improve the feeling of safety for people, so that, you know, people are more likely to want to use our public transport, and hopefully having more of them. You know, especially here in the city centre, they're very spread out, and so it's great having so many buses going past, so I can go in any direction. But sometimes the bus stop that I need to go to is actually a bit further away than would be ideal when living in the city centre. That's all the points I've got written down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and congratulations on being involved in all those organisations. You must be a busy fella. Dion and then Greg.
Hey, thanks for the submission. You covered off with a couple of questions that I was going to ask, but one is that I wanted to ask around the free central city shuttle. Obviously, I was city councillor at one point in time as well, and it's been a you know, constant drive to sort of try that. But what my question is do you think that we need another, and in today's climate, do we need another bus running around the central city, or do you think that the existing bus system network is good enough to pop on and pop off within the 4 hours or some central city area? Because we do have the national ticketing system coming in where you could tap on and tap off, and we could have some innovative fare ticketing ways that we can integrate something within the central city. But my question is, do you think there's enough bus services within the central city already to be able to get around if you were able just to hop on and hop off? You need a precedent.
I think that would be better than nothing. But a lot of the buses are sort of coming down main corridors, and so they aren't necessarily serving all the different pockets of the city centre. And there are, so before I, you know, came right into the city centre, I was living sort of out near Fitzgerald Ave on Armour Street, and buses just weren't usable there. You know, we've got a lot of quite intense housing in that area now, but you have to walk quite a long distance to get to a bus. And I guess it would also, it'd take a bit of imagination and creative work to work out how you're getting from one person to another place just based on how the bus routes are at the moment. So I think a bus with a circuit that has been specifically designed to meet as many needs as it possibly can, for people who are actually looking for that specific service would be better. If that just wasn't feasible and we had to just, you know, work out how we take advantage of what we've already got, I guess I would be thinking, okay, can we at least have more bus stops along those routes to make the buses more convenient for that purpose than what they are at the moment? And could there be any tweaks we can make to the routes to make them better suited for that?
Okay, thank you. Look, we've got we're getting close to time on this, so Greg and then Claire. And
I'll be very briefly because a lot you've actually answered a lot through an effort to live a bit more lightly. I think it's very good. Just to sort of flesh out slightly more, do you, for example, as a central city, do shop, supermarket, that type of thing in the central city? If so, is it accessible? Would that be the sort of thing that you are hoping shuttle would support?
Thanks. Yeah, so I'm lucky. I live right next door to Pack and Save, and I'm walking distance from 4 supermarkets. So I'm happy in that respect. But there are a lot of people in other parts of the city centre who are nowhere near a supermarket, and so they don't have a good option at the moment.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for coming and presenting to us. Just picking up on your comment about requesting or enabling more interregional travel. Currently, our public transport is very much funded taxpayer rate and less than 20% user pays. There are other transport options already available out there in the city, like your shuttles, and Whakatau and south as well. So how do you see a public transport that we would run fitting in with those other businesses that are already established?
Yeah, well, I guess you do tie in with the intercity because the intercity stops at the main bus interchange. But for a lot of places that you're trying to get to, especially if you start to talk about the North Island, the intercity just doesn't work. It's just such a long trip that nobody in their right mind would ever consider it. And there are low-hanging fruits. Like, you know, we have a passenger rail service that is running from Picton to Christchurch. You can charter a train to Invercargill as long as you have the money. So I guess really that there's a role here for just lobbying central government and making sure that those low-hanging fruit where you could just, you know, have a first class, second class system, just tack an extra carriage onto what's already running and sell some tickets. You know, we need to make sure that the government and KiwiRail and you know any other relevant organisations are looking out for those low-hanging fruit that could be quite affordable.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for your enthusiasm coming in today. You obviously don't live very far away at all. Our next submitter, so thank you. Our next submitter is Logan. Logan Cane. His submission, yeah, see you there. His submission is on page 29. So just when you're ready, 10 minutes, and any questions. So when you're ready, Logan, thanks. Give up.
Cool, thanks. Thanks everyone for the opportunity to come and talk today. Hopefully what I talk about will be a little more informal. I just want to give some sort of context around, you know, my submission and what my thinking was. So hope you'll bear with me. Cool. So I guess my little bit about me, and I'm sorry, it's not just me blowing my own trumpet. It's relevant to the speech, I promise. So I would like to consider myself in a pretty normal living situation, shall we say. I've got a wife and I've got 2 kids, and I work about 5 k's away from where I live. And my salary, although I guess is a bit above average, it's not huge by any means. So what I'm getting at here is the cost of living is starting to bite down, as I'm sure you're all aware of. And of course, there's also massive issues to do with climate change as well. I think, just my opinion, but I think climate change is going to start biting down on us pretty quick. So it was really good to see that that ECAN is putting in a lot of funding, or your preferred option at least is to put in a lot of funding to climate resilience. I think, just to touch on this point quickly, it would be better to see if some of the community groups could get a bit more funding, because from what I've seen, they seem to be quite efficient with their resources. You know, they rely on volunteers. So I think you get a better bang for your buck, so to speak. So I'd like to see that above and beyond what's on in the preferred submission, but otherwise it's looking pretty good. Now, the reason I talk about cost of living and stuff is because it's mostly in reference to public transit. So if you look all around the world, some of the most successful cities usually have really solid public transport systems. Now, I understand you guys only have one part to play in that. Of course, the Christchurch City Council has to actually build the infrastructure as well. But, I mean, you guys are playing on the same team by the looks of it, and you've both committed to increase expenditure on public transport and public transport related infrastructure. So that's really good to see. I think what I would like to see is an accelerated program of works, and the reason for that is, again, coming back to the cost of living. We as a family, so the two of us and our two kids, we've been taking the bus more and more recently. And I've been biking around, but that's a separate issue. It doesn't really relate to ECAM, but we've been taking the bus more and more lately, just to try and ease that cost a little bit. And it's really opened my eyes to what investment like public transport can actually do for the welfare of people. In the city, it's fairly obvious, but even for our residents that live further out, like in Whangiora or in Rolleston, having good public transport to the city where they usually work and play is of major benefit to them too. In fact, when I talk to people at work about why they come in from why they drive in from Rolleston, they just simply say there are no other options. So it'd be great to see an accelerated program on that too. And of course, I assume a lot of you in here are probably quite analytical anyway, so you probably already know this stuff, but I think it's worth repeating that an upfront capital expenditure in public transit can have long-lasting benefits for our region, because it will reduce the amount of demand on our roads, even though the public transport uses the road because it's more spatially efficient, because it's also there's less weight in a whole bunch of people on a bus than there is in a whole bunch of people in single occupied vehicles, then you'll have less wear on the road and stuff as well. Now, again, I know the roads are a Christchurch City Council thing and an NZTA thing, but it's really cool when you can see different government departments working together. So that's what I'd like to see here too. And that's why I think that an accelerated works program on public transit would be really beneficial. Check my notes really quickly, see if there's anything else. Support the targeted biodiversity rates. I think that's a good thing to do. I support using debt funding. I think if you do embark on an accelerated program of works, then debt funding can be a really good way to do that, because it spreads the cost out. And of course, it is long-term infrastructure, so it makes sense that it's not just the residents of today that pay for it, but actually future residents as well. So sounds good. Oh yeah. Well, I might as well wrap it up there anyway. That was my main point. So yeah.
I forced you to wrap it up, but I didn't mean to do that. Hey Logan, it's really nice to hear your integration into the public transport system, although it's probably you're being pushed financially to do that rather than, but you can be a good advocate for our public transport system. It'd be nice to agree.
Sure, thanks. I really enjoyed that. Very good. I just wanted to pick up on the comment towards the end about debt funding. Do you think we should be looking at longer terms as far have we had first of all, have we had an opportunity to look at what we're proposing as far as any debt funding we're doing? And if so, do you think we should be looking at longer terms for our debt funding to sort of both ease initial costs, but also perhaps over the lifespan of a capital asset?
Yeah, I think you should look at it. Obviously, whether you decide to pursue it depends on interest rates and everything else. But I think it is worth looking at, because back to that point before, it's not just us today that are going to be using these assets. It's intergenerational. The other thing that concerns me, which is also another reason why I think debt funding is a good way to go, is I think there is a lot of uncertainty around what expenditure is going to be required. Obviously, this LTP is for the period that it is, but even looking further than that, if climate change does actually accelerate, then there could be significant costs to ECAM. Now, I know you guys have already said that you're not going to bail out private building owners if there's another like Cyclone Gabrielle type event, which I think is totally fair. But there is that risk that once and if the event actually happens, that the government might ask you to come to the party. So I think if we can try and keep the costs down, even if it costs a bit more in the long term, it just gives a bit more flexibility around what you can do, like more contingency flexibility, if that makes sense.
Briefly, I would implore you to make on the public transport stuff, to make the same plea around to the City Council around the infrastructure investment side. Because obviously when we're improving our frequencies and service, we want to make sure that the infrastructure is up to scratch. And that ties into the question that I had really around your statement in your submission. You were saying public transport is subject to increased demand. Is that anecdotal, or what type of, we have a lot of people giving us evidence or saying things to the contrary. So what from your experience is that, given, say, you've made that statement?
Thanks to your first point, I have my CCC submission coming up too, so I'll definitely be pleading that case. It is somewhere between anecdotal and evidential, so I don't know much on the public transport side per se, but if you take cycling, for example, in Christchurch, we've seen an increase in 40% in the last 10 years in the amount of cycle trips that are being used, that are being taken, throughout the city. And I don't think there's really much reason to expect, especially with the efficiency increases that are being proposed by yourselves and also by the CCC, why that wouldn't happen. We see the same thing with roads, right? Well, it's a classic example of you build more roads, and then traffic is a bit better for a while, but then everybody who was using another form of transport now realizes that the road is more efficient, and so they start using the road. But the great thing is, and it is seen overseas, but I have not actually read the studies myself, but you can see it in other countries. Sorry, I'll wrap up in 5 seconds. That when you build out more public transport, you have to build it first and then the people come. That's what's happened with the cycle lanes. That's what always happens with the roads. I really don't see any reason to expect that wouldn't happen with the public transport too. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, just in your submission, you say that it takes 2 times longer to make a trip by bus and by car. One of the things that's been suggested in the past is we have express buses from some of our satellite towns, but not from our outer suburbs. And I'm just wondering, do you think something like that, from our more distant suburbs is stopped and then a straight journey through? I mean, could that make a difference?
I think it would help. But really, the main driver for why it takes so long to catch the bus anywhere is a combination of frequency and doesn't concern ECAN, but the number of bus stops around as well. So when I have my submission with CCC, I'll be also asking them if they can build more bus stops out. If we want to get to the city, for example, just to use my own anecdotal evidence, I live in Fullerton. I need to walk from my house about 15 minutes to the nearest bus to catch the number 5 into town. Otherwise, I have to. There's a bus stop that's only like 20-30 meters from my house, but that is on the 180 route, and then I'd have to catch that to the mall and then transfer to the 5 into the city. And it's at those transition points, both before you start the journey, when you finish the journey, and also if you have to make any transfers, that's where a lot of the time is missed. Now, you guys increasing the frequency of buses will help that immensely. So I'd hold back on that comment a little bit. It's more in support of increasing the frequency of buses. But I think if we can increase frequency of buses, have more bus stops, then reassess. Yeah. But I mean, hey, I'm open to any good public transport plans. Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the opportunity. Cheers.
Next submitter is Andrew Metherell, and the Andrew submission is on page 35. And again, Andrew, when you're ready, just start when you're ready. Yeah, thank you. I'm a resident of Oswald, and I've made a personal submission today. It's very focused on public transport provision in Oswald. I do work for an engineering firm that does a bit of
transport planning work, but this is my personal submission. I've lived in Hallsville for about 5 years. I think I caught the bus once from over at the New World, where we made a specific trip there to take my daughter on the bus into the city. Yesterday, she said to my wife when she was at a shopping centre, "Oh, there's the buses." And then she said, "We don't use those." And my wife said, "Yes, we don't live near a bus stop." So I just wanted to, I was quite interested looking at the plan that's been put forward and recognising that it feels like there's still a major gap in Hallsville where there's a huge amount of subdivision going on. Previously, I have used the bus quite regularly when I've been near a regular bus route, which was the Cashmere route. I could sort of walk to the bus and know that it would come along quite regularly. So I know that if the bus service is there, it can change your attitude to using it. When it's too far away, or it's simply something that doesn't really cross the mind. I've sort of tried to use cycling a little bit more just recently. I do sometimes go down the Hallsville Road, and I know there's a lot of work to be done down there. Generally, I'll pass people at the bus stop and don't see the buses on that bus route generally, and I'll make it down Hallsville Road a lot quicker than on a buses. They never catch me. I'm not going that fast. So sort of again, whilst there's lots of people waiting at those bus stops, I'm sure it's not the most efficient service. So I brought up some slides here. I live down near the Hallsville Quarry area, and I generally work in the Addington area. As said, I haven't used the buses. There's a lot of development happening around the Hallsville Quarry area. Subdivisions with hundreds of houses going in at the moment, and a lot of residents have just found their way in there over the last year or so. Can I change the next slide? Right. So that was the plan from the PG features. So what I've done here is that plan didn't really show what that route was servicing. So I've overlaid the district planning zone there, and it shows where all this new subdivision's happening in the red. That's all residential zone land. That dark sort of line overlapping the bus route, which is the core bus route I understand, shows what I understand to be around about the 400 or 5 minute, 10 minute walk. So there's all those question mark areas serviced by public transport into the future, and that's where all the new houses are happening in the southwest of Christchurch. Now, there is another little bus route there in grey down bottom. That's an existing one. Again, that's probably still a good 10, 15 minute walk from my property, and I haven't used that at all in the last 5 years because it's not going to places I want to go to. And these are those grey routes that are proposed. So I understand they'll be of a lesser frequency, so they will provide some coverage, but there's still a lot of area there that's not being covered by the future bus services. So about 15 years ago, I think it was, the Christchurch City Council, and I don't know if ECAN was involved in this or not, carried out a planning exercise for the southwest of Christchurch, and it established the rationale, I guess, for development of land in the southwest of Christchurch. And it planned out a potential public transport network. And I know things change over time, but what you can see there is it shows bus routes sort of getting down into that Hallsville Quarry area. So there's one there which goes down Sutherland's Road, connecting up to a new centre in Hallsville, and the existing service going up into Westmoreland, up into the hills there. So it's looking to provide that coverage. The current plan obviously doesn't have that same level of coverage. So what I guess the focus of my submission is seeking to ensure that the future planning funding of the public transport network considers a little bit more detail around that Hallsville area, whether it requires some reallocation and some of your funding for other routes or frequency. But I guess I'd suggest that there's an opportunity there. There's a new centre developing in Hallsville, which will have supermarkets. That Hallsville point there is a future Hallsville. The existing Hallsville is further south. Down that little triangle area. So I guess my suggestion there is that there's an opportunity to go down through some of those new residential subdivisions, down Sutherland's Road. There's a new road connecting around, there's been a roundabout built on State Highway 75, so that might be an opportunity to either continue through and connect to some of the other subdivision, or a different, whatever way works basically to fit that type of coverage in. I know for me personally, I'd like to see it go into the city, but if I had to change and it was a little bit more frequent, then I would. As I say, at the moment I've got no option. I'd like, and all of those houses don't have an option. One other thing is as well that Hallsville, the high school that will service Hallsville into the future is at Hill Morton, and so we're expecting all the children to find their way to Hill Morton High School. There's basically two roads. You've got Sparks Road or Hallsville Road. There is a good cycle way up there, but like today I was umming and ahhing, how was I going to get in? I decided to take the chances and did bike in. But if there's a bus service there, I probably would have jumped on that. So just think a little bit more planning around that specific area. As I say, it's a very specific submission, and if you do that, then I think this would be a sort of outcome that you'd get that coverage right through that Hallsville area, and supporting access to major facilities like the Hallsville Quarry. Thank you, Andrew. Look, we've got time for a couple of questions, and Councillor Sweets, and then Councillor Colleen.
Andrew, yeah, thanks. When I read your submission, I was quite impressed with you. You've actually obviously got an engineering background. You've done maps, which are very useful. I think a lot of the things that you're asking for will actually be kind of like solved in the next little while with the buses that we've already approved, and they're actually going to be arriving soon, which is the uplift of Route 7. But the specific, there is specific money in hopefully the budget to look at route reviews in the future as well, which is good. But the question that I wanted to ask is actually kind of not related to the long-term plan budgeting process, but was around in your submission, you were talking about Hallsville and no desire to have any high school around here. Are you linked in with the Residents Association and the advocacy that they're doing with government on that stuff?
No, I'm not. I'm just, I guess, aware of my child's only just about to start primary school, so it's a wee way away from me, but it's something on the back of my mind, obviously, and it's you hear the chatter quite regularly about high schools and when's the high school coming to Hallsville, and it's other, I guess, elected officials in the Hallsville area which are pretty vocal and around updating, and my understanding is that at this point, Ministry of Education has basically said that's where the school will be. So yeah, it may change, hopefully, but it doesn't look like it's been planned for as far as I know.
Kia ora, Andrew. I'm one of your neighbours in Hallsville. I live just on Larson's Road, so in the sort of the outskirts of old Hallsville, as you sort of put it. And totally understand the issue that you've raised. And I like to commend you for your sort of analysis you've done and the maps that you've put forward. and really great to see the Southwest Area Plan map put there. I worked on that myself before I was a councillor, and I think it was a great plan, and the things that are anticipated are obviously put out there. I think, and I also say, like Dion, definitely let's keep working with City Council. Andre Moore's our City Council councillor, so he's done a bit of work on this already. And the Hawke's Region Association, I do like sort of encourage you to keep working with them and us on this issue, because I think it's inevitable that we need to do something about it. My question is about something that I submitted raised yesterday as a potential interim solution to this, around a park and ride idea for Horsell, where you could get to the supermarket, of course, and connect with Route 7 to get to town, even though with the uplifts and time that would be a lot better. So have you got any thoughts on that? Do you think that could work as an interim solution while the route review's done?
I guess for me personally, I probably wouldn't do that. But yeah, I'd probably be more interested in, I guess, having this sort of bike to bus stop and option. But I guess as a family, if we're going out, then I know from experience visiting other towns and cities where there's a good bus service nearby, we'll happily jump on a bus and get into the city or something. I don't think we'd necessarily make that change going car bus. I do hear in the community that people do that for commuting. But yeah, I feel like if the bus is a bit more close and usable from your front door, that would be the best option to me.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. We're going to finish there, but again, just reinforcing the fact that you've put a lot of work into this, and it does help identify some of the things as you see them. And so when we make our deliberations and go through our deliberations process, these things, obviously, with having multiple people here, will be top of mind for us that we get to discuss those. So thank you. Councillors, we're going to break now until about 10 to 11, and our next, our first, is Paul Barton at just after 10 to.
So kia ora, koutou. Hopefully we get a few more councillors rejoin us. Does anyone know where they are? Are they out in the corridor out there? Not quite. Okay, I think we've got enough councillors in the room now. That's good. So kia ora, just re-adjourn the meeting. Our next submitter, Paul Barton, just setting up down there, and putting his presentation with Katie there. So Paul, while you're listening, kia ora, Paul, how are you? Welcome. So just so you know, got about 10 minutes for each slot. You can speak for as long or short of that as you want, but leave some time for questions. It would be helpful if you want some questions. And yeah, welcome here. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your submission. I look forward to hearing it. So over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for your time. Thanks for letting me be here. Might have to move that back a little bit. My voice is. Do I need this? Okay, right. My name is Paul Barton. I live in Woolston, South Christchurch, and I wanted to talk to you today about the environment and motor neurone disease. I'm not sure how knowledgeable you are about this illness. It's quite brutal, but when I saw that there was a draft long-term plan, I thought I should mention this because I've been doing a lot of research on this in the last few years. My wife has motor neurone disease. I'm her sole carer, so that's pretty much my full-time job these days. Ali was diagnosed 2021. She's a nurse, ICU nurse. She's been teaching me how to care for her. New Zealand actually has one of the highest rates of motor neuron disease. It's like top 3. There's USA, Paraguay, New Zealand. About 400 people at any one time have motor neuron disease in this country, and unfortunately about 150 people pass away every year. There's no cure or treatment, and the causes are unknown. But there's more and more information being published showing a connection between the environment and motor neuron disease, and I wanted to make you aware of them because I think it could impact any plans, and I've put together a little slideshow for you. So occupation and MND incidents, Dr. Chen in Massey University, I've been in contact with her about her papers. The occupation with the highest incidence of MND is farming and agriculture. And this actually ties in with some other things I'll come into in a moment. So she did about 320 cases, 600 population controls in the study. And the conclusion was that there's elevated risk for motor neuron disease observed with horticultural occupations. So field crop, vegetable growers, fruit growers, gardeners, nursery growers, crop livestock producers. I know of a lady whose husband passed away down in Dunedin Way, and she's presented with symptoms about a year and a half after his passing. And she told me that there's other farmers like within 30 minutes of her. So there's all these kind of clusters, which ties into pesticide use. Another paper by Dr. Chen, majority of patients with MND are male, slightly more male than female. And there were two exposure categories associated with MND risks, pesticides and fumigants. So this is all to do with agriculture, the way the land's maintained, and ties in with a possible cause we believe set my wife down this road. We actually had to have a previous apartment fumigated 3 times in 6 weeks for bed bugs. They hitchhiked on her rucksack from a hotel in Canberra. We didn't know we brought them back to our house, and it took 3 fumigation goes before we got rid of them. And then about 6 months later, she started with her first symptoms, which were tingling in her right hand, spread up her arm, then hit her legs and everything like that. So this backs up evidence that pesticides are risk factors for MND, tying in with the generalized farming kind of role, which ties into nitrate levels in Canterbury, because I've heard that the nitrate levels are quite notoriously high in this region. And if you look at the map on the left, that's showing the red zones are higher than the 11.3 milligrams per litre maximum allowed value. The yellow ones are more than half the maximum allowed value, quite a lot in the Ashburton way. And then over on the right, you can see that they're very likely increasing where there's red triangles. And they are increasing. So from the press 2023, 40% of wells tested in the Ashburton water zone breached the maximum allowed drinking water level. Environment Canterbury have tested 341 publicly, privately owned wells. 13% had nitrogen concentrated above 11.3. And I read that you've got the national policy statement for freshwater management. You're trying to get that down to 2.4 milligrams per litre. And that's got to have plans in place by 2024, which is really like the second level of this triumvirate, because there's a link between cyanobacteria and motor neuron disease. So I reckon all these three tie together, and there's evidence for all three fields, but there's no unifying kind of theory. I do a lot of reading and research, but Professor Rowe in New South Wales has been doing a lot of work with the town of Griffith. You're 7 times more likely to get motor neuron disease there because of the cyanobacteria content of the water. And it contains a neurotoxin linked to MND that Professor Paul Cox has been doing a lot of work with, BMAA. So that's found in the brains of people that passed away from motor neuron disease. He's been doing a drug trial with an amino acid called L-serine to try and ameliorate the symptoms, but it's not a cure. But my wife has tried that. It kind of gave her a bit of an energy boost, but unfortunately it's just palliative care at this point for this illness. There is no treatment or anything. Which ties in with Canterbury, Christchurch being notoriously high with cyanobacteria content. But this is from a study in 2014 in New England, and the red zones are ALS or motor neuron disease clusters, and they're associated with blue-green algae in lakes. So the yellow dots are the blue lakes with ALS patients, and the red part is the hot zones. There's been no studies about this in New Zealand. This was one in America. But then Environment Canterbury have the river health warnings. This is actually quite minimal compared to in the summer. Obviously, temperature is a factor. At the moment, as of 3 days ago, these are the waterways that are warnings held for them. And all they say is keep your pets away from the water. When I contacted Environment Canterbury and asked how they kind of reduce the cyanobacteria content, they just say they let the rainwater wash it away. I think that this needs to really be dealt with because there are links to other neurological illnesses such as Parkinson's disease, things like that. Alzheimer's is a big one. And factors increasing cyanobacterial levels, poor water flow. I know that the government is planning to do more dams in the future. When you hoard water, siphon it off, particularly for crops. It increases the cyanobacteria rate, which is what's happening in Griffith, New South Wales. Eutrophication, when a body of water receives an excessive nutrient load, phosphorus and nitrogen. So nitrate is when nitrogen, 1 part nitrogen combines with 3 parts oxygen. And that soaks into the soil along with all the pesticides and chemicals and runs off into the waterways. Your cyanobacteria levels go up. It kills animals, fish, harms your dogs, it's lethal to dogs. Wastewater from industry and municipal sewage. Farming runoff is the big one. And then that is all I've got to say. Thank you. I'm sorry that it took 9 minutes, but there was a lot to go over, so thank you.
Kia ora, Paul, sorry to cut you off. Firstly, just acknowledge your situation with your wife and you're incredibly brave to be here and to put together your submission, but just acknowledge that. Have we got any questions from councillors? Yeah, Genevieve?
Yeah, I too want to thank you for coming through. I had a close friend who is suffering from the same, so I understand how difficult it is. I am always open to reading research like that, but yeah, I just err on the side of caution when it comes to determining whether or not that's causal or not. But definitely there's a stacking lot of evidence that certain things in the environment have detrimental effects, including there's also some research from Central Ōtautahi and the Maniatoto of a number or a cluster of people having multiple sclerosis within the Ranfurly region has had the highest rate for some time for that. So once again, the causes are known, but thank you so much for coming in and bringing a lot of this to our attention.
Theo.
Yeah, again, echoing what was just said, but specifically, what would you like us to do? Are you just wanting us to be informed and know about it, or is there any specific stuff that you've seen from our long-term plan process that we can maybe do while we're deliberating, or that could start with something, I don't know?
Well, obviously, I'm not an expert in these fields, and I've tried contacting Environment Canterbury and all these specialists, but because I am not a scientist, all I'm trying to do is raise awareness. I'm actually petitioning the government at the moment to make MND a notifiable disease. So that's ongoing. I've got about 2,000 signatures now. I noticed in your long-term plan, you're not acknowledging farming, runoff, nitrate levels, cyanobacteria. And if you don't know, if it's not brought to your attention, then you can't plan anything. So I don't know how to deal with it. I think there is more things you can do other than just let the rain wash it out. I don't think that's working for you. And I think if you don't start managing this now and dealing with it, it's going to escalate, just like the MND numbers. Apparently, according to one paper in 2014, it's going to raise by 69% in 2040. So it's all tied together. And I know obviously proving a cause is difficult, but if you don't acknowledge it, that's the first step, trying to understand.
Thanks. As a young fellow, I was brought up on a horticultural farm and regularly got engaged in spraying crops, and I was notorious for probably spraying in the shorts and jandals, if they were all else.
and mixing pesticides and fungicides, not acceptable practices. But I'm interested in what sort of pesticides and fungicides that you mentioned that contribute to that.
Yeah, I've tried to narrow down. I've tried to speak to, there's a lady whose husband passed away from motor neuron disease. They work on a farm, and I did ask her for a list of the chemicals that they use, but she never got back to me. A lot of them are proprietary brands. They've got their own formulas and things like that, and every farmer uses a different kind of chemical. I'm in contact with a guy, and he's adamant that the reason for his wife starting with MND was a chemical called acrolein, which is in everything. Acrolein is a derivative for methyl bromide, and in Littleton, when they were fumigating the shipping containers, there was a big spike in people with neurological illnesses, and I think the litigation said now they've got to do it offshore. They can't do it with people there. Acroleins in everything. He said he had his new carpet tested, and it was in the carpet. But again, proving it, because once you raise flags like this, it becomes a litigation thing, and people fear repercussions and liability. I don't care about liability. I just want people to acknowledge it and just study it. If it's notifiable, then prove me wrong. That's what I want. But you've got to at least talk about it and investigate. So unfortunately, I don't know the chemicals because each farm uses different things. But if they could write a list and narrow it down, maybe Dr. Chen's working on that next, because she's narrowing her focus. First, she finds it's farming, and then she's looking at pesticides, and then maybe she can narrow it down like that. I'm not sure.
Got it, Paul. Well answered. Grant, and then I've got Jan.
Thanks for the presentation, and thanks for explaining the linkages that you're finding or that other people are finding. In terms of environment, Canterbury, we test the water, we measure the quantities of say the pigs and everything, and then report back to the health department. And it's the New Zealand Health who places a restriction on no swimming or all those sorts of things. So that we do have a relationship with that. In terms of the research that's going on, is New Zealand Health, and how many people are researching in this sort of thing? Is it just this person and that's it?
As far as I know, there's only Dr. Chen at the moment doing it, but I'm not appraised of everybody's research. Like I said, I've been in touch with Environment Canterbury. There's a gentleman that specialises in nitrates. And I said, I'm trying to get a team together to look into the M&D focused side of it. Obviously, he was reluctant to do it. I'm not a medical scientist. And there's another doctor there, and he specialises in cyanobacteria and things like that. And I said, do you know the relationship with M&D? And he wasn't aware of it and never got back to me. So because I'm a regular guy, unfortunately, people don't want to take me seriously, and I don't want to come across as a tinfoil hat wearing crazy person, but the evidence is there. If you just look at it through the hub of MND, you see these three channels all coming together. I think it should be taken more seriously in this country, to be honest, but getting the word out is the first step. That's really what I'm trying to do.
Got it, Paul. Jan, online, have you got a question? With Councillor Cranwell. Yeah, camera's not quite right. There
we go. Kia ora, tēnā koe. Thank you for coming in today. I'm on Lake Forsyth, Wairewa a lot, not only customary food gathering, but in and around as a kaitiaki of the lake. And I don't know if you know, we have quite a history of nodulera blue-green algae in and around that lake. And I thank you for coming in and as Councillor Pauline said, showing the courage and bringing this I suppose, to light. It is concerning for me because I suppose I've been in and around that lake for over 30 years or so, and knowing and when it's been blooming as well, and knowing there could be a correlation. So for me, not only as a councillor but also as a person who whose interaction with blue-green algae and nodulera, we'll be taking this very seriously. And when I get back to Aotearoa, I would love to catch up and then have a kōrero and then see where we can take this. So once again, thank you for coming in and raising this for us here at Environment Canterbury. Kia ora.
Thank you. That's all I ask, that people kind of take it on board and then really look into it and take it seriously, because I can reference these papers and you can't dispute facts from papers. So I realise that might be my best way to just get the information out there. I'm not here to lecture you or storm or get angry. I'm just telling you the facts. And given the situation with my wife, you know, she's an ICU nurse. I wish that the roles were reversed. She'd do a better job of looking after me, I'm sure. But I think the people struggling with this illness deserve to be recognised a little bit more. And New Zealand needs to take the fact that they're one of the top 3 incidence rates more seriously, because it's not about the number of people affected. I know 150 a year doesn't sound like much, but given the population, that number is the highest amount, one of the highest in the world. And I just hope that I can make a difference through passing on a little bit of knowledge. So thank you.
Well, I think you've definitely done that, and I just agree with Councillor Cranwell. It's definitely something that we can consider. And I know that what Councillor Reed just said about the role of Te Whatu Order, they who advise us about the notices that you've put forward. So that is something we could take up with him. So that may be something that this council can consider. And see if he's willing to get back in touch with you. So am I. So kia ora, Paul. Thank you.
One extra bit before I go. We moved to Woolston. Ali had lived here for 8 years and worked hard to get a citizenship. She's originally from the Philippines. She moved to Sydney to be with me, and then in 2021 we moved back because we got no support in Australia, as she was not Kiwi, an Aussie citizen. And we found a really nice old place in Woolston, and then once I started learning more about the link with nitrate cyanobacteria, I realised we probably moved into cyanobacteria central, and I didn't know. So when the tide goes out in Ferrymead, it's quite foul smelling. I don't know how people manage to wakeboard on there, but the water quality is quite poor, and I'm an avid swimmer. I've been looking for a place I can swim outside, and unfortunately, I don't think it's safe for me to swim anywhere around this area. Even Darling Harbour in Littleton, there's river warnings on there, but particularly like going up to Redcliffe, Sumner, that kind of way, Ferrymead. Heathcote River is quite disgusting, if I'm honest. And I don't know the solution, but I just want to make you aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much again. Thank you for your submission. Kia ora, Paul. That's great. You can leave them there, and we can definitely follow up with that. So thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Dave, how are you? Welcome. Welcome, Dave. Hand over to you. Looks like you're ready to go, so go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and fellow councillors. I thank you for the opportunity to present today on the long-term plan. I'm Dave Winter. I'm a boot-wearing farmer in the Waimak district. I left my gumboots at home today, actually. It's actually only 3 years ago when I sat in this same position as I am today. However, the very same issue, rate increases. However, I think back then it was only about 15% that was promoted, not the 24% like this year. It's absolutely ridiculous. It seems to be that the rates just keep on going up and up and up. It's at least 10% year on year on year on year. I'd had a bit of an add up the other night, and I think they've actually doubled in the last 6 years. However, I'm not sure what has improved, or if we're seeing double the results, or it's just inflation gone mad, or inefficiency. If I was a councillor, I would be ashamed to put such a figure out there when the country is facing such a cost of living crisis. It is like this increase is just going to add more fuel to the inflation fire. May I suggest that the elected representatives of the community, you councillors, take a good hard look in the mirror and honestly say, is this the best we can do for the community? Are we delivering value? Are we getting the environmental outcomes? And are we delivering the services that we should at a good value? If it had been me in my business and I had said I'm going to put up the price that I get for all my goods, 24%, I can tell you now, I wouldn't sell anything. I would just be laughed out of town. Especially, the only way I actually managed to survive in my business is look at efficiencies and cut costs wherever I can. If I didn't do that, I'd be broke. My advice would be to look at the must-haves and focus on them and cut and cull the nice-to-haves, because currently they cannot be afforded. The country does not have the funds, and I'm not just referring to the farmers here. I mean every householder, ratepayer in Canterbury, just doesn't have a great big pot of cash lying there to give ECAN another 24% more than they did last year. So my challenge to the elected officials is to keep the rate increases in line with inflation.
Thanks, Dave. I'll just see if there's any councillors that have questions. I think it's pretty clear what you've said in your submission, for sure. I just had a clarification because I thought I read that in your submission that you said inflation plus 2%. Is that what you said in your?
Yeah, I guess I'll give you another 2%.
There are some models around looking at CPI plus and all that for rates increases. So just acknowledging that. So thank you.
Well, inflation plus 2%, I think inflation's at 7, that makes 9. It's a lot different to 24.
My only other question was, are you aware that that rates across the country for local government have stayed at around 2% of GDP for the last 40 years, but taxes have risen from 10% to over 40% of GDP? Are you aware of that?
No, but are we delivering better outcome than we are 40 years ago?
Good question back to me. Well done.
If my father was here, he'd say when we go back to the humble North Canterbury Catchment Board days, everything was done properly and efficiently, and things got done because everyone was at the coalface, and we didn't have the layers of corporatisation, if you like to call it that we got with amalgamation of the councils in the late 80s.
We acknowledge that, and acknowledge the more responsibilities that regional councils have got, public transport, etc. But yeah, acknowledge that. Thank you so much, David. There's no other questions? Vicky?
Just to ask about the public transport side of things. So I'm guessing if you're on a farm, you're not within the main urban targeted rates of public transport. And we are proposing to deliver quite substantial improvements in service, and we've heard from, and that's off the back of hearing from many of the constituents within the city that they want better service, and so that's what we propose. So under those circumstances, where it's a targeted rate specifically for a service that's being asked for, if that's what the notification is, are you comfortable with that? That it's, if it's being asked for by our constituents and it costs more and it's delivered more, is that an acceptable reason for a rate rise?
My challenge to that would be how many of the general public are asking for it, or are you just getting the people that want it turning up here? However, that said, public transport is not a bad thing if it's efficient and it's run well. I mean, pretty much my farm's on the edge of Kaiapoi anyway. I mean, if I see a bus that's full, great. A lot of the time, I see buses that have got half a dozen people in them. I can't really say that's efficient. So, but I mean, if you can fill the buses, or public transport's like that. I mean, one thing I will say, cycleway through Kaiapoi, it's well used. I mean, that was well spent. I'll give everyone that. Yep, cycleways, they are well utilised. So, I mean, that's my 2 cents on that as well.
Sure, Dave, thank you. So thanks for your submission. Like I said, well put, and appreciate you being here, Kelvin. Thank you. Next up is Joseph here. On behalf, yep, Kia ora. So, Kia ora, Joseph.
I know that you've got 2 submissions. Okay, so you still like to do both of them? Yeah, all good. I noted that they're quite similar, but that's totally up to you. That's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. The first submission is on behalf of UC Climate Action Club, which is a UCSA affiliated club on the University of Canterbury campus, which obviously has a concern with climate action. The submission touches on a lot of broadly familiar points, I imagine, and at this stage it's probably broadly understood the rates are going to go up and go up by a lot. I acknowledge that councils such as ECAN are subject to more pressure than ordinary consumer inflation because of factors like contract cost escalation. So at this stage, it probably does seem to be the case that keeping rates rises low is fantastical thinking. And I might advance a slightly pointy-headed argument here, but ECAN does have to play the cards that it's dealt. The Christchurch City Council long-term plan, for example, notes that the rating model relies on a widening rating base by delivering intensification. CCC simply hasn't delivered enough intensification to support the ratings model, so ECAN really doesn't have any choice but to increase rates by a proportional level. And obviously there are things that can be done about that. ECAN can and should, in my view, go to CCC and demand FDRS be implemented, NDRS and more citywide, because otherwise the number of ratings units in the rating area is just not going to go up by enough to support the ratings model. And obviously it's our expectation as Climate Action Club that ECAN is going to do whatever it can to support intensification, because most of our members are young, younger than 25, I'm 21, and one of our really prominent future needs includes housing, which is why I'm bringing that remark about intensification here. And a point about public transport, I suppose, is that intensification is actually quite useful for supporting public transport for lowering the cost and making it more efficient. And obviously the relative use of our membership means that most of us aren't going to get to enjoy forms of public transport that some of you might have enjoyed, such as regional and interregional passenger rail, as well as other outcomes, such as the biodiversity that many of you probably grew up with, and a lot less to worry about in terms of when will the next catastrophic flood be, or when, and this might be slightly horrific, so please do forgive me, when will the nitrates in the groundwater give me bowel cancer? ECAN can do quite a lot about most of those points, and the major one for us is obviously going to be climate. And the simple fact is the leading scientists have found that it's being actively caused by people actively emitting GHGs into the atmosphere, and there are now so many up there that the warming is causing horrific disasters like Cyclone Gabrielle and the Auckland anniversary floods, and it's only a matter of time, I imagine, before Canterbury gets hit. So with that in mind, ECAN has 2 core responsibilities. One, to stop emitting, and that includes by facilitating others to emit, and the other is to start adapting. And as the regional authority, probably the key way that you can stop facilitating people to emit is by delivering greater public transport outcomes. It's more equitable by providing an affordable way to urban people to get around without paying petrol money to American oil barons or Saudi oil sheiks and paying insurance money over to the Australian insurance corpos. And that's a reason to maintain and extend reduced fares, but Climate Action Club believes that you can go further and should be delivering free fares. Any investment in PT is worth it in any accompanying rates rise, really, or at least for the urban area, because any increase in PT spending should be done, and the PT program should be accelerated as much as possible, because the rough is one of the only affordable ways for young people to get around within Christchurch. It's a vital investment which must always be improved. And just briefly speaking on biodiversity, the club's treasurer Quinn, who could not be here today, is a member of the Little River Volunteer Firefighting Brigade, and he was called out for the Port Hills fire recently. And make no mistake, biodiversity funding is absolutely critical in preventing disasters like that, because the Port Hills fire was notably caused in large part by Pinus radiata monoculture. Even wild Pinus radiata is far more prone to fires than more biodiverse flora. So ECAN does have to invest in biodiversity and put as much money as possible into it, both terrestrial and marine. And these are, in our view, core functions of ECAN, which the long-term plan can and should be supported by delivering more money and funding and programs for these initiatives with accompanying rates rises. Thank you.
Dr. Joseph, thank you. Any questions for Joseph around the table? Yeah, Genevieve?
Thanks so much for your report. When you refer to biodiversity within terrestrial and marine, would you like to see more efforts within the marine space, not just terrestrial?
Yes.
And in what shape or form would that look like for you?
I'm a law student rather than an ecologist, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave that one to the paid staff that you countless hire for their expertise.
Any other questions, councillors? Yeah, Vicky?
Yeah, thanks, Joseph, for your presentation. You were really clear about public transport and the importance and the obvious link with the University Council Climate Action Club. We offered option 1, 2, and 3. Do you feel like option 1 actually goes far enough? I mean, you mentioned 3 fares. What about the service aspects and things like that? Like, yeah, how well served is University Council, for
example? In my view, no, none of the options went far enough for public transport. The university is moderately well serviced by the routes there, but it takes quite a while to get to UC if you're in one of the outer suburbs. Even Avon is quite close, for example, and doesn't get good past Linwood. Similarly, its transfers are often required to get even short distances, so no, I wouldn't say they're far enough. Yeah, okay, so yeah.
Page 77 in your back, councillors. Joseph, over to you.
Right, so as you've heard, I'm Joseph and I'm 21, born and raised in Ōtautahi, Christchurch, and hoping for a future in the city, and this is my personal submission. I'd like to thank the ECAN staff and councillors for a good consultation period on the long-term plan. In a lot of ways, you guys were victims of your own success on this one. I only skimmed the 300-page long-term plan because the consultation document seemed to roughly line up with what was in the 300 pages, which other councils haven't really managed. I know that CCC delivered basically a complete nonsense. So my sincere thanks to ECAN for delivering a coherent long-term plan. But there's always room for improvement and engagement, and I do think that it does seem to be the case that ECAN isn't really giving enough younger voices at the table. It's a regional council that will likely be there for much of the rest of my life, so I'd like to see more proactive engagement for younger people. I know that councillors Burns and Southwark went to UC events proactively, and the Council of Burns attended School Strike Climate earlier last month. And I think that's exactly what the councillors should be doing, and I think that the councillors and the staff of ECAN should be making a lot more of these proactive efforts to engage younger people on consultation periods such as this one. I know also, of course, that the ECAN website briefly went down for a few days during the consultation period, and I was unable to access the long-term plan documents, which I would consider to be suboptimal engagement. I'd also make some concrete suggestions about participatory democracy, such as engaging UC campus on an ongoing basis that has tens of thousands of students there who deserve to have a say on regional governance. Consultations should happen there, in my view, and the campus should contain easy ways to learn more about and get more engaged with ECAN. And I'd make a somewhat radical suggestion that it should probably actually be doing the same for at least larger high schools. And it's just the case that ECAN doesn't just represent ratepayers, it represents voters. I have never paid rates, and there's a decent chance I never will, due in part to the ongoing housing crisis. But I voted in the last election, and I'm going to vote again next year. ECAN's not just the ratepayers, it's all of the regional residents. And the residents include a lot of younger people who are going to be seeing the effects and results of ECAN's governance for years to come, which again is why I support any and all biodiversity, flood protection, public transport initiatives. They are critically important investments in the future, and I hope to have that future in the Canterbury region. And when councils like CCC are dropping the ball, which they are, their long-term plan admits they are underspending in the face of escalating contract costs, it needs to happen that ECAN will step up to have infrastructure in the future. Infrastructure is not a nice to have, and unfortunately for flood protection, it's a must have that ECAN can and will have to spend on, for example. So I actually need you guys to raise the rates by 24% and to raise those targeted rates and perhaps raise even more targeted rates so that the money can get spent where it counts on PT, on biodiversity, on flood and fire protection, on the climate and anywhere else that ECAM can make a difference. So I'd actually go further and say that it's maybe time to target rates on businesses such as car dealers, petrol stations, which have contributed disproportionately to the climate crisis, which will now cost ECAM money in turn. Because if money isn't spent and raised now, costs are only going to climb. It's never cheaper to build infrastructure than right now. Best time is yesterday, the second best time is now, the worst time is after a disaster, and there are disasters coming. So this is the time for bold and transformative change to get ECAN positioned to continue providing services for the future. So ECAN needs to do everything it can for the climate and the environment right now. Because otherwise, the message for people my age and younger is loud and clear, and it is move out. So thank you.
Well, Joseph, I'm wondering what you're doing in October 2025 when the next election is. So just, let me catch up. Questions I've got: Claire, Dion, Joe, Greg at the moment.
Thank you for presenting. You're talking about flood protection and infrastructure. So what does that look like to you?
The material result would be I'd never get flooded out. Obviously, you have a lot of power over what happens with rivers outside of the urban centre. So anything that can be done to ameliorate flooding would be ideal.
Dion? Hey, yeah, thanks for your submission. And I think as a young leader yourself, I believe you should encourage yourself and others to stop using the language around you don't pay rates, because actually you do pay rates. You just pay it through your rent. You just don't get a bill from us directly. So everybody who lives in the place is paying a rate through either rent or something like that. So I encourage you to change the language around that, because it creates more accountability for us from everybody. That's so that but the question I had for you was around the public transport side. I really get the sense from your submission that you just say flood the streets with buses, which is we've heard a few times. But you're not really talking about anything around the infrastructure. Now, we can't build the infrastructure that's going to service those buses. So are you also talking to the City Council around ensuring that we are increasing the service on our buses or on our public transport? Are you talking to the City Council to sort of encourage them to make sure that they're doing the infrastructure side so that we can get better alignment to our whole service as a whole?
Yes, I am taking this to CCC later, but it's also something that can and should be doing, is pushing harder for bus lanes, etc. I know that the current CCC long-term plan contains basically PT spending, which is just bus stops and shelters, which probably isn't really good enough, but that's obviously outside of your remit. That's something that you can, I suppose, yourself as ECAM go to CCC for.
Joe.
Can you please speak to your answer on the report and executive charge?
Yes, what would you like to know? I mean, annual general charge, right? That's a fixed fee, regardless of the value of your property. That means that anyone who has a less valuable property is paying basically a higher proportion of their asset base, and therefore probably you can infer their income than someone who is paying the same annual general charge on a much more valuable property. So in my view, it's quite inequitable to be raising the money in that way by charging proportionally more to people with a smaller asset base.
Yeah, great. Good, thank you. Very good presentation. So I just want to touch on the fact that you talked about engagement, especially for younger people. You probably know we don't live stream. We also don't support access to the public as a default for our meetings, briefings and the likes of it. Do you think those types of actions would in fact encourage people, especially younger people, to engage with regional council?
Yes, I absolutely do think those would be pretty important moves to increasing engagement.
Sure, Greg. Sure, Joseph. I think that's all the questions we have. Thank you for both your submissions. I really appreciate what you've brought to us, and good luck. And hopefully you stand next year.
Kia ora, we've next up Di Lucas. Kia ora, Di. Yeah. Welcome back. Yeah. So we're just Katie's just helping set up your presentation, and then when she does, welcome to sit down and start your submission. And of course, got about 10 minutes for the slot. So yeah. And just the red button needs to the red and the light needs to come up when you speak, so we can hear you and that recording picks that up. It's the
Yeah. Woo. Ōtautahi katoa. It's lovely to be here today. It's unusual for me to do this, to do a submission. I'm here for the LandPlan Trust. And as I mentioned, I was a regional councillor in the inaugural one back in 1989, just for a single term. And then Nyari May was being drafted at that time. But I'd set up practice in 1979 in Canterbury, but I come. So I'm from the high country, if people might know, but I recognise the whole catchment. So hence I've got my merino down to the Pawa, and it's about plentiful supply. So we need enough to about a harvest, merino and Pawa. So the LandPlan Trust is about sustainable rural management, and that's what my practice has been about since 1979. We've done a lot of work on trying to make sure the resources are sustainable. So I just had a couple of things about the long-term plan that I wish to that we wish to comment on, and one is the lack of recognition in the climate change section or anywhere else of wildfire risk. Because in our work, we're trying to increase insetting of emissions. So we're increasing woody cover. We need to be doing that around the motu. And 40 years ago, with big farmers and farm forestry and so on, I produced this booklet, and perhaps I'll give you a copy. So my colleagues suggested I should, unless you've already got it. Woodlots in the landscape. So done originally 1984, and then reprinted in 1987. I was asked to do 1,000 copies for the Forest Service, and while it was at the printer, they disappeared. It was a reorganisation of departments and came out, and there was a Ministry of Forestry, and they didn't follow through. So I've got quite a few. But colleagues think this is still the best thing around. So I will leave them with you, because that's about that increased woody cover, which we need, and we need increased woody cover. My guide then, I also was trying to increase connectivity, and in biodiversity terms, we need increased connectivity. However, we always need to address the wildfire resilience, and that wasn't addressed by me in 1984, 87, and it's not yet addressed in the long-term plan at all. Wildfire resilience, it's not enough to just delegate to FEMS. That's not enough. You need to be recognising through both the Biosecurities Act and the RMA and the climate change provisions. You need to together be addressing this risk. And it's not just the woody cover, it's also the dry grass and so on that can have that connectivity. So I think there's a big gap. Page 10, climate action, it doesn't address, it doesn't address fire resilience. And again, in page 16, it's about events, it doesn't address wildfire resilience there. So they're big gaps, in my opinion.
because major work is needed. You need to build a team. You need to have the expertise. And we've got some good expertise in Christchurch. Simon's got some good wildfire people. You know, there is some good stuff around, but I don't think it's in here. I was at a talk out at Little River. Iken staff member talked about people, you know, encouraging the woodlots up your boundary, but don't shade your neighbour. You have to set back so you don't shade your neighbour. And I said, but can you burn them? Oh yeah, we don't have to say anything about burning. So you can't shade your neighbour, but you can burn them. No, we need to improve with all of these things. Yeah. So that's the first one. And because it is important at the moment, we're trying to inset emissions. We need more woody, but we've got to be careful. Connectivity. The second point I made was about the marine. And so the coastal environment is important in total, including its inshore boundary. At the moment, Canterbury maps, the RPS and everything, they do not have the coastal environment mapped. Even though I know there's been an agreement or something, the district councils have mapped it, but ECAN has not got it in the maps. And it means that, in my opinion, as an outsider, that the coastal environment, especially the terrestrial component, but a lot of that inshore area is not being adequately considered under the NZCPS, because you're required to think about it, not just activities within it, but effects on it. And that can be from activities outside the coastal environment can have effects on it, as the Supreme Court has said. And so I think that that's the plans at the moment need to cope with that deficiency. But also, and because you've got a regional coastal environment plan that's 2005 before the NZCPS 2010 was drafted. So stuff's a bit out of date in addressing effects on these things. You need that a new regional coastal plan. But one thing, because insetting isn't just terrestrial. Addressing emissions isn't just terrestrial. Kelp forests are really important. I've worked in, I work in marine environments and marine landscapes all over the country. And it's marvellous that in the RMA we've done stuff people might have seen. We've done stuff Bay of Plenty and that, but where we've excluded fishing from certain areas of reefs where they're good breeding grounds for fishing, where you don't want the kelp forest destroyed, because it's the trawler's taking the snapper off that then it destroys, because the kinner exploding, you lose all your kelp forests. So these things aren't being addressed by the regional council. You've got responsibility up to the 12-mile limit, but you're not addressing it in what I can see. So a big gap, and it needs to be addressed for all of those reasons. So just like the insetting on land, insetting in the oceans, the biodiversity on land, the biodiversity in the ocean, we need a reset on that, I reckon. So I haven't got rid of notes, have I? So we can't be delegating to the districts to address coastal environment stuff. Yeah, and so I don't know if I've gone too long.
But you're about right on, that's all good. We've got some questions. So we've got Greg and Genevieve. Sorry, not Greg, Grant. Okay, Grant and then Genevieve.
Thanks, Di, for your presentation, and good to see that land typing map up there. One thing in terms of how those issues are being addressed, I'm pretty sure they're being addressed, we'll find out soon, is the development of the regional policy statement review, which will also incorporate the coastal environment plan and some revisions for the land and water plan. So they are due to be, they're in the process of drafting. That plan is due for consultation, I think, hopefully by the end of this year. And I think that some of those things, spatially, strategically, might be dealt with within that.
Have you got people mapping the marine communities? Because I mean, when I worked in the Bay of Plenty and I went there and I thought, oh, 2 marine side schools right on, tertiary places right on the shore in Tauranga. Neither of them were mapping the marine diversity. One was just being paid by the port company to look where to put dredgings, and the other one always just addressed Mere Island. So we had to do it, we mapped all the reefs and stuff, and so we've got all that stuff, but is regional council doing? Because a regional coastal plan needs to address.
There is a process going on where we have done some mapping. I can't remember the exact details, but it's around the peninsula, not exactly in the whole region. But I think your point's well made, and of course during the process, Guy, we will get responses to these from our staff, so just so you know, and that goes back to submitters as well. I've got some other questions. That's all. Should we head to the other questions?
I'll just respond about the land typing because we did that for Canterbury in 1993, and it's great. Canterbury maps put the land type boundaries on but the models and things, charts aren't uploaded to Canterbury Maps. So we've made a website called landtyping.nz, and we've now done the whole country, but not, at some scale. And so that's available to use for all of these pieces. In some areas we've done marine environs. We haven't uploaded many of the marine, but some we have. Sorry.
I've got Genevieve in there.
Oh, hi, Di. Once again, a refreshing talk regarding the marine space. I just wanted to discuss really your comment on the CMA and how the effects from different activities can affect the whole environment. And I'm just alluding really to some of the other issues relating to climate from certain activities, like deep sea sort of trawling or bottom trawling and the carbon release. Are you aware of that particular evidence?
Trawling stuff, yes, but not. But also the impoverishment. I mean, the Whakatau dams impoverishing along the coast and the longshore drift. I mean, that is an issue, isn't it? And the erosion up. So all those things are quite tricky. I mean, if you work in South Canterbury, the erosion is phenomenal. Yeah.
I'm pleased you actually brought up the whole issue with Kenya as well, because they've had an influx, of course, in the Karakia Gulf based on the sort of imbalance in the marine ecosystems. And that would be one thing. I know a lot of people like it as a food source, however, it has detrimental, ongoing effects for the marine environment. So thank you for discussing the marine space. Thank you.
Vicky.
Thanks, John. You sort of introduced yourself with the Ōtautahi mountain sea concept. But I'm just wondering, have you done any work looking at essentially what the marine environment, what that needs to be and have and be like for this? And then looking at going back up, because we typically seem to think about the sort of proximate freshwater environments and work our land activity to mitigate impacts there. But have you done any work where you're actually looking at the effects down at the marine end and working back up towards the mountain to go, actually, that's what we need to have in order to have that bottleneck? So just interesting.
I haven't ever been contacted to do that comprehensively. I've been in quite a few court cases, the consequences of it, and looked at the needs. And often it's the regional coastal plans, but you need to be able to go inland from what might be being addressed in those. So yeah, we need to be looking at whole systems, and it's seldom happen. I have done some, but not a comprehensive. I'd love to be able to show you a demo whole catchment. So
Good question. So thank you, Di. Thank you so much for highlighting those, those two gaps as you see them about the fire resilience and also around coastal management. So thank you for that. And like I said, we'll be deliberating on those points that submitters make and taking that into account. So thank you so much. And like I said, great to see a former councillor, as we had Richard Johnston in here this morning as well. So thank you. Yeah.
Wow.
I think our next, and yeah, thanks for the gifts for the books. Definitely leave them there if you want them. I'm sure councillors will be interested in picking them up, or give them to Katie in the corner. So I think we've got Gerrie online. Yep. So yeah, Gerrie, there you go. You popping up now with your camera, and so yeah, we'll hand over to you as soon as you're ready to go. You can go for it, and we'll just, while you're introducing yourself, we'll just bring down the presentation on the screen. So there you go, if you like.
Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Gerrie Ligtenberg, and I live in.
Oh, you've just muted yourself by accident, I think. Gerrie.
Muted myself. I'm back again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm Gerrie Ligtenberg, and I live in Temuka. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak online. The option wasn't there, but I thought I needed to ask because it seems a bit silly to drive so far, which brings me to one of my things that I really feel there should be an option in the regions to come and speak. For some people, it's not so easy to choose this, but I'm fine with being on screen. I am concerned about the environment for many, many years. Looking at Joe, it reminded me of being at that age and already starting to think about climate change and what could happen, and all the warnings sadly have been put aside, and for many, many years not much has happened, and so that's why we arrived at a point where we have to do things. And that's for me the main reason to say that we should spend all the money possible. And rates are high. Yes, they have to be high, because if you don't do anything for many, many years, then we're all responsible for opting in on that choice. And now we have to opt in for a choice that might be harder to deal with, but we have to do it. I want to stick to 3 points from my submission. The first one is public transport. It's really pleasing to see that some of the initiatives are being supported, and that the My Way is working really well in Timaru. And lots of people are using it, and so that's why I think that Ashburton should have the same option. Because they are sort of a similar sized town, and it really would help a lot of people. One of the big things is that we are having a growing elderly population. A lot of them are unable to drive, or they don't feel comfortable to go into the traffic. And so that brings me to the interregional options, because there is very little of it. And even if it was just a few days a week, but we should be able to sit around a table and look at that. Hopefully not all the money is going to Christchurch as a city option. We really need to look at the regions. We know we have to work together with on a national level when we talk about rail, and on a local level to see what local councils can put in there as well. But it's very important to keep us connected. We will all have to sacrifice some sort of lifestyle issues. If you're living too far out and you have no transport whatsoever, you may have to consider to be closer if you're going to need to travel. But that's another issue. My second point is the rivers, and I do really think that that's the highest priority that ECAN will have to concentrate on. We've had a couple of floods. Recently, it was probably lucky that it was the railway bridge that got broken and not the other one again. But that's the very highest priority, that we are going to do something about prevention of floods. So we'll have to look at all the options on how the rivers can be managed, and not managed that we, like what we want as people, but the rivers have been given back more space. That will have some consequences as well in other areas. And on the local level, I have been talking to the local council, particularly about the hut dwellers, people living in the rangitata huts, for example, that they need to be moved away. That's all very emotional, and people have taken to living there because of low income. So there's a lot of other issues that play a role in that. But as a community and as councils, regional, local, we have to do something about that. So, and I would like to see some good updates in plain language to see where the council is at. How long is it going to take to do this river work? What exactly is going to happen, and what are the consequences of that, and how we need to deal with that at a local level? So that's for me. Everything I've heard, biodiversity, prevention of wildfires, there is almost too much to deal with, because too many things have been able to go on without thinking about the consequences that we are facing now. And that includes, that's my third point, that we should actually start having to look at farm practices. We cannot protect practices that are actually have an adverse effect on our rivers and the pollution. And for that reason, I think that the High Court decision should not be appealed by ECAN. That's a waste of time and money. It's finally time that we need some proof that farmers are prepared to change their practices, because the whole irrigation lobby has actually caused a lot of the problems that we have now, and it's all seems very well that it's economically benefit for some, but it's actually been a huge disadvantage for the rest of the community, and that includes all the health issues around the rivers and the water, the drinking water, the aquifers. ECAN says they're doing water testing. Well, Greenpeace has been doing water testing, and the high nitrate levels that have come out, particularly in people on bores, is really concerning. And all these consequences, we're facing that now, and that means that we actually have to start doing something about it, and we have to make some really tough decisions. And that also means that you have to ignore sometimes the economic benefits of some people, because you actually have to deal with all of us. We are out there as individuals, as small communities. There's nothing we can do without the help of our elected people that are supposed to protect us and make sure that we can live within the current circumstances what the environment has given us, and climate change issues. Turning everything around is hardly possible, but those are my three main points that we really need to look at. Yeah, it's time for being brave and spending the money as much as you can.
Kia ora, Gerrie, thank you. Just going to see if there's any questions yet. We've got Ian and Vicky and then Grant.
Thanks, Gerrie. I just wanted to confirm you live in Temuka, but you seem to have an interest in public transport for Ashford.
Yes, we do. So, and that's very good, and it's also supported by ECAN, our community car, but it's not the same. You know, you have to make an appointment. It's a volunteer that needs to do that, and yes, it's a good option, but you still, as an elderly person, you can travel for free within Timaru, and you have to pay $20 to get to Timaru for whatever reason. And so it's not an equal opportunity for people being in the regions. And so for that reason, yes, we're happy with what we've got because we had nothing, absolutely nothing before, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't aim for a few more options so that everyone has the same opportunity to travel.
No, you missed the point of my question, Gerrie.
Pardon?
You missed the point of my question. My question was, what is your interest in Ashburton's public transport when you live in Topeka?
That's because we're in the regional council, and I think that being not that far from Ashburton, I'm talking as a regional person, and so I feel that, and I know people there, so they could do with the same option.
Well, thank you, Gerrie. Sorry, was it Vicky? Did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. In your submission, Gerrie, you also refer to air quality and say that you feel that we've sort of taken our eye off air quality. I'm just wondering what specific things have you sort of experienced or seen the Environment Canterbury have been doing previously that you don't feel that we currently are, or what the issues are that you see with respect to air quality?
Well, there was well, there are different issues, of course, but last night was one of the worst nights I've seen again. Apparently the winter is setting in, and the amount of fires and the smog you can actually hardly breathe when you're sitting in the car when you're going from A to B, and I haven't seen much about the air pollution that we've had and how much we're still working on that, or has it stopped?
Sorry, Gerrie, the fire or the smog that you're talking about, is that within the small towns, villages, in terms of wood burners and fires?
Yes, yeah, and it's everywhere. It's in between. I had to come back from Timaru yesterday a little bit later, and all the way from inside Timaru and all the way to Temuka. I'm actually wearing a mask in the car in the winter time.
Thanks, Gerrie. I think that's all the questions we have. So thank you again for your sorry, Grant. Sorry.
Okay. Thanks, Gerrie. In your submission on the response to hazards, you mentioned that a need for more cooperation or collaboration with locals as being first responders. I just wondered what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, I think that I think it's almost a national thing that we've been talking about recently. I think to make the groups strong that are local, and if they have some really good plans, that getting together and actually coordinating these plans, it's coordinating with different things locally. So if local groups and for rivers protection groups, what are they doing, and how can you support them, or when there is a I know the local iwi, for example, in the marae, they opened up when there was a flood, and it seems that there's a little bit of silo happening, so each doing their own thing. There could be a coordination group somehow working together, making a total plan together, who's doing what. Yeah, that was my thought.
Thank you, Gerrie. So that's all the questions. Thank you, Gerrie, again for joining us online and making those three major points that you made. So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Next up, Ian McIntosh. Sorry, I know there's two Ians. And then we've got Ian Hood after that. So kia ora, Ian. Welcome to the table. Thanks for being here. So I'll hand over to you in a second, roughly 10 minutes for the slot. And just having time for questions is important, but over to you. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Katie will help you with that. Sorry. If you want to introduce yourself before that, that's fine. Katie, thanks for that help. So when you're ready to go, Ian, go for it.
Thanks. I really appreciate the chance to come and present to you. I obviously take a different approach to the climate change debate. I've been involved in applied research for over 40 years in the agricultural industry, converting carbon dioxide into high quality protein fit for human consumption. That's actually called agriculture. And so I proudly represent the agricultural industry today. That's not progressive. I'm not having a good day, sorry. Won't come off my 10 minutes, I hope, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm very concerned about the lack of objectivity that's been used in the long-term plan. We talk about more frequent droughts, floods, and I acknowledge the wildfires. And these measurements have been used to justify, in part, 24.2% tax increase or rates increase. This is 110 years of rainfall data. This came out of a Southern District Council Commission report by Aqualink. 126 stations within 10 kilometres of Lincoln, and it shows no change in the average for 110 years or the amount of variability in extreme. This is data out of NOAA. I'm assuming everybody knows who they are, official body in America. There's their data, floods and droughts since 1895. You'll see there's no trend. President Obama's Undersecretary for Science, Dr. Steve Kiernan, said the IPC says that hurricanes and tornadoes show no changes attributable to man's influence and that floods are not getting worse. And you can find that for yourself on that video link. As well, you mentioned that you're addressing these risks and achieving our climate change outcomes. Well, what climate change outcomes are you going to measure to prove success, and how are you going to measure them? Are you going to measure temperature, sea level rise, wind, rainfall? Well, here's New Zealand's emissions. They were only 0.087% of the world output in 2022. There's the line. China, 30.7%. And they're building 2 coal-fired power stations a week. India, 7.6%. And they're the world's biggest producers of milk. And you'll know the relevance of that. And yet China and India are two of several countries who are not restricting emissions. And despite a 371,500% increase in CO2 emissions since the start of the Industrial Revolution in 1750, the rate of temperature has not increased in Dunedin, Lincoln or New Zealand since 1909. No, it's the rate of increase I'm talking about. Not denying there's no increase, but the rate hasn't changed. Been a linear increase despite an exponential increase in emissions. The rate of sea level rise hasn't increased since records began in 1807 in France, 1810 in Poland, 1855 in New York, and 1922 in Littleton. And the strength and frequency of westerly winds in Canterbury has not increased since measurements began in 1955. This is not surprising since, according to the IPCC, human influence is only 1% of the radiation effect. So what makes you think you can achieve any of your goals by tax-funded mitigations against these historic measures of climate? Here's the data on Brest. Sorry, I'll go back one. This is the data from Brest in France since 1807. That's a linear increase. If it was related to emissions, it would be exponential. It's not linear. This is Poland since 1810. New York since 1855. And there's Littleton since 1922, and there are hundreds of these things available on the NOAA's website. So the relationship between world emissions and sea level rise since 1807 in France, one's linear and one's exponential. So for 106,000% increase in emissions, it's made no difference to the rate of sea level rise. The tax-funded mitigations will achieve nothing. This is Dunedin's temperature record from NIWA 1909. The maximum temperature trend is positive 0.02 degrees centigrade per century. Notice it's the minimums that are moving the most. There's a good reason for that, but I won't go into that now. And here's Lincoln's. The maximum's gone up by 0.62 degrees per century. Note again, it's the minimums that have moved the most. And the average of 7 sites reported by NIWA since 1909 has gone up 0.9 of a degree per century. And again, it's linear, it's not exponential. So the relationship between the world emissions and temperature rise since 1909 in Lincoln, you'll see one is linear, one is exponential. There's no relationship. So 1,283% increase in emissions over the time that Lincoln's temperature records have been made has made no difference to the rate of temperature increase. The tax-funded mitigations will achieve nothing. This is the report, Selwyn District Council, reporting on wind, westerly winds. Their summary, there is a long-term trend in the SAM towards higher values indicating that climate change is leading to less frequent and weaker westerly winds over the South Island. So where's the justification for a serious rates increase? You say in page 31, investment is needed now to ensure infrastructure and resources are in place to mitigate the impacts of our climate change, our changing climate and environment. Well, and New Zealand badly exports coal to China while taxing us to mitigate the claimed effects of burning it. Well, here's some essential facts about our atmosphere. The pink portion is CO2, tiny. Currently forms 0.042% of our atmosphere on a volume basis. That's 420 ppm, going up 2 ppm per year. And despite being such a small volume, it helps to keep us warm. Without all the greenhouse gases, the Earth would average -9 degrees centigrade. Instead, we're positive 15.5. And the biggest greenhouse gas is water vapor. But you know, if you can see it, it isn't CO2. I'm breathing out 40,000 ppm now. That's 4% of my breath. Can you see it? So why do people use photos like this to malign CO2? This photo shows steam being discharged from chimneys and has nothing to do with CO2. So why are we using models that have got over 200% error in predicting past temperatures to make future decisions? This information's come from a man who won a prestigious science award when he was with NASA. He put the satellite into space that measures the Earth's temperature since 1979. So comparing predictions of the models, 102 models, with actual records, there's over 200%, and yet that's the basis on which future decisions are being made. So there's no justification for climate change to warrant an increase in rates any more than it ever has been. To do so shows that ideology is driving the agenda, not truth. So for the innovative farmers among you, you need to be as objective with the climate change debate as you would normally be if new technology was introduced. In other words, don't take others' word for it. I'll just walk back and say that. At my age, I've seen too many academics prove wrong when it really counts. Conclusions by world-class scientists. I won't read them all except the first one. This chap's a Kiwi, living in the UK. Regarding the wholesale shift to renewable energy, I think we are sleepwalking into an awful future, and it's not one of climate change. You can read the others yourself, and all the links are there. To find out why the sea level and temperature are increasing at a linear rate instead of exponential, as expected from emissions graphs, then I'm happy to talk about it. I give public talks in detail. If you want the full review, full comprehension, then they take about an hour and a quarter. And that explains why man has virtually nothing to do with climate change. And there's my email. Here's the mockery of it. French electric police van powered by diesel power generator. Thank you.
Got it, Ian. Theon? Thank you for your submission. And when I read this a couple of days ago, I was quite intrigued because you've put a lot of research and time into it, which is, I do appreciate that, and I do enjoy reading different views around this matter. And so I'm actually not going to. I'm not a farmer. I have ideologies, and I'm not a farmer, but I think I'm pretty innovative and practical when I look at them. And what I want to know from you is, I'm not looking at this from a climate change is happening, blah, 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 but actually over the last century, we've encroached in environments and whatnot, and are building in places that are different than where we were and we're putting farms in places, and we need to manage the risk. The risk has always been there, but we now need to manage it. And are you saying that we shouldn't be investing in that and managing that risk, or are you sort of okay with us investing and managing that risk or whatnot? I just wanted to understand that.
No, by all means, but do it at the same rate we've always done it. But the problem is that when you read your long-term plan, and it's happening with multiple councils, there is this doom and gloom that's written into it, and young people particularly are picking up on this. And you're an official organisation representing us, and unfortunately, when people read that, they think we've got a disaster looming. We should be managing the real risks, not the ones that we've created by means of propaganda.
Fair enough, and I get that, but we are building, and now, you know, we've put irrigation on the land and whatnot, and you've said it yourself, you've been able to increase your farming scope and whatnot. And so we can't just keep doing it at the same rate, can we? We do, at that increased level of productivity, we also have increasing risk that we do need to manage. Yeah?
Yeah, which measures are you talking about? Are you talking about nitrates? Are you talking about methane or what?
Talking about more the flood risk that you know, talking about, and protection and whatnot, which is a big part of what we do.
Yeah, I fully acknowledge that we've got to do something about flood risks. Let's face it, when you get on an aeroplane next time and fly out of Christchurch Airport, you'll see we're living on an alluvial plain effectively. So we're definitely going to have floods, and you have to do what you have to do. But don't drive it by man-made climate change. That's what I'm saying. We do have climate change, and to give you a 30-second version, the whole thing's driven by the Little Ice Age, which ended in 1750. And the correlation between that and all the documentation that goes with that and the measures is extremely strong. And you'll see from my presentation, correlation between what measures there are, increasing temperature, sea level rise, are very poorly correlated with man's emissions. What I'm saying is focus on the right evidence. As a farmer, I can't see what changes.
Was it Dave? Did you have a question, Dave? No? Peter.
Thanks, Ian. That's pretty confronting, some of the stuff that I've seen it the second time I've seen it, so thank you for that. So what would you say to those people that are saying glacial melt is threatening agricultural production in some areas where those rivers are fed entirely by glaciers?
Sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
It's about glacial melt in some of those countries whose river systems are fed by glacial action, and the increase in rate of melt means that agricultural production, that's irrigation from those systems, is threatened. What would you say to that?
Well, I'd say number one, you can't do anything about it. The fact is we produce 0.087% of the world's emissions. So if we think that anything you do locally is going to change that, you're dreaming. I'm not saying that to you, I'm saying that to the person inquiring. I'd also say that the glacial melt has been happening since 1750. And that's extremely well documented, because if you go to Glacier Bay in Alaska, they've been recording where the ice was there since 1750. Eyewitness accounts, in Vancouver was one of them. And the ice there that extended out of Glacier Bay into icy straits, where the cruise liners go today to go and see the ice, some of that ice was 1,200 metres above sea level. And yet within 45 years, it had retracted well within the mouth of Glacier Bay. And by 1880, the bulk of the ice that's gone today had already gone by 1880. And that's been recorded eyewitness accounts. The ice has been melting since 1750, and we've got nothing to do with it. And the point is that there's an alternative explanation of why we've got the climate change, and that's why I'm trying to educate people. And the correlation with the Little Ice Age is so strong, it's not funny, but I knew nothing about the Little Ice Age until about 5 years ago.
Yeah, just interested, at the end of your presentation, you put in an electric vehicle and sort of disparaged it between that particular one appears to be diesel generated powered. Our electric vehicles, such as our buses, really New Zealand's electricity system currently is largely generated by renewable energy hydropower, and we do have lower emissions from those vehicles, which so my question is, in terms of health effects of the emissions from fossil fuel burning, do you accept that science? Is that something that you can see that there is actually potential benefit from a clean running vehicle such as a public network of electric buses.
Yep, I wasn't disparaging of the electric vehicle. I was simply mocking at the example where they're having to repower it with a diesel generator. No, that doesn't look well to me. In terms of the emissions coming from electric bus versus a diesel one, I fully acknowledge that. But my challenge is, has anybody done a full mass balance to see, in fact, what happens with the harvesting or the mining of all of the materials that have gone into making that electric bus? So while it might benefit us, what's it doing to the world and what's it doing to the people mining it? And I dare say when you do that analysis, it's not a good outcome.
David.
Thank you. You've probably said everything that I would like to say. I'd just like to add, if I may, to your presentation when we talk about significant flood and storm data that we have in this country, and we talk about Cyclone Gabrielle being the biggest, the mother of all storms. Well, in fact, NIWA have a good regard. 5 storms geographically bigger and with deeper barometric lows happened in that 1868 to 1890 period. So I agree with everything you say, and I would like to hope we will get some broadcast further. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I've done multiple presentations. I would have spoken to well over 300 people in many different venues now. And I've presented in Rotary clubs where you will get professional people. And I've been taken on by 2 civil engineers, only 2, who disputed my evidence to start with, but after discussion they agreed that my case was strong. In fact, in one of those cases, there was a Chinese man who came up afterwards and he said, everything you've said is exactly right from Chinese history. So I put my information out there as any person involved in science should do, put it out on the table for people to critique and be prepared to change if you have to. And I'm prepared to change if I have to, but the same challenge goes to you.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Next up, Ian Hood. Welcome to the table. Thanks for being patient and waiting.
Righto, I'm Ian Hood. I'm new to this sort of business, but I'm very passionate about what's happening in the North Branch in particular at the moment. In the famous Green Street area, it's had more publicity about other things than I'm not involved in. I started this submission by myself, and then the neighbours got to find out about it, and now they've all branched out, and I have an excess of 50 signatures from neighbours, and they're saying, oh, I'm representing them now. So that's what it is. So in what I'm calling the endangered area, there's probably 300 people with workers and children in the area that I think are under threat if we get half the flood of last time. It just won't. The system won't handle it. And I'm talking just from Oliver's Road. Yeah, I've lived by the river all my life. I'm 74 years old, moved away for a wee bit in the middle, went farming at Winchmore, which wasn't far away. So I know the rivers pretty well. And they, even since the end of South Canterbury Catchment Board, the rivers have deteriorated substantially in shingle management. I just don't know how you want me to do this. Do you want me just to read it, or
We've already read it, so we can take it as read if you'd like to answer questions.
I can answer these, my submission off the cuff, or I can elaborate on it.
You're allowed to elaborate. Yeah. You want? Yeah.
Right, I'll elaborate on what I've had written here. Submission was made by me with the support of the ratepayers in Green Street, east from Oliver's Road, on the south and north branch of the Ashburton River confluence to the south branch. The signatures are attached, and I will leave them here with you. We need to draw attention to the significant erosion on the south branch, west of the power pole lines, adjacent to the fridge problems, which is just above Oliver's Road. Julie and I were out in the paddock, and the water breached the bank and just come towards us, and we had to cut the fences and get our stock out of that part of it. In the meantime, it was on our south branch river and covered a third of our dairy platform. But we're not talking about that at the moment. But the water was overflowing the stock bank all the way down that area, and from there down past our house. Our particular stock bank was sound, but below and above it was just running over. The water got up to our lawn. We sandbagged our house. Quite a few neighbours were flooded. Our sheds were flooded. But then about 8 o'clock at night, the water started receding 8, 10 o'clock at night. If it hadn't been for the breach in the river, we would have been on the roof because we couldn't get out of our house. There was more than a metre of water running over our driveway. And if there's just been nothing done to remove the shingle out of the river, and the berm area has been damaged and needs to be repaired. The shingles built up that high in the centre of the river. The channel is so choked with shingle it just can't down, and it's just pushing the water sideways to the edge of the berm area, damaging it. We realise that you can't remove all the shingle because it's just physically impossible, but you can certainly help it. With my suggestion would be to put bulldozers in and push it to the side so the channel can hold more water and it will protect the berm area. Contractors would still have access to that shingle to cart it out when they need it, but if it doesn't happen, you mentioned Cyclone Gabriel, we could have had a problem like that. With the river breaking out up at Darbyshire and Rooney's on the other side, it took the pressure away. In saying that, we still got houses damaged below us that people were out of for just on a year, and it's going to be worse if it happens again. You've done good work. Ecom's done some good work upstream with repairing the stock banks. Fullerton Hogan have carved out about 300,000 cubic metres of shingle. Other contractors have done, and Greg Donaldson said he'd carted out 70,000 cubic metres in one spot above School Glands Reach. But that's emptying the river, giving it more capacity up there, and where old Johnny in the firing line next. And I would imagine there could be $50 million worth of buildings damaged if we get an event like that. Now that you've been notified of this problem, does that make you financially liable for this or not if an event happens again? I've got a few more pages here, but I think I've sort of covered it off the cuff more than anything. So, in closing, I'd love you councillors to get on your electric bus and come down, and we would arrange some vehicles to take you up and show you where this major problem is.
Got it, Ian. Thank you. Have we got any questions from councillors? Councillor East.
Thank you. After a major event, can get in and just during a major event do things. But post that, we have to get consent and all sorts of things to shift shingle around in the river here. Would you support a move towards giving DCAN the ability to manage a river without having to go through all the consenting issues? Probably going back to the old catchment board days where works engineers could see a problem there, but we don't seem to have that ability now, and certainly my assertion that we should work towards giving the ability to do this work as
just push a button here.
So I totally agree with that the engineers should have, but my biggest problem with that is a lot of the engineers don't have the experience or local experience, and need some more input from the farmers. Or I'll give you an example of ECAN problems. On our South Branch, we probably had $400,000 to $500,000 worth of damage done with that flood from the North Branch coming over up, and the washout on our place where it came in below there as well was repaired by Environment Canterbury in a good fast manner. Unsuccessfully though, they got to the stage, the willow trees were all placed in the washout area. They, about 11 o'clock in the morning, the contractor got the phone call and said, "We've run out of money, you've got to stop tonight." And the shingle was pushed up, and it would only be half the length of this room from the berm area, which would have, another day with the dozer would have secured those trees anyway. So I phoned up and asked if I could pay, the dozer was there, could I pay and push that shingle up to secure the washout area. Consequently, they said, "Yeah, it's a real good idea, we'll phone you." That's 3 years ago. And the washout lasted 3 weeks, and it's all washed out again. And this is what a river controller, as you're saying, wouldn't have done that to a contractor, stopping them 8 nights of the way through the job and got it done. And all the trees just washed out.
Yeah, but thanks, Ian. Ian, have you got a question? Ian McKenzie?
Yeah, thank you, Craig. Ian, I acknowledge your concerns, and I guess my question is, are you aware that there is a meeting for the Green Street community being organised? I think it's the 21st of May, but there is a date, and it's this month now, and they're just, and I was informed that there was an issue with trying to get the Green Street Hall that's not available, so just trying to find a venue. So we discussed with the community that their concerns with the and hopefully, I mean, will that give you the opportunity to talk directly to that
Yeah, I think there's some people on the Winchmore side would be keen to be involved in that meeting too, that would be affected. While I'm on that, I'd like to congratulate you, McKinsey, on the job that he's doing for us. And, yeah,
Thanks for your submission and raising those points with us. I think we do understand some of the issues. We did visit Ashburton and see some of the issues with the age of the stop banks, etc. So acknowledge your submission. Go on. Thank you. Thank you.
My invitation's still open to show you.
Thank you. Bring the electric bus, like you said. We've got Alice, is it? Alice, kia ora, Alice. Thank you for waiting. Thanks for your patience. So welcome, Alice. When your presentation's up and you're ready to go, hit the button and.
Right, kia ora, councillors. I've managed to get the lunchtime spot, so hopefully you can stay engaged. My name's Alice Oswald, and I'm a senior planetary accountant at the Planetary Accounting Network. And the submission I'm presenting was made on behalf of the Planetary Accounting Network, a New Zealand charitable trust. We don't have a base location as we're a remote team with people across New Zealand and internationally. However, I'm based here in Ōtautahi in Redcliffe. So the reason that we made this submission is that we really applaud ECAN's purpose and ethos, but we also understand the challenges in achieving parallel goals where measurements of success can be quite disparate and where there are almost certainly trade-offs to be made along the way. We understand that Environment Canterbury's strategic direction and key priorities include taking action for healthy freshwater, land, coastal ecosystems and air quality, fostering relationships to underpin regional leaderships for communities, promoting sustainable and healthy living and working environments, and helping communities to respond and adapt to climate change. Now, we've connected with a lot of local councils, both here in New Zealand and internationally, and the challenges are almost always the same. So we've reviewed ECAN's plan and note there are a myriad of measures, metrics and targets, but they don't help to provide answers to the tricky questions such as, at what point should we spend carbon to improve resilience to climate change? How do we balance economic and environmental pressures, particularly when they're so interlinked? For example, the horticulture, agriculture and forestry sectors rely on a strong natural capital foundation. And these metrics do not respond to perhaps the most critical question of all. At what point have we achieved a green or sustainable district? Is it a 10% increase in green space? A 25% reduction in water consumption? Or is it protection of X hectares of native forestry? We agree that there needs to be more science at the council table to support New Zealand to show international leadership in the environmental space. And we think that planetary accounting can help ECAN to synthesize, simplify and contextualize your current approach to enable science-based decision-making that aligns with your strategic direction. I expect some of you have heard of the planetary boundaries. For those who haven't, it's recognized as the gold standard for environmental sustainability. It highlights the importance that we think beyond climate change to broader environmental impacts, including waste, nitrogen and phosphorus runoff, land use, biodiversity, and water consumption. At PAN, we use a framework called planetary accounting that translates these limits into the scales we make decisions. We can use it to look at the impact of products, lifestyles, businesses, and in this case, regions. Planetary accounting is used to quantify the impacts of a region. It translates these critical global environmental limits, the planetary boundaries, into an accountancy framework which compares impacts to these limits. It also aligns with other global frameworks such as the SDGs, donut economics, and nature-related financial disclosures. Planetary accounting is about simplifying and synthesizing data. It's not a cookie-cutter approach. It can be used in many different ways, just like carbon accounting can. So while the use of planetary accounting makes it really easy to compare, contrast, and align targets and efforts with global limits in other regions and cities in New Zealand and internationally, the application process is bespoke to the specific needs of the region or city. It's also not about tossing out all the great work that's been done to date. It's about understanding the context, then co-designing targets and interventions, modelling progress, and then using this to inform updated interventions and actions. It brings existing metrics in your system, in your strategy, into a central set of indicators to help track progress of the strategy as a whole and at a glance. It distills various reporting metrics into core indicators and evaluates the impact of various decisions from strategies, policies, and projects. So it's not really about the measurement per se, but in what it enables in terms of decision making. We've done some work with Dunedin City Council, and the next step with Dunedin are linking councillor decisions to these key outputs and looking at digitising some of the data to make it really easy for different stakeholders to use the framework in their day-to-day operations. Another example is Region Melbourne, which is quite a different example as it's a grassroots initiative. And their donut is about improving community education and enabling communities to drive change. So if you Google Region Melbourne, you'll be able to go into an interactive donut that explores how well Melbourne is tracking as a city to support people and planet to thrive. Environment Canterbury already has a fantastic climate strategy. So in your case, we'll be looking at how to strengthen the breadth of environmental measurement and action and how to put this into context in a way that's meaningful and supports you to make sound, science-based decisions that build climate change and natural hazard resilience in. At PAN, we see planetary accounting assessments as the crystal ball every council and decision maker should have. It defines just how far and how fast environmental action needs to be and enables decision makers to rapidly test scenarios and roadmaps against these outcomes and create a platform for innovative and transformational change. Thank you.
Kia ora, Alice, thank you. Are there any questions yet, Genevieve?
Hi, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm aware of it, Dunedin using it because it's my hometown originally, and Melbourne as well. I guess how robust the concept could be, like when a city council or regional council would use something like this. I guess the input measures are what matters the most as well as a sort of modelling tool. Who ultimately enters the data, or what sort of data is, like, I realise that would be different partners and something like that, and different business models, but when you're looking at, say, a regional council that's obtaining data from multiple areas, and you want it to be, how do I explain it, providing data that is honest and robust, how would that work? Like citizen?
I think, I mean, you already gather so much data as a council, right? So it would be looking at what you've got already and then flowing that through into our sort of data gathering step, and then processing it through our planetary accounting framework, and you know, and then setting that in the context of what that means versus where you should be as a city or as a region, rather.
Yeah, I can see that this sort of relates to something how we could measure our long-term plan success over time in our strategic plan, rather than, you know, what's in our plan. So I acknowledge that. So thank you for bringing this to us, and it has, you know, obviously can raise some questions for us about how we could do that in the future. And I'm sure we can look at that with our staff and see if there's a way to work together, but that's something we'll have to deliberate on. So thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
As Alice said, that brings us to lunchtime. Proposing that we come back at 1:20, so full half an hour for lunch, and we'll carry on. There is lots of time this afternoon, people, so don't be afraid. It's all good, and we'll get through it. So thank you. Yes, here we go. We're good. We're good. Okay. So just going to re-adjourn our meeting. It's 1:20. That's good. And our next presenter is Miro. Is Miro online or in the room? No? Okay, what about Susan Farmer? No? Oh, good. Okay, so Chris is next on the list, so I appreciate that. So just so people know, we'll go to Chris, and Chris's submission is on page 159. So kia ora, Chris, thanks for turning on your camera and we can see you. We'll hand over to you. You've got roughly 10 minutes, so go for it and leave some time for questions. Would be great. So kia ora, Chris.
Kia ora koutou. Chris Ford Tokowetawa, Policy Advisor, Disabled Persons Assembly, DPA, Fullerton Central. I'm based in Ōtautahi, Dunedin, by the way. Chair, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to DPA's submission this afternoon. I wish to acknowledge my colleagues as well who cannot be here, Miriam and Ingrid, who are staff in our Christchurch office. We are a pan impairment disabled people's organisation, a DPO run by and for disabled people. Currently, more than 90% of our staff identify as disabled people. We are a not-for-profit pan impairment disabled people's organisation, DPO, run by and for disabled people. We advocate for systemic change for the equity of disabled people in all areas of life. Today, we wish to reiterate 3 key points from our submission. Firstly, the plan does not specifically mention disability in the consultation document, with it only being referred to indirectly with respect to total mobility. The needs of other demographic groups, aside from Māori and rangatahi youth, are not traversed either. However, we acknowledge the importance that ECAN attaches to its treaty relationships and support this fully. We also recognise and support the strong relationships that have been forged between ECAN and Canterbury's young people as one of the Karakia guardians of our environment, who will have to live with the decisions that this generation makes regarding the ecological future of the region. Having built these positive relationships with both local iwi and youth, DPA recommends that these relationships be replicated with other population groups, including Canterbury's disabled community. For DPA, the second highest priority is for disabled people to be included in the formulation of regional civil defence plans for having a disabled community representative appointed to the region's Civil Defence Committee. Having a plan with disabled people's input is important, given, for example, in Canterbury, dedicated spots for the community to meet in an emergency have been removed, something that was of value to Canterbury's disabled community, and if the disabled community had been consulted, the outcome of this decision could have been very different. DPA's Christchurch region was also instrumental in publishing a booklet called Don't Be Scared, Just Be Prepared, which I'm holding up here, which you can hopefully see, following the earthquakes a decade ago. This booklet continues to be popular today and is used across New Zealand within the disability community. These examples illustrate local disabled people's efforts in wanting to be involved in determining their outcomes in the event of an emergency, from pre-preparedness to during and after emergency events. The third highest priority is public transport. We pointed out in our submission that in 2022, Whakatau published independently commissioned research in which DPA collaborated, entitled Transport Experiences of Disabled People in Aotearoa, New Zealand. There were two key recommendations made in that report. The first concerned the need to take a whole of journey approach when making decisions around future investments to improve access to transport for disabled people. The second was the need for a transition towards an accessible journeys for all approach, whereby our transport system would be required to provide accessible journeys for everyone, including disabled people. We reiterate here again today that DPA recommends that ECAN take the opportunity presented by both the recent Regional Land Transport Plan and this LTP to begin implementing the whole of journey and accessible journeys for all transport models within the Canterbury region. DPA is pleased to see the Council acknowledges the importance and role that total mobility and placing more accessible buses on the road play in ensuring that both disabled and non-disabled people can mobilise within their communities. DPA notes that ECAN sees the popularity and ongoing need for total mobility in supporting 14,000 disabled Canterburyans to access their communities. We remind Council today of the recommendation we made in our RLTP submission about the need for Council to set aside additional funding over and above the Whakatau contribution for the first 2 years of the RLTP and this LTP as well, to cover the full costs of all mobility passenger transport van fit-outs in the region. Otherwise, we are also very pleased to see plans for ECAN to contribute funding towards community trusts who provide transport in areas outside the urban public transport network, with 17 being supported in this way. In summary, our highest priorities are that 1, ECAN forges a stronger relationship with disabled people in the Canterbury region. 2, that ECAN is inclusive of the disabled community in formulating its civil defence plans. And 3, that Canterbury implements a whole of journey and accessible journeys for all transport models. Chair, councillors, over to you for questions.
Thank you, Chris. Well done. What a great submission, very clear and precise. Have we got any questions from councillors? Councillor Burns, Greg, there you go. Kia ora, thank you. Very good submission. I just want to follow up on your first point about closer partnership. I'm wondering too, would access to live streaming of council meetings and briefings, along with maybe councillors having remote meetings outside Christchurch, be of value to the community you're representing in your submission?
Excuse me. Councillor, yes, I think what we're referring to here is more direct contact between the council and disabled communities, such as, for example, hosting forums, like in terms of, as we outlined in our submission, there is the model of the Bristol Disability Equality Forum and their relationship with the City Council in that city in the UK around developing climate change plans, which have a disability lens to them. That's what we're talking about, forging partnerships in that way, and having also meetings, for example, between senior council management officers and governance and members of the disabled community. Those are some of the things that we're referring to. That's what we specifically refer to, as well as you say, having meetings in other locations and making the council more accessible to the wider community as well.
Thank you, Chris. I've got Grant and then Vicky.
Thanks, Chris. Just a couple of questions. Well, just on the issue of communication with you. I know that the community trust people have a gathering. I think it might be annually. You're sort of thinking something along those lines, that a sort of a formal gathering of a get together once a while.
Yes, it would depend on what the disabled community in Christchurch wants, but that would be something of an idea that could be worked through. As I said at the outset, we do have Christchurch-based staff. Our community connector, Kaitui is Ingrid Robertson, and she's the principal contact there. So it would be best to go through her in the first instance, and also involve us as the policy team as well.
Thank you. My second question was your request. You're requesting full coverage of the costs of mobility passenger van fit outs in the region. What's your anticipated cost for those?
We haven't done an anticipated cost, that's to be honest, but we have heard from taxi drivers around the country, and it's also been reflected in feedback to us, that there was a story, as we referred to in our submission, that appeared on the Radio New Zealand website last year around, for example, taxi drivers not having the capital to convert mobility into mobility vehicles, into becoming mobility vehicle service providers. They just didn't have that capital available to also contribute. So it would be better for councils to meet that contribution in the interim until the completion of the government's current review into total mobility, which may recommend further changes. And we've been advocating this to councils around the country because there are systemic issues around the country with mobility taxi availability, service availability 24/7. We understand that there are one or two providers who do that in Christchurch, actually have a good 24/7 service, but that's not the case in other parts of the country, including in other parts of Canterbury.
Chris, I've got Vicky Southwood, Council Southwood.
Thank you. Hi, Chris. I'm just wondering about, you mentioned the My Way Timaru bus network, or the My Way service. I'm just wondering whether, is that something that is found to be particularly helpful from an accessibility point of view compared with the Christchurch City type buses, which do still kneel and do have space? And then the other thing I'm wondering is whether, given that we have had quite rapid patronage rises, are your members reporting that they're actually struggling to get onto the buses because of the numbers of people using the disability space for wheelchairs and the like? We've got more pushchairs and so on. Is that becoming a problem or no?
Well, I think it's more coming back to what I said earlier. It would be really good for the council to actually interface more with the disabled community in Christchurch. I'm based, as I said at the outset, in Ōtautahi, Dunedin. I do know that we do, our kaituitui does interact with the regional council, and it would be good to go through her as well to get that feedback. But I guess it would be a good idea to also have in the outer regions services like the My Way service in Timaru, because there is currently across the country, not just in Canterbury, there are provincial areas, small rural communities, provincial communities, and are really underserved in terms of mobility transport provision.
Kia ora, Chris, thank you. I think that's all the questions we have. Thank you so much for your submission. Like I said, really to the point about those three major points that you raised. Again, that's something that we will take into account. And I think you've raised some good ideas for the future that we can look at too. So thank you, Chris.
That'll be fine. Thank you very much, Chair.
Got it.
Kia ora.
Okay, Ines. Okay, so Colleen, I think you're up. Cool. Oh, true. Is there? Oh, true. Ines is online. Sorry, Colleen. Jump again. So Ines, are you? There you go. Cool.
Yes,
I'll
I
see
am
that.
here.
Cool.
Tēnā
So,
katoa. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm representing Talbot Forest Working Group that's been in existence for 27 years. And I'd just like to, further to the submission, just elaborate a bit on some of these aspects that what we're concerned about. In terms of biodiversity, we know that nature does a better job in creating functional ecosystems than we can. Therefore, it is crucial that we halt the decline of the biodiversity values that we have. The first goal in the regional biodiversity strategy reads, and I'm pleased to see that has been taken off the shelf and is being progressed. The first goal is protect and maintain the health of all significant habitats and ecosystems. There may well be a disconnect between many people and our biodiverse landscapes, unless people experience drylands, wetlands, forests, rivers, ecosystems, coastlines. They do not understand the urgencies for these ecosystems to be appropriately protected. And we believe it needs further coordination and collaboration to achieve and maintain what we've got for future generations. Then I'll go on to some of the biosecurity threats. These are definitely on the increase, particularly because of the rapid changes in climate. I'll just give you an example. Some 30 or 40 years ago, weeds like Chilean flame creeper, bittersweet, Rediscantia, to name a few, used to get frosted during winter months. This hasn't happened during the last 3 decades because we haven't experienced the same hard frosts. And I'm talking here South Canterbury. This may well have been different in different areas. So therefore, these plants have a lot more vigor and are now a problem because they're smothering bush and forest ecosystems in many, many areas, and they're not easy to get rid of. You can't just go and spray, for example. Furthermore, things like agapanthus seedlings, they're now common. They didn't used to be. They also used to frost in our region, and it will soon be a similar problem to what it is already up north. Space invaders thrive in areas that are particularly out of sight, and I'll just give you an example, a classic example of the Ōtautahi Gorge. Severe slips along the walkway mean that not many people can go there, so it's got limited use. The access is difficult. Around the bush and forest, you now see entire sycamore and cherry forests. There's barberry, cotoneaster, hawthorn, bittersweet, old man's beard, all have invaded this gorge in a rapid fashion. The similar things happen around us on the Geraldine Downs, Talbot Forest and Ines. We're surrounded by urbanity, and these areas are continuously invaded by garden escape plants such as Portuguese laurel, cherry laurel, and bay laurel. Many of these or all of these plants are still available for sale. And of course, on top of the Space Invaders plants, we have not necessarily right here, but in further areas, we have additional damage from ungulates that destroy total understories of our forest remnants, and that exacerbates the decline again of our diverse ecosystems. And in other parts, what we experience more locally is the fact that sometimes ownership of land changes, or the leadership of a project, and the challenges in terms of enhancing biodiversity values that have attracted public funding in the past, in the absence of any monitoring or planning for long-term, essentially money that has been used in the past is wasted because of the decline again of these values if nothing, all of a sudden nothing has been done. So we strongly feel that the resources need to be kept and increased to make sure that there is what we value can be valued by future generations as well. Thank you. So basically what I was saying there was further to the damage that's been caused by space invaders. The ungulates destroy the understories of our forest remnants, which exacerbates again the decline of these ecosystems. Another aspect that we experiences is changes of ownership or leadership of some land or projects. It's a further challenge in terms of enhancing biodiversity values that quite often have attracted public funding, and with the lack of monitoring and or planning for the long term, if we are to progress these to protect and enhance these systems, there's some need, a mechanism to make sure that that actually will happen and public funding is used in an appropriate way. So these are just my additional comments to the submission. Thank you.
Got it, Annie, thank you. Have we got any questions from councillors in the room? Grant Edge.
Hi, Ines. We had a submission yesterday from Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, and they, like you, have huge pest plant problems. They had decided to target pig's ear as a specific plant that was threatening ecosystems. Is that a potential solution for you in your area to be pick a couple of pests and try to at least get them under control?
I think that's happening already, and I would be reluctant to go just for one, because we're losing out rapidly with you know, some of the species, and of course say for the likes of sycamore, it's still a plant that's available, and it's on the, it's not actually a pest plant, it's on the surveillance list, and we are targeting Himalayan balsam and things like that, and within catchments at the moment.
Got it, good answer. Any other questions from councillors? I had one. I just, acknowledged you mentioned about the change of ownership of land, and I'm assuming, there's covenants down there, but is there an issue with some landowners reluctant to put their land under covenants?
With the, I think we are fortunate in the Timaru District Council that people have been very cooperative to have SNAs on their land. It hasn't been challenged greatly, but it still needs, obviously these things need monitoring, and I realise that's a district council issue, but in some places where there's public land involved as well, we need to, I think we need to improve, we need to do better.
Yeah, thank you.
And
yeah, I agree. Is there any other questions? No, I think that's it. Thank you so much, and sorry about the interruption with the internet.
but I'm glad that you got to come back on and that we got to finish hearing from you. So thank you, Ines.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
got it.
Bye.
Okay, next up, Colleen and Joyce, is it? Got it. Sustainable Ōtautahi. Welcome here. Oh, and sorry, I didn't acknowledge your other member. David, go on. So welcome, Karakia. Hand it over to you when you're ready to go. 10 minutes slot. So yeah, go for it. Yeah, when the red light comes on, you're good to go. Yeah. Yeah, she can just push hers and it just comes up with a red light and it's all good. Yeah.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Colleen Fuller, this is Dr. Joyce Stağer, and this is David Guthrie. And thank you for the opportunity for us to speak today on behalf of Sustainable Ōtautahi Christchurch, or SOC for short. Firstly, on public transport. SOC strongly support the improvements you want to make. We note that research tends to indicate that frequency and reliability of service are critical to uptake, but we also believe cost is a paramount consideration for many. It is excellent that you consulted on this earlier and have options to assist users that can continue despite central government changes. Another important thing I personally believe from my observations as a frequent user of public transport is the atmosphere on board, which is being led by your drivers. I want to give a shout out to them. Professional, friendly, with a lovely flavour of kindness. On the services I travel on, this is so noticeable and makes being on the bus a pleasure. I'm sure this helps with uptake also. Re the Biodiversity Fund and the levy, I want to clarify what we said about this and the link to the reduction in the community funding, particularly the Y Fund. We have benefited from the Y Fund, having sought and received funding from ECAN for the last 5 years to run in partnership with the New Zealand Association for Environmental Education, the Speaking for the Planet competition. This type of work with young people is so important. We can toss the word hope at them, but unless we support them to develop skills, to share their ideas, and to help them come together to support each other, and to be empowered to act in the face of the challenges we are all grappling with, then the word hope is a bit of a cop-out. Thank you for this funding. We do hope we stack up enough to get it in the future. But more than that though, we hope that when your fiscal situation improves, you quickly look to reinstate this funding to levels more in keeping with the need. Community partnerships with ECAN funding unlock so much expertise and hours of valuable unpaid work and are very cost effective. However, we do understand your fiscal challenges. If the Biodiversity Fund gets the go-ahead, then there should not be a huge net loss to biodiversity by the reduction proposed. However, if it does not go ahead, then cutting that community fund, we believe, is not okay. As I've said, community-led work can be absolutely fabulous and is often the way to go, but we are a little concerned at how fashionable that phrase has become in some circles. It seems to have become something of a dogma that community-led is best. Sometimes it is, but in the case of working to best protect, and as Ines said, protection is the first priority. To enhance and even restore biodiversity in a region like Canterbury, the role of meter-level leadership, planning and management is critical. And the use of this biodiversity fund, we believe, should be led and guided by Environment Canterbury. You have some of the best people in the biodiversity sphere working for you. They are very skilled at bringing community in and along with them. Now to discuss another important area of concern to SOC, marine. ECAN has responsibility for coastal ecosystems, the intertidal zone, and all the way out to 12 nautical miles, from South Canterbury up to beyond the Clarence.
Right. Jordan. So I'm a marine geochemist, but I also have a bit of experience in marine ecology. I moved to Ōtautahi, Christchurch about 5 years ago from the States, and one of the first things I noticed when I moved here is that the public is really informed about biodiversity in terrestrial and freshwater settings, and I was very impressed. And I think that a lot of that has to do with a lot of great work that ECAN does in protecting biodiversity and monitoring it, and in communicating that to the public. But I've been surprised that it didn't extend as much into the marine environment. You guys know that the ocean is important for carbon sequestration, houses a lot of Tonga species, a lot of charismatic species like hectors, dolphins, and little blue penguins. And it's really important to understand biodiversity in the nearshore environment, because that's where a lot of the interactions between marine species start. So we'd love to see more biodiversity monitoring in marine environments. And I know that it can be very expensive to do marine biodiversity monitoring, but there are low-cost methods as well. So as an example, I put out some settling plates in Whakatau, Littleton Harbour about 6 months ago, just to kind of for fun get a taste of if we can measure marine biodiversity in this really low-cost way and see differences between sites, which I did. And so now I'm looking at a second phase of that project. I've got a lot of public interest and some interest from other groups around the city. And so I think this really shows that this is something that would be great to see more of. Long-term, it'd be awesome to see more and more funding put into marine biodiversity monitoring, but I understand that that might not be a fiscal reality at the moment. So we could look into creative ways to do community-led work, although as Colleen said, that might not be the best long-term plan, but there are some creative ways and some groups around the city who are equipped to start doing more of that work. Yeah, thank you.
Just got one further thing to talk about. I want to talk about democracy. I was shocked in recent weeks to find out an article I saw criticising ECAN on consent completion rates was not in fact entirely accurate. And I only found that out at one of the consultation meetings, not through media. Misinformation attacking our democratic institutions at local level, whether on purpose or through ignorance, is dangerous. We acknowledge that genuine distress is being caused by rates rises, and the headline figure for you does not look good, despite it being not as bad as the percentage implies in real dollar terms. This is different to the grievance-fueled attacks I see sometimes when I go, for example, to your Facebook page. You need a comms team up to dealing with all this. We do not want to be speaking to commissioners in 3, 6 years or ever again. In SOC, we know that a truly sustainable society must have an open, participatory democracy where people at grassroots level are empowered to influence decisions that affect them locally. So once again, thank you for listening to us at your hearing.
Kia ora, Colleen, Joyce and David. Thank you for that. Questions? I've got Greg and then Theo. I've got 2 questions, if that's okay. And they are clarification. And I do need to acknowledge the thing about catchphrases. I remember a colleague in the industry saying to me that collaborators were shot during the war. Wonder if you remember telling me that one, Colleen. So we've heard a lot talking about catchphrases. We've heard a lot of the submitters coming in talking about community-led but agency-supported opportunities. Like, is that consistent with what the message you're trying to tell us?
I think what we're trying to say is that when you've got a huge fund like the Biodiversity Fund that is to do a lot of big muscle work, then that should be led by ECAN. It's your responsibility to lead. We expect you to lead, and you have the staff that can do it. I've worked with amazing people in ECAN, absolutely incredible people who really have amazing expertise. So it's really, we were focusing on that fund. Like when you do something different like this, it has to be best bang for buck. However, we are absolutely there is a massive amount of community-led work around Canterbury that's heard. You know, a lot of what you were talking, someone said that the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust submitted yesterday. They're doing amazing stuff. Our project with NZAEA is community-led. That was our idea. sometimes and that has worked brilliantly, but we couldn't have done it without ECAN funding. We simply couldn't. We couldn't have got that money. We got money for the first year. We simply wouldn't have been able to do it without that funding. So it's critical that ECAN come in supporting those types of community-led things. It's not an either or. Yeah.
And my second one is about the democracy component. Would your group support greater understanding of the decision making that goes on with Environment Canterbury? And I guess what I'm leading to is, do you find us open enough? Are you understanding of what we do, especially as governors? We don't really have a welcome mat at the door all the time. So I'm just wondering if that's been a barrier for the way that you are able to operate with.
I don't think I can answer that because I know a lot of people in ECAN. I've worked in the environment sector for a long time. So I wouldn't be able to say as a person who's a little bit more distant how it feels. So for me, I'm very comfortable, but I just thought perhaps Joyce might be able to, as a relatively fresh person to the community, how she felt.
Interesting question. I don't have a coherent answer, I guess, but I will say, like, I didn't even know that it was ECAN's responsibility to be managing the first 12 nautical miles offshore. And so to me, I was like, how do I not know that? Like, I've been involved with SAP the whole time I've been here. And then I was like, well, I better go on the website and like see what is being done. So I guess, I mean, it's a difficult question to answer. I think there's always more transparency that can be done.
Can I just say, completely agree with you too. We've got some wonderful people in the building. Thank you. Theo.
Kia ora, and I think for what you said around the media, I find them absolutely irresponsible, and I'm quite sick of it sometimes about what they pick up on. And you're gonna the front page of the paper in a few days probably for some of these submissions is negative, and it's just absolutely awful. But here's my rant. My question here around your submission though is, in your submission you agree with using debt funding on capital expenditure and on balance support option 2, but you'd like to reserve your right to change this to option 1 at the hearing stage. One I wanted to ask around the debt funding. At the moment our debt repayment policy is around 10 years, and we've had a few submissions saying you can push that out to be longer, to be more intergenerational, which means you can probably do a little bit more for the same amount of cost and stuff. I just wanted to, what was your thinking around this and just on that sort of debt funding?
To be frank, it wasn't focused on the debt funding aspect. It was on the line that talked about slowing down Braided River's work. And I just, we all thought, why? After 20 years of degradation, why would ECAN be backing off that? So we didn't really like that line. And we wanted to say perhaps, so what I'd like to leave you with is exactly that. But I might hand to David about the debt if you're interested in responding to that. But for us, you have a responsibility. There's been 20 years or more of degradation of our braided rivers. And I couldn't quite believe that you would be slowing down the program of work on restitution for that. And so we were going to do some more research and try and ask some questions and find out more about that. But unfortunately, we are in, consultation madness at the moment. We've got Christchurch City Council, Avon, Ōtautahi, Stormwater Management Plan, Selwyn District, and it's challenging for voluntary groups like us to keep up. And so we haven't done the research. But if you would keep that in your mind, that we're not happy about that line, want to know more, and if you could discuss it more around the table when you deliberate, perhaps that would be what we ask for.
Gary Moore mentioned 20 years ago the infrastructure cost is going to go up for local bodies. So we need the government. So to be able to borrow as much as we possibly can is probably the most important thing.
Yeah, just in response to the not necessarily knowing some of the things that you do virtual transparency and talk about participatory democracy and participation. I'm just wondering, is there a different mechanism? I'm just having literally heard you just say about how many other consultations are all going on at the same time. You know, I get the sense sometimes it feels like there's a sudden surge certainly every year, but perhaps even more so every 3 years. But have we got the mechanism right, or are there mechanisms that you're aware of where you can sort of engage and, how do we best support and connect in a more measured way over a continuous period of time? Like, do you feel like you have the opportunity, or that we could do something differently, or do some other agencies do something better that we could learn from?
I think all the councils are up their game, actually. This time round, there's been long consultation periods. There's been plenty of access to councillors and free meetings. It's simply, I think it's guided from outside you, isn't it, the timing of these things? It's just hard work. Everybody in our community, we're nearly all volunteers, and it's just very demanding to keep up with it. But you don't have an open participatory democracy unless people participate. So we're quite determined to do that. And because strong sustainability has that as an important thread, then as Sustainable Ōtautahi Christchurch, we as an organisation feel we have to do it.
Can I just add one thought there? I guess the submissions, I think, can sometimes feel like a barrier. You know, a written submission, like an absolute minimum amount of time I was able to spend on one was like 45 minutes. You know, there's still like a lot of questions to answer. Some of them feel quite leading. So I don't know if there's another way to get public feedback, like in addition to written submissions, like a public forum, or like where people are presented with the information in like a 20 or 30 minute, like, hey, here's what's going on. Maybe that already exists and I didn't know it was happening. But yeah, just maybe an additional way for the community to engage with the plans could also help.
And another factor is that you have to be over so many things when you're somebody like us submitting, and that can be really intimidating, you know, that you have to know so much. So it can be very useful to do it as an organisation because we've got combined expertise. But for individuals in the community, if I wish they all join an organisation and benefit from that collective expertise, but it can be quite hard to be over everything.
Thank you very much for coming to talk to us today. Just with regards to the targeted rate for biodiversity, which you alluded to in here, and you also mentioned that you had a question over whether or not it would extend into marine biodiversity as a comment. And the question I relate back to you is, would you like to see it happen like that, like distributed that way? And yeah, if so, in which way? Because if it goes ahead, then it's not set in stone how it's distributed or set. So yeah, I'd like to know your.
Makes me very nervous to even suggest that funding could be taken away from terrestrial and freshwater biodiversity. So I am not super familiar with like how that money would be distributed, but it'd be great, yes, to get some funding for marine biodiversity. We're Sustainable Ōtautahi Christchurch. We'd like to see more funding for biodiversity in general, including marine biodiversity.
Sorry, just a wee bit of clarity. If you did want it to go into marine, do you have a concept of its use? If it was going to do that, just yeah.
We talked about children being involved because they've got access to microscopes in their schools. So since we've got such a long length of water, that doesn't have to be a lot.
Yeah, I've been told not to say hire more staff to do that. So in light of me not saying that, you could fund smaller community projects. Whakatau, who I think ECAN also works with. There are people who are really looking at kind of smaller projects in Littleton Harbour in particular. So kind of looking at some of those groups and funding them could be a way to start.
Good. No. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you. You really do soccer to them, don't you, in some ways? So congratulations for that. I also want to acknowledge a very well balanced submission, because you actually gave the positives, the negatives, and how, and in some ways, got us thinking around solutions. My question is to Dr. Joyce. And Councillor Robinson actually sort of touched on it, and it's more so around marine biodiversity. And I mean, from a mana whenua point of view, it is actually about kia te kitai, from the mountains to the sea. And I was interested, Doctor, in the sort of small experiment that you did with plates actually on Whakatau. And then coming back to one of your whakaaro, one of the ideas was actually came to Barton. The way you explained it, and I know you didn't have enough time, but it seems sort of quite simplistic, which is based on that idea, is that simplistic things actually could be very positive. So I think that would you actually want to continue, you know, with that experimentation on Whakatau?
Yeah, I absolutely plan to continue. And you're right, I scaled the experiment purposely so that one, I could do it myself at a low cost to me. And then two, so that if other people were interested in doing something similar, they could also do it pretty easily. We're talking about tiles in a stack like this big. It's very low cost. I like tie them to floating docks, and then you can pull them up and take imaging. And as long as you have someone who can ID and a little bit of imaging software, it's like a scientifically robust way of looking at biodiversity. So it can be quite low cost, and it can be spread around the community.
So on that note, because I'm looking at your submission, and there was part of it under strategies and policy around the engagement and significance in Māori participation and engagement. Can I suggest actually that when you do go back to Whakatau, that you do engage with mana whenua at Rapa, because that is exactly you know, aligned very much with some of the programs, because they're about paying for buck, they're about making it quite simple, and then working in with ECAN staff to be able to then come into that kotahi taka working together for that. So kia ora to you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, thank you so much for your submission. Well done, thank you. On the list, we did have our Federated Farmers, but I was thinking the same people as yesterday, Greg and Lionel, so I think they're not here, so that might move to the next person. Fiona is on our list. Kia ora, Fiona. Welcome here. Yeah, welcome to the table. The red button, the red little button turns the red light on, and you know you're ready to speak. Roughly 10 minutes slot and time for questions. So, kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you for letting me come talk today. Due to a lack of time, I've actually adopted someone else's submission in its entirety, so I'm going to speak to that today. My name is Fiona Ambury. I'm a chartered professional engineer. I'm an independent consultant, and my areas of expertise are on-site wastewater and stormwater. I've got over 20 years experience in Canterbury working in consenting and design, and I've seen all the transitions and changes to the regional plan, from the transitional regional plan right through to the land and water regional plan at the moment. So I've got a huge depth of knowledge. I've presented at hearings, I've helped ECAN with consent audits. At the moment, I work as an independent engineer, and most of my clients are homeowners, so very small scale people. I also do work for a number of commercial and larger applicants. So the issue I'm going to talk to today is the proposed change for processing wastewater consents from a deposit, which is $2,600 at the moment plus costs, to a proposed fixed fee of $6,210. In my opinion, this is fair on many levels. In particular, it does not represent the actual costs in a variety of scenarios where on-site wastewater discharge consents are required. In some of those circumstances, the fixed fee represents around 33% of the capital cost of installing a new wastewater system. which would potentially be a cost barrier to environmental improvement. The following are 4 examples of where on-site sewage discharge consents will be required, and an estimate of the broad nature of time that the Regional Council will be required to process a consent application. The first example is a failing existing wastewater system. So this is where someone has an old style system, typically a septic tank to a boulder pit or gravity trench. Clearly the person cannot and should not be allowed to replace this system with a like-for-like system, and the planning rules wouldn't allow it. Depending on the environment, a replacement system would consist of a septic tank to sand bed or secondary treatment to drip irrigation. In terms of improvements for nutrient discharge, the receiving environment, which is typically groundwater, these represent around a 66% reduction in nitrogen and probably a 3 to 4 orders of magnitude for pathogenic bacteria. These will be designed in accordance with the current Australian New Zealand standard and therefore comply with that part of the permitted activity rule. This application is currently being triaged by the consenting team, and providing all the correct information is submitted, i.e. it passes the Section 88 check, being processed promptly, to the point where I've had consents processed within 5 working days, which is just amazing and a credit to your staff. This does not cost ECAN much to do, and the applicant should be rewarded and not penalised with a fixed fee for improving the environmental outcomes. Often with failing systems, the first thing the homeowner does is tries to find a cheap quick fix, and depending on the contractor they talk to, that might get a quick fix. So having a fixed fee which is so high is potentially going to put a lot of people off. To give context, ESR did a project last year where they looked at how many wastewater systems there are in Canterbury. So there's approximately 34,000 wastewater systems, of which 26,000 are unconsented. Well, that could be because they meet the permitted activity rule, but it's also a lot of old systems that are starting to fail or have been failing. So the second example is renewal of an existing consent application. So around the late 2000s, the Regional Council changed the policy so that on-site wastewater discharge consents were only granted for a period of 15 years. The first of these are coming up for renewal now, and there will be a significant number that will require reconsenting in the next few years. In most cases, these installations were modern treatment systems, for example, secondary to drip, septic to sand beds, using pump dosing. Some could be considered lucky and were granted consents for septic to boulder holes. The reconsenting of most of these applications should be very straightforward. This is a check of the system is still working satisfactorily and the consent be renewed. In some situations, a replacement land application system may be required, but in either situation, it should be a very straightforward process. The third example is a new consent for an individual property. This is where your fixed fee is probably targeted. However, there are environmentally widely different risks. An example, there are many lots in Canterbury where they're less than 4 hectares, which is a permitted activity threshold for needing a consent, but still significant in size, for example, 3 hectares or greater. The only reason a consent is required is that the lot is less than 4 hectares. It does not meet that condition of the permitted activity rule. Environmentally, the discharge from that property is no more risk to the environment than the discharge from a 4 hectare property. While it's right and proper that the Regional Council does environmental checks, there is no reason for not granting a consent. These should and are being processed quickly by ECAN staff. Examples would be areas where groundwater is very deep or there are no groundwater resources, example the high country. Otherwise, more time is required to carry out the environmental checks. So those are 3 examples of scenarios where they're pretty easy to do the consenting. And the fourth example is a consent to discharge as part of a subdivision of several lots. A fixed fee for this consent application for several small lots will not reflect the cost of evaluation of the risks to the environment compared with the discharge from a single lot. A fixed fee penalises the single dwelling application and rewards the development of subdivisions. And this is because when you're doing a subdivision, there's a lot more work required looking at the cumulative effects on the environment. The other thing is a subdivider is only having to lodge 1 consent irrespective of how many lots are part of that subdivision, so they only pay 1 fee. And then once the consent's granted, it gets broken up and transferred to individual homeowners. So if you've got a 7-lot subdivision, you're still just paying at the moment $2,600 as your deposit, and then your additional costs on top of that. So if the council wishes to have a fixed fee, it should be per lot. Another example that wasn't actually included in the submission, are large commercial activities that aren't in sewered areas, and we have a lot of meat processing plants where they might be employing hundreds of staff. and they could be discharging up to 20,000 litres a day of wastewater, whereas a 3-bedroom home we look at 1,000 litres. So those applications, once again, having a fixed fee model will be very cheap for them, so they'll be quite keen for that idea. But it's the cost sharing burden goes on private homeowners who are trying to build that 3-bedroom home. In addition to these examples, the other matter is the quality of the consent application. As a conscientious private consultant, I try to submit as robust a consent application as possible to make it as easy for the consenting staff to understand the consent application and impacts on the receiving environment. If you don't understand the impacts on staff and time and the quality of the application, then please discuss that with your consenting staff. I would hope that a comprehensive application will be reflected in lower costs for processing the consent application. In contrast, where a consent application is minimalist, i.e. the basic information to pass the Section 88 check, CRC staff will be required to spend a lot more time getting the information themselves, and this is reflected in the higher costs for processing the application. If CRC is to adopt a fixed fees, then to save costs for my clients, I would simply submit the least amount of information possible and leave it to regional council to carry out the bulk of the investigations. So in conclusion, I consider that a fixed fee for processing on-site sewage discharge consent applications does not reflect the very significant difference between the nature of consent applications, ranging from replacement of a failed system to large subdivisions. The current recommended fixed cost is a significant cost compared to the capital cost for an on-site wastewater system. And where reconsenting and replacement of existing systems is required is an unfair cost to pay. Equally, the fixed cost model will potentially lead to less detailed consent applications being lodged with CRC, bearing the cost to assess the applications, so the applicants avoid doubling up of costs if a more comprehensive application is prepared. As an example, for a site that isn't a large commercial site that requires a consent, my full design fee to go to site, do the site and soil assessment, do the full design report, do the consent assessment effects on the environment and full planning assessments, $3,000. The proposed fixed fee for the wastewater consents of $6,210 is over twice my fee, and I just can't understand how that could be fair or reasonable. I did 2 school consents in the last couple of years, and yet my fee was $3,000, and both of those are the replacement systems for schools. Both of those consents got a refund. So if you do a detailed application, the applicants are rewarded. But if you go to someone with less qualifications who puts together a worse application, they pay less the application cost, but then normally they get charged more ECAN consenting. So this new model doesn't promote good quality designs. An alternative charging options, the most straightforward option is to retain the deposit plus payment of actual costs. However, based on the options, types of consent applications discussed above, there is the potential for a fixed cost model for examples 1 and 2, which is upgrading a failing system or reconsenting of an existing system, and a deposit plus actual costs for option 3s and 4s. So that's a new house or a new section or a subdivision, with larger deposit required where it is for a subdivision, say 4 lots or greater.
We've got it down. Thank you. We've got questions from Councillor Sweet and great. Yeah, it was that submission that your friend made was really good. Actually, it was good to read it. But and thanks for the feedback around the consent time. That's been a big focus of ours over the last little while to get that under control. But one of the things that the question I wanted to ask you mainly here is, you obviously work around the country where you've got experience there. Is there any places where the fixed fee model is in different regional councils around the country or councils and you've actually seen the evidence of what you're been discussing? Because it could be quite anecdotal, but is there any hard sort of evidence where you can say that model is doing that?
I don't actually know what other councils do, sorry. Most of my work is in Canterbury. Another example is I've just had a job come up in Fairley where a technology supplier tried to get a discharge consent, $5,000 of consenting time, ECAN consenting time later, they've got a withdrawn application because they couldn't, the technology supplier, they just didn't have the skills to do it. So that's an example of a really poor quality application being put together. It meets the Section 88 check. Now, if that, under the fixed fee model, and the poor consenting staff at ECAN were pulling the hair out, which is finally why the consent was withdrawn and they were advised to get a new consultant. it was a sensitive environment and it warranted a much more detailed application. So the quality of applications is quite poor sometimes.
Kia ora, Fiona. Look, this submission, thank you for that, because there's a heck of a lot of credence in here. And I want to actually relate it. So I do have a couple of questions, but I want to relate it to something that's really poignant here, particularly across the 10 Papatū Runanga that are actually within the Karakia. There's only one that actually has a reticulated sewer system, and that is actually Rapa. The rest of them are actually, because if you go back into these Papatū, you're almost going back into a time warp. Old 60 state houses. So with that came a septic tank reticulation system. And exactly what you're saying is that after 15 years, I mean, I would actually, at a guess, say that there would be in excess of over 70% of them that are actually way beyond the 15 years. But it's actually about affordability to really renew their system, reconsent it to an existing, as part of an existing system. And you're absolutely right, is that it leads them to go to really inexperienced, engineers, installers, and they end up paying 2 or 3 times, and so they don't go near it, they don't do it. So what you've got is an issue around, that puts us into a third world crisis, and the fact is that we haven't actually got reticulated sewage. So my question is that, and my colleague here, Councillor Sweets, actually asked you, is there any data, or pilot that actually think, because one of these, do you work with Papatū Runanga? You do, okay, so you understand the issue. Okay, do you also, there's other alternatives, like Hydroloop from the Netherlands, because one of the biggest problems is actually grey water into septic tanks. This thing actually recycles, filters the grey water, and then it goes into the reservoir systems of the toilets. It can be used for washing machine water, and then even out in the garden. So alternative methods, have you looked at that as well?
Yes, there's plenty of times when we're forced into that. The difficulty when you take grey water out of the wastewater stream is often the treatment plants won't work properly because it's too strong an influence. So there are issues with separating grey water, but there certainly is definitely a place, and there's different rules under the regional plan that are quite permissive for the treatment and discharge of grey water to land. But yes, there's definitely ways of doing that, but it has some complications sometimes with the performance. Yeah.
Peter. Yeah, sorry, I have a statement for you. I've got a question. I've got 2 questions actually. You mentioned 34,000. Is that conservative?
It was done by a data scientist at ESR, where they looked at using GIS mapping. They looked at buildings and land parcel data. So I think it's a fairly reasonable. In general, on average in New Zealand, 20% of the population is on on-site wastewater, and so ESR is rolling their work out to looking at other regions. But yes, it's a fairly good approximate.
Okay, and the other point, I guess, is that our region?
Yeah, that's just for Canterbury. Yeah. So yeah.
Peter, Genevieve.
Oh, hi, thanks for that. Just a point of clarification and a question, sort of merged into one, regarding, I know it's probably from your friend's statement, but this is regarding the suitably qualified and experienced register, public council or not. So I'm sort of confused about that, because having worked also in an engineering profession for a wee while, the jumps you have to, the hurdles you have to jump to be able to be on a register with a council, say a city or a regional council, and I'm reflecting on probably Dunedin at the time, is really difficult. You have to prove your profession, your I guess credentials to get on the register, and only then will you be able to apply. And that's not just the tender processes for jobs either, that's for everything. And so I'm confused that I'm sure that the city would no doubt have a register. No, not here. Sorry, I just wanted to finish that with a question. How would someone be able to sign off something to say that it's met the standards or get code of compliance or whatever is needed to be able to have a fully functioning whatever? Because in my head I'm thinking of risk and I guess the challenge of consenting from some other party. So could you clarify that for me? I'm a bit confused.
No, that's definitely my part of my only contribution to the submission was around suitably qualified and experienced. So the on-site wastewater world is very different to, well, most of the people aren't engineers. So myself and Andrew, who prepared the other submission, we're quite rare in the on-site wastewater design, particularly at small scale systems. Most of the designs are done by drain layers who have a varying background, technology suppliers who could have been selling something completely different the week before. It's a highly unregulated world. I know it's quite shocking. I'm on a Water New Zealand special interest group, and my task, which I'm working on at the moment, is trying to come up with a definition of what is suitably qualified and experienced for on-site wastewater. Many of the good designers are not engineers. Some of the worst designs I've seen are by engineers because they might be excellent stormwater engineers but really terrible at on-site wastewater. There is no register. Some regional councils will individually hold a register. Environment Bay of Plenty do that. I think some of the district councils hold registers. Yeah, so it's very much done on a very individual basis, but it's created a scenario where nearly anyone can do a design and submit a consent. And if they tick the Section 88 boxes, you don't have to be correct, you just have to supply the information. So it is a big issue as an industry group. We are working on it at a Water New Zealand level, but the Water New Zealand themselves can't, I don't think they can be a regulatory body. And so we're not quite sure what the answer is yet. But yes, it's terrible. There's a lot of bad stuff happening out there because with the building consent, we sign a PS1 with my design, but you don't have to be an engineer to sign a PS1. And no one does a PS4. The councils don't require a PS4.
Thank you, and I think you answered that really well. Ian, are you still compelled to answer the question? Cool, all good. Thank you, Fiona. I think you've outlaid, like Councillor Whitrock said, some really key issues. We have had a lot of submissions about that particular theme. So there's definitely opened my eyes and hopefully others about, maybe there's differences, there's consents and there's consents, and I think that's something to think about. So thank you so much for raising those and giving us good examples. Kelda, thank you.
Thanks for the chance to come. Andrew's coming in tomorrow, so you'll have another chance to ask additional questions if they come up overnight. Thank you.
Keep up the good work. So next up we have Simon. Kia ora, Simon. Great to have you here. And just acknowledging that we're a little bit behind. So just acknowledging everyone's patience in the room. Thank you so much for that. So kia ora, Simon. Welcome to the table. Great to have you here.
Kia ora, thank you. That was really interesting. I think I learned some things there. I'm going to change the topic a little bit. My submission, if you've got it there, was pretty narrow and pretty brief. I'm just going to speak to two areas of interest for me. One is transport and the other is financing. My personal experience, I'm an occasional user of Christchurch's public transport system. Occasional due in large part to how poorly served my workplace is by our existing bus routes. That just is what it is. I have another member of my household who's a university student and is a heavy user and is very reliant on our bus service and who also benefits from our current fare structure. Preparing the submission, I was reminded of my experience last winter riding the bus to work down Main North Road on the number 1. And imagine a bus so full that it's bypassing stops, leaving school students standing in the rain, hopefully catching the next bus. Through my work as well, I work for a youth organisation. We do some work in Selwyn district, and our rural areas in particular, we see challenges for our youth and of course for others in the community accessing services and supports that are typically provided in larger centres, or in Selwyn district, for example. You need to head to Rolleston or maybe into the city. And if you live rurally, if you're a young person in particular, if you haven't got a driver licence, that's a really tough gig. So I'm really interested in option one, in particular the line in option one, to explore opportunities for on-demand services. It's something I hit your chair up about when we were at a meeting recently as well. And noting also the number one service, despite it being one of our current core services, and it's a 10-minute service in the morning and evening peaks. It's still not a 10-minute service through the middle of the day, and 15 minutes really doesn't cut it if you're wanting people to have the confidence in the system to turn up to wait for a bus without having to plan their trips in more detail. So I do support option one on the public transport options. So a couple of other points on that. Decarbonisation has to be a priority, and I would ask the council to go as fast as possible on the switch from diesel to electric buses for all the benefits that they offer, including being more enjoyable for passengers, for other road users, especially for cyclists who are often mixing with them on the roads, and for others who are adjacent to bus routes, just around the noise issues with diesel, as well as, of course, the environmental benefits that comes from reducing emissions. It is important, as I mentioned, that as many services as possible operate on 10-minute frequencies or better, and that improved frequency I see as a really key factor in encouraging further uptake onto public transport. And I really do want to see ECAN explore those opportunities that are mentioned in that option one, including public transport to and from Te Kaha. There's some uncertainty at the moment hanging over the Christchurch City Council's upgrade of the streets around Te Kaha, but regardless of what happens there, we definitely need reliable and effective public transport when events are on. And as mentioned above, on-demand services for Greater Christchurch. That's a great opportunity to improve equity, for example, for those outer areas that are not served well by established routes. Regarding fares, I'm really disappointed to see fares reintroduced today for children aged 5 to 12, and I'd ask that ECAN works towards free fares for all public transport users aged up to 24 years, for our community service card holders, for our tertiary students, and for total mobility card holders. Reintroducing fares for children makes life tougher for people on the margins. From the Child Poverty Action Group, 1 in 8 children in Ōtautahi experiences material hardship. And that material hardship measure considers going without basics, including food, clothing, accommodation, heating, and transport. Affordable public transport helps address at least one aspect of material hardship for some of our community. Also on fares, I know the Metro Info website says that fare changes for children are happening nationwide, quote unquote, but that's not strictly true. And the council in particular, I'm thinking of as Ōtautahi Regional Council, who have committed to keeping free fares for children. And that's a choice that this council could make as well. And I think it's a shame that that wasn't costed and made available as an option for the public to comment on through this process. On finances, I'll just be brief on this one. Nationally, we have a $200 billion infrastructure deficit. We've got a system of local government that incentivises kicking cans down the road, and we have to do better. That $200 billion, that's effectively past generations making themselves more comfortable at the expense of their grandchildren. Much more pressure needs to be put on central government to address the inadequate and in fact broken funding model for local government. I expect everyone around this table got the same email I did from Sam Barton today in his LGNZ update, in which he writes about the need for a range of funding and financing tools. I really encourage ECAN to support LGNZ's work in that area. And that's my submission. Fiona.
Thank you. Yeah, I got that message from Sam, and I'm glad to see that message being put to the government for sure. Have we got any questions from council? Sorry, Pete. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Simon, and Sam that's doing a good job. He's keeping on that, so hopefully we get some success for him. But Simon, my question to you is, because you're linked to both the transport and the youth thing, the barriers to you to access, obviously, that's one of them. But is there, and we went for a period where they didn't feel safe on buses. Has that changed? Do you think?
I see young people who have anxieties around catching public transport, but I don't directly link that to safety. I link that to a whole range of things, including I'm not sure where it goes, I'm not sure what to do when I hop on it, I don't know how the payment works. What if I miss my stop? There's a whole bunch of things there. The young people we're working with can be, can experience a range of anxieties around that. I don't see safety per se cited as a reason very often.
I shouldn't make a comment, but I will on that because I think that's very relevant. What you just said again about anxieties for people getting on buses. I spoke to a lady who was my nurse at a dental surgery the other day. Who was probably 45 years old and had children. She raced around the car and picked up. And I said to her, "Why don't you use the bus?" She said, "I feel embarrassed because I don't know what the fares are. I don't know where the bus is going. And I don't want to get on a bus and embarrass myself when I get on the bus by asking the wrong questions and getting all flustered." So, that is a silly barrier, but it's there. And when we get the national ticketing system, I said to her, you got to use your credit card. No one might be get on the bus. Go.
I think. Any other questions for Simon? No, I think it was pretty well put and pretty clear. So thank you, Simon. I appreciate you bringing that to us. Thank you. Okay, is Anne in the room? Anne Satherwaite? You can give them to Katie, and Katie can deal with them. So thank you, Anne. When you're ready, yes, you can push the button and go for it, and we're listening. Well done.
Thank you. This is interesting. I'm standing in for a friend's son who wanted to give a presentation, but he's been called away on work. So the presentation I'm giving today is Climate Change Driving Rates Rises. So I'd like to quote you a statement from Environmental Canterbury's webpage. The impact we observe today are the results of historical emissions, and the increase in emissions in recent decades will lead to significant change in coming years. I believe climate change is a natural process, so I've got a problem with that statement. I think somebody called McIntosh is also going to be giving a presentation to you, and he has got a fantastic slide arrangement of it. Yes, so I can't really get up to that standards. But the research I've done shows that climate change, sea levels and ice sheets have historically always changed. And the changes observed today are less than those in the past. So climate changes are cyclical and are driven by the Earth's position in the galaxy. The sun wobbles in the Earth's orbit, ocean currents and plate tectonics. In previous times, atmospheric carbon dioxide was far higher than at present, but did not drive climate change. No runaway greenhouse gas effect or acid oceans occurred during times of excess high carbon dioxide. During past glaciations, carbon dioxide was higher than it is today. And McIntosh has an excellent presentation on this, which I think he's already given to you. As the threat of global warming, the next pandemic the United Nations and the World Health Organization has in store for us, with questionable science behind the UN's assertion that CO2 causes global warming. Climate matters, of course it does. Heavy rain, extreme heat, droughts and floods need to be factored into any ECAN or council budget. Okay, I'm 70 years old, and none of the above is anything new. All have occurred in regular monotony during my lifetime. So why wasn't appropriate infrastructure maintenance budgeted for with every review of your long-term plan? Climate always changes, and interfering with it can be potentially dangerous. We have no long-term data on solutions such as cloud seeding or geoengineering techniques, trying to block the sun from warming the planet. We do not have an extreme climate crisis. Cows have always farted. Net zero will be the demise of all life forms. Plants need CO2, and the more they have, the better we flourish. ECAN doesn't need to raise rates to implement solutions we really don't need. You can need to stop central government interfering in local matters by way of offshore vested interests. Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, calling for sustainable so-called green energy, electric cars, solar panels, wind turbines to replace mineral fossil fuels. 5 years ago, I thought I was doing the right thing by buying an electric car, but not so. Not only am I exposing myself to high levels of EMFs when driving, but the traditional ways of mining lithium and cobalt leave a heavy carbon footprint. The greenhouse emissions that come from the process of this type of mining, extraction and overall production are worse for the climate than the production of mineral fossil fuels powered vehicles. The air and water pollution, land degradation, groundwater contamination, and cost on men, women and children who mine these minerals is such that you can never call this clean green energy. Therefore, I do not support ECAN replacing our existing buses with electric ones at a cost of more than 78 million during a time when we're all experiencing a cost of living crisis. On the topic of sustainable energy, I encourage you to research Professor Ian Plimmer's writing on wind turbines and solar energy. You cannot possibly be an environmentalist and support wind and solar power. These so-called renewables support slavery and massive pollution in parts of Chile and China from uranium and thorium mining. So in summary, I believe for you to increase rates by 24% on top of the Christchurch City Council's proposed 15% rates increase for each area will be adding to the hardship families are already feeling and is totally unnecessary. Please bring your focus back to the local New Zealand environment and stick to your core responsibilities of resource consent, flood protection and pest control for sensible transport networks that can grow in the future when needed and when more funds are available. That's it. Thank you.
Kia ora, and Fiona, have you got a question? Yeah, thanks for your submission. I appreciate different views coming to the table, so you know that's always good. But just in regards to your statement that you made around the electric buses, would you agree that actually, is it fair to say that one of the things we do in electric buses is not just around the carbon and fossil fuels, but it's also for a cleaner environment, air quality and all that sort of stuff as well in our city especially. Do you agree with that at all? And is there anything you've had any thought around that sort of side of thinking about electric vehicles?
That one? Yes. It could very well be the mechanics around electric buses. I'm not 100% up on electric buses as I'm standing up for someone else, but yeah. No, I think I would find it very hard to answer that one at the moment. Thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions from councillors? No, it doesn't look like there is. So, hey, thank you, and thank you for that, and thanks for standing in for Matthew, was it? Thank you for that. We're going to take a slight 5-minute break so people can stretch your legs, and then we'll be coming back with Chrissie, Elizabeth, and Chris to start off the next session. And thanks again for your patience.
All right, Chrissie, I think we're ready for you. I think you know how to do this. You don't need to teach you how to suck your spitty, so 10 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for the councillors. Tēnā koutou katoa, te mehia te whenua, te mana whenua, me te reo ake o te whenua. Chrissie Williams tōku ingoa, te tangata tiriti aho, toiti te ririti, mōna mokapuna, nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. So my written submission was reasonably minimalist. I'm just expanding on a couple of issues that I did submit on. So the first one is about the core service environmental regulation and protection, in particular around Indigenous biodiversity in Christchurch, and acknowledging that you are a regional council, but there's still strong interest in what happens in Christchurch. First of all, looking at the relevant strategic priorities and aspirations. Strategic priorities relating to that core service I agree with, but not with the aspirations. I think some slight amendments would make some significant difference. So one aspiration is accelerate regeneration of the natural environment. I think we should always think about protection first. So I don't know whether there's a stage now where you can amend your aspirations, or whether it needs to be in your next round of annual plan time. But I think to have accelerate protection and regeneration of the natural environment would give better guidance to you when you're making your financial decisions. And the second one, enable improved water and land use outcomes, is really hard to understand to me. Are you talking about improved water outcomes, improved water use outcomes, or are you really wanting to talk about improved water quality as you do in your strategic priorities? So I think some rewording of that aspiration would make some more clarity for the community to understand. So that's the sort of the overarching guidance for this core service. But I've supported option 1, whereas your preferred option was option 2. And the reason for that is I really think you need to invest in community funding. I think it's a critical factor for the success of all your programs. And when you think about it, the benefit cost ratio for involving community and helping funding volunteers is huge. So you get a lot out from the investment you make. So I prefer option 1, where you don't cut the funding to community. And then I also asked that in option 1 you include as a targeted rate for Christchurch Banks Peninsula Biodiversity Fund. So that would add another $1 million onto that option 1. But I think it's critical, and I'll talk to that a little bit more now. So the kinds of things that I think that targeted fund could do is, I know a lot of it is City Council responsibility, but I think under Te Mana Te Wai, whether or not it exists in the legislation, I think it's still good guidance for you, as the Regional Council has a responsibility to think about catchments both in urban and rural areas. So thinking about our catchments in the city, and my interest particularly in the Ōpawaho and Ihutai. So investing some money in planting the Port Hills, that doesn't need to be the whole Port Hills, but at least all the valleys in the Port Hills. It will add to Indigenous biodiversity. It will improve habitat. It will improve corridors from Banks Peninsula through to the city. And people I know have worked on the Tui corridor. But the most important thing for me is that it will reduce erosion and reduce the risk of sediment being transported down from the hills into the waterways, into the Ōpawaho, into the Ihutai. It's quite difficult on our northern facing Port Hills to vegetate. It's very dry. It is severely eroded already, and it's north facing. But there's techniques and mechanisms out there to enable it, and involving both consultant contractors and volunteers would help get that done. I think also a role for Environment Canterbury would be helping facilitate replanting some of the areas post the fire with native plants rather than conifers. We've seen what happened when we replanted conifers after the fire in 2017. They're cheap to put in, but they've been just burnt down again. So the investment is pretty disappointing, to say the least. So that's my focus on that core service, option 1, including the targeted rate. And for me, it's the focus on the north facing Port Hills, but I know it would have to be spread wider throughout the whole Christchurch City district, including Banks Peninsula. My second comment is around your revenue and financing policy. It's around the uniform annual general charge. In your policy, you say you acknowledge that in most cases, the strongest tool you have to achieve your goals is general rates based on capital value. I agree. In the policy, you also consider that setting a low uniform annual general charge has a positive impact on economic well-being, as the UAGC is considered a regressive charge that impacts lower income groups the most. I absolutely agree. So I think an aim of the Regional Council should be to keep the uniform annual general charge as low as possible. It's been going up each year for the last few years. It's really, really hard to find the data in your previous annual plans and long-term plans, can I say. And you've also combined it with the, you've now combined the uniform annual general charge, the uniform annual charge to do your comparisons, which again makes it even harder. So you've got two proposals presented to us in this consultation document. One is to annually increase the charge by 8%, and which would make it $58.38 this year, or an alternative to increase it by 12% each year. I would actually prefer a lower increase each year of 5%, and I certainly oppose a 12% increase. I tried to do some numbers about what it means for low value properties, but again, it's just impossible for someone to do that with the data that's available. But I'm sure your staff could do that. For example, do a comparison between a home valued at 500,000 compared with a home valued at 900,000, and you would see the impact. It may not be huge in our eyes of people who earn reasonably, and $200 or whatever it comes out to be, or even the $50 may not be that huge, but it does have an impact. And combined with the City Council proposing a 30% increase in their uniform annual general charge from 150 to 200, that's a significant increase for low-income houses. So, I really ask you to think about the equity around your charging around the uniform annual general charge. Keep it as low as possible, and don't just. It looks like it's just as an accounting technique, just to sort of move things either way, because it's actually gone up and down over the last few years, and it's again really hard to understand why. So, so that's my submission, Mr. Chairman, councillors. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Chrissie. My question to you is that $1 million fund, if it's approved, is going to have a lot of attention applied to it. We've already had a lot of people making submissions to us. I think we've got over 100 submissions from the Banks Peninsula, Christchurch area. A lot of them looking for money in these type homes. We've got a sense of how that could be administered. I mean, there's a sort of a winners and losers category here. Everyone can get a little bit, or we could actually support some stuff. We've got a if it gets through, Christmas.
It is a hard. My preference would be that it stayed in house and that Environment Canterbury administered it. I just feel there's a bit of tribalism around some of the funding around the peninsula, and I'm not sure that it would be equitably distributed if it was handed over to, say, one single community group to administer, if that's what you were thinking.
Chrissie, thank you. Just continuing on from that, do you think it's enough?
You know the answer, and that's a rhetorical question, isn't it, Craig? Never enough. But it's fantastic. It's a maiden step, and especially for you as a regional council to be supported if it does get through to support that. So, yeah, I just think it's fantastic, and it's a great start. I'm happy. Targeted rate and lower the UAPC.
Thank you for that. So Elizabeth, Kelsey, Elizabeth, and again, 10 minutes when you're ready, and some questions at the end, Elizabeth.
Kia ora. I'm going to speak about funding and community engagement. First, I submit that at present, and in the options presented in the draft LTP, the financial burden of ECAM's regulatory activities falls too heavily on individuals and small businesses and disproportionately lightly on large companies and organisations. Or, to put it another way, I say that going forward, the rates and fees should be more proportionate to the potential effect that an activity may have on the environment. I'm going to make this point by way of an example relating to the application fees when applying for resource consent. So you're probably aware that there's currently a large industrial process project currently proposed for Whitrock, a 180 hectare solar power plant. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to talk about the detail of that because it's a live issue and this isn't the right place to do it. But it's a useful example because it's current. So let's look at the application fees. Part of the consent that's been applied for is for the discharge of stormwater. Now, for a normal resident on a normal residential plot, the initial fee for that would be $2,500. For this industrial proposal, the initial fee would be $9,400. So it's roughly 4 times more expensive for this industrial scale activity, while it is 400 times as large in the scale of the land that it would affect. Activity 400 times the scale at only 4 times the cost. That is disproportionate. And in fact, the position is even worse than that, because the applicant in that industrial example hasn't even had to pay that. ECAN has done work assessing a lengthy application, almost 300 pages, without requiring the applicant to pay a single cent. I can tell you now that that comes as a shock to a lot of homeowners. They are not given the luxury of deferring application fees. So that's my first point. There needs to be a re-evaluation of where the financial burden falls. Only 4 times the cost for an activity of 400 times the scale simply isn't fair. Now, the Whitrock example is a useful one because it also ties into my second point, and it's this. There is a public perception that if a company is big enough, it will be allowed to do whatever it wants, while there are oppressively and unnecessarily strict approaches taken to low impact residential and small business activities. Now, I live in Whitrock, and I speak to many people there who experience the consenting processes for both the Mount Cass Wind Farm and the Cape Valley Transfer Station. And having been through those 2 major consenting processes, the overwhelming view from the local community is that their voice doesn't matter. That's a problem. ECAN isn't just concerned with the environment, you're concerned with social, economic, and cultural outcomes. That includes communities and the people who live here. Now, you might say, that's not a concern you've heard before. Or you might be thinking, well, that's a perception, but that's not the reality. And look, I hope that is what you're thinking. But that still is the problem, because whatever you say, there is that widespread perception out there. A community that has been closely involved with the consent of 2 large projects has come out the other side feeling that their voice doesn't matter. Now, that perception, and however unjust you think it may be, is a problem because it undermines everything you do. Think about why you are hearing submissions today, about why you are consulting. It's not a tick box exercise. It's because you understand that hearing from the community makes a meaningful contribution to the work that you do. If that's not happening, if people are sitting out, if they're not taking part because they think their voice doesn't count, that will negatively affect your decision making. You will make poorer decisions. Now, I appreciate this isn't a topic that you asked to hear about today in the consultation document, but I submit that looking forward to the next 10 years, it is something that you desperately need to take into account. Those are the only 2 points I wanted to make. Thank everyone for their time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. So just we have a statutory requirement to do what we're doing here, and that's why that document is the size of a doorstop when we produce it, because we have to cover all those points, and it becomes difficult in terms of the process that we go through, and I can see why people push back from that. But there's 290,000 rating units in our region, and we had 1,300 submissions, and over 100 of those come from Banks Peninsula. So, and we've tried really hard, spent a lot of money on engagement, but we still don't get, we still don't get people coming. And so your points that you're making, I think, are valid, but we do put that stuff out there about engagement. We do want people to engage in the process, to need to be engaged in. So how can we do that better?
Yeah, I get it. I really do. And as I say, it might be a perception that is not fair, that ECAN is making the effort and is trying. Look, I don't think there are any easy answers, but I think the absolute best thing is to recognise that, right or wrong, that perception does exist, and that the things you are trying aren't getting to everyone that they need to get to.
Now, I don't know what the solution is. I suspect there's not one solution, but I think the best thing to do is say, okay, we've been trying, but we see there's still a problem.
Sure, Elizabeth, and just to acknowledge that you have come, so to those of you that have made the effort, just acknowledge you as well, because, you know, yeah, we might not get heaps, but I don't think it's always about quantity, it's about quality as well, so thank you. I'm really interested in this consent fees sort of question, and I'm interested if you've thought about, I don't know if you heard Fiona earlier on, one of the other submitters, about some of the solutions to that in terms of how you would break it up. Is it by, like you said, scale or size, or how do you think could be done?
Yeah, there's no one answer, I think. I did hear Fiona, and I think that she made some very valid points about the dangers of fixed fees, because absolutely some applications can be straightforward and some cannot be. And so I think potentially having a split as you do, where you have a fee up front and then the opportunity for that to increase as and when it becomes necessary, is very sensible. I really do struggle with why a large scale application like this isn't required to pay anything up front. Because actually where it's got to is that when it's been returned under Section 88, assume it's going to come back, but it might not, in which case ECAN has already spent quite a large amount of man hours on an application which has received no fees.
Thank you. Nook, you have a question, Nook? Kia ora, Elizabeth. Thank you for your submission. I'll give you just an example, is that we're going to hear, well, once it finishes tomorrow or Friday, over 180 submissions. When you look at mana whenua input into the submission process, it's 0.002. And that reflects actually about exactly what you've articulated, is that in the end, they believe that they weren't being listened to. What my question is to you is that you know, you've given us a very, very good, excellent submission, and you've sort of got me thinking anyway, is that you've articulated how mana whenua in some ways think, and that's why they're not getting the response that they desperately need. But anyway, what would you like from this forum here, you know, within the LTP?
I think that's a great question, thank you. And I think you're right, it is a chicken and an egg situation, sort of. The more people feel they're disengaged, the less they're going to be here, the less you're going to hear from them, and it's only going to get worse. I think let's start with recognition that this is a problem for a number of communities, and actually put that in writing and say, you know, up front. I think when it comes to specific applications, certainly my limited experience so far has been, because there are statutory requirements, ECAN is very keen to not cross the boundaries, stay firmly within those legal requirements for assessing a resource consent. I think there needs to be a bit more imagination about how you can stay within those legal bounds, but also assure the community that they're being listened to on a specific basis. So I think this is great, but it's a once every 10-year opportunity for a consultation. The real engagement probably needs to focus a bit more on the things that are happening every day.
Sure, thank you. I really did enjoy that. I've got a question for you around that perception. Do you think the community perception would improve if Environment Canterbury was to live stream all of our meetings, bits and pieces, briefings, and change the default from closed to open to the public for those types of engagements?
Yeah, absolutely. Straightforward answer, I think it would.
Yeah, thank you. I have sympathy for your views that sink cost for small businesses and businesses is too high. I don't disagree with that. But I question whether your logic of saying charge larger organisations more when we have a policy of fee recovery
is a good approach. Kicking somebody if you're getting kicked doesn't necessarily stop the bruising. And I can think of lots of examples where large projects have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, including the railhead which just went open, where there's community benefit. So I just asking you whether perhaps there's another way of overcoming the problem that your perception of.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't want to give the impression that it's kicking someone else because you're feeling the pain. It's more about, I would say, a fairer and more proportionate distribution of costs. So the example I gave is a small residential stormwater one, and this relates back to what Fiona was saying. Some of those applications are going to be very straightforward, very formulaic, and comparatively simple to process. The other end of the spectrum, you have large industrial processes that are going to be incredibly complicated and lengthy. And it's about finding a better way of sharing that cost so it more accurately reflects two things, both the amount of work it actually has to do in doing it, but also the potential impact of the activity on the environment at the end of the day.
Yeah, the question around the consent costs has come up a few times, and our consent, we have the user pays component, but it's 60% with total consent service costs. So 40% is subsidised through general rates on that basis. And so it's interesting to hear that you're suggesting there's actually work gets done that doesn't get charged out, even though it is for an applicant putting something forward. Like, do you feel like there is justification here for us doing activity under a general rate for an application for a business or company to do an activity that ultimately they get consent does actually generate profit? So yeah, what's your thoughts there?
I think that's quite a dangerous route to go down, because the example I gave, the work has been done and for an application that has been returned. That project may never go ahead. So I really struggle to see why you should say some of that work should be done at the general ratepayer's expense rather than on the company bringing it forward. The other aspect of it probably is to saying that that's going to make profit down the line. The other side of that is the proposal that is going to make hundreds of millions of dollars, expecting the company to pay for the application fees up front. Isn't that big an ask in my submission?
Let's leave that. That's a great hole that we could go down there, Elizabeth. Thank you very much. I think you've been very fair and straightforward in your things that you put before us, and we need to consider those when we see consider these submissions. So thank you for coming. Chris, you've been patiently waiting down there. Chris, if things could have been the other way, you could have been sitting at this table, Chris. You know, just when you're ready, Chris. You've got 10 minutes. And your button, Chris. You push your button. Have you pushed it?
That one? Cool. Okay. I'm not going to take up too much of your time, I hope. I think as a general rule, my inclination is to kind of support the things that support you doing extra, because the difference between what you have to do and what you'd like to do is not that great when I, went through your consultation document. And I don't think it's going to get any cheaper to do the things that you want to do in the next 10 years, say, for the long-term plan. So I think you should be, as much as possible, trying to do as much as you can, and the rates that go with that, we need to charge them, because I think ratepayers are going to suffer in the future if it's not done now. So I do think community preparedness is really, really important, and I'm saying that as a resident. I guess I'm talking to you as a resident of Horswell in particular, and as someone who is awfully close to the last couple of fires that we've had on the Port Hill. So yeah, I think your emergency preparedness stuff is pretty important, and I'd like to see that continue. I think I'd like to support what Chrissie said earlier, and I've said it in my submission as well, around putting money into community initiatives is really important as well, and it's a really good way to increase the value that you get out of the money that you put in. So, and it helps with a number of other sort of things around buy-in as well when you support community activities. What I wanted to spend most of my time on was around public transport, and it was just, I strongly support public transport. I think it's really important. I do think climate change is happening awfully fast. It seems to be increasing in pace, and we really need to be doing something about our carbon emissions. And public transport is a big part of that. So I think we need to be investing strongly. Note that there's not a lot of planning in terms of where there's been a lot of development. And again, speaking as a resident of Horswell, we've had thousands and thousands and thousands of new houses go into Horswell since the earthquakes, and then probably in the last 5 years. And that's still going on. And I'm seeing Lincoln double in size and Rolleston double in size, and I'm seeing Taitapu get bigger and bigger and bigger, and all that traffic comes through, a lot of that traffic comes through Horswell, not the Rolleston stuff, but certainly Lincoln and Taitapu traffic comes through Horswell to get into the city. And we're just about to have 2 years of hellish roadworks by the look of it as well. So that's going to cause all sorts of more congestion than usual. And so actually it's a good time to be trying to get more people to use buses. And I don't see that there's any reviews likely to happen in the next 10 years. And I find that incredibly disheartening that we've had all this change and all these people move into the southwest area of Greater Christchurch, and yet there's no reviews for the public transport services that we've got. So the ones that we've got are going to increase to 10 minutes next year, but actually I think we need some new services that go to different places. Horswell's now massive, and the buses really go through, not that, it almost needs a bus in Horswell itself to get to all the different places that people want to get to. But it would be better if we had some routes into the city as well. So, yeah, I think I'll stop there. You can ask me questions if none of that makes sense.
Hey, Chris, a recurring theme here, and I've got a couple of your councillors that want to make a statement here. So I don't know which. I'll go with you first, Dion, and then Craig.
Yeah, hey, thanks for the submission. It was good to read it as well. There's a whole lot of stuff in here. And yeah, it is a recurring thing. There's been a lot, and I've been it's been good to read it because in this LTP there is around $1 million fund for route reviews. It's not very easy to find, but it is there. We've been able to get it in there, and I think one of the first keys is that even what that looks like in those growth areas where urban growth. We need to start thinking about that. But the question I really had in here was around your oh my god, no annotations have disappeared. I've got it here somewhere. It was the 10-minute. It was the 10-minute. You talked about a 10-minute minibus somewhere. Oh, here we go. The 10-minute minibus that circulates around Horswell to pick up people from the other side. Yeah, no, it's just push a button. I mean, my question was related to.
Yeah. I mean, it's just an idea, and it's really. I mean, I live 40 minutes walk away from my supermarket. It would be great if I could leap on a bus and go down to it. And if I can get to the supermarket, I can get onto other buses as well, because all the buses go past our supermarket. If I want to get to, the new supermarket, no, the one that's been there for a long time in Horswell. And the same goes for lots of other places around the area. It actually takes me about 20 minutes to bike past Horswell. It's quite a long way. As that keeps getting bigger and bigger. So, and as I get older, buses seem like a better idea sometimes than biking. Sometimes.
Kelda, I had a really similar question with Chris, and it was about, we had a few about Horswell actually in particular, but you might be aware of the on-demand system we have in Timaru Highway. It's quite similar to your idea actually of a smaller minibus, and it's been suggested that maybe that could be looked at not only in Christchurch to maybe pick up with that, because then you wouldn't need bus stops and all that. So I think it's actually quite a smart idea. And in places like Ashburton and others. But just wondering if you understand how that works and if you think that's a good idea too. pick up one?
Yeah, I do. I don't know. What I don't know is, look, like if there was a regular service, I'd know how long it would take me to get to the supermarket, and the My Way thing sounds like it's a little bit more flexible, and therefore that would introduce more doubt into the system about how long. But then I'm also not sure how much sort of negotiation there is around be at this corner and you'll get there by this time in Timaru, for example. But other than that, because I think one of the things that's very clear is that you need consistency, so consistent times and you know, the anxiety that Simon and you talked about, Peter, was around, you know, just not knowing. I guess that was the other thing that I didn't say, and I'd quite like to say if I can, is the travel demand management idea is quite important. I mean, it's one thing to provide lots of services, but actually people do need ways to help them learn how to put it into their day. You know, and the anxiety that you talked about is another part of that. How do we help people with changing their behaviour, because it is anxiety provoking? And it's one more thing that they have to worry about and they probably won't do. So I think travel demand management is still really important. I said that last time too, and I'll say it again next time probably.
I'm going to round this up now, Chrissy, but you just you stay there because I just want to say something to you about you know, our outlook for the transport system within Christchurch and doing the thing that we call PT features, which is uplifting frequency and making sure the buses get where they get to go. And we're doing a lot of lobbying on that to make sure that we get that funding to go ahead and do that. The plan to do that is being held by the Great Christchurch Partnership, and it ends up with a mass rapid transport system that runs from Hornby through out to Kaipua, I think. So we are working on that, but we are dependent on actually central government leaning into it with us. You know, we're working on it. That's what I'll say to you. Okay, Chris, thank you. Jeff.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mihi nui kia koutou. No ingarangi, ai rana me kotirana o Pipuna, kei te noho o ki Ōtautahi, ko Makawai Toki Whānau, ko Harrison Toki Uingoa. My name is Harrison Makawai. I'm here on behalf of Great Ōtautahi. For some of us, you probably already heard of some of our members over the past few days. This is our organisation submission that I'm doing, which I've also kind of doubled up as I didn't do one, so I can do this myself. Our group is focused on most of the issues around Ōtautahi, and as such, we're kind of mostly focused around public transport within this. So we've really dumped a lot into questions 21 and a bit on 26.3. In saying that, I think it was about 5 pages worth on question 21. So, no, you're all right. So I'll start basically. We had a discussion around the weighting of the funding for public transport within the long-term plan, and we kind of came to the agreement that it should be earlier. There's a lot of weighting for the funding going to public transport that's coming quite late in the long-term plan, outside of like even the medium-term window. And we'd like to see that brought forward and spent earlier. If it's being budgeted, we'd like to see that money on the ground sooner rather than later. Aside from that as well, we also think the time framings are a little too long for what they should be. For example, the short-term time frame given in the supporting documents read is 6 years, which for some of you around here is 2 full electoral cycles, which doesn't seem very short-term at all. Actually, it seems quite medium to long-term. And we sort of thought that would probably be better placed as a 3, 6, and then 9 years as a short, medium, long-term kind of area to work within. We are really kind of looking for that investment up front. So our option 1 was the preferred option for public transport funding. I think if we did the numbers right, and there are about 650 to 700,000 residents within Canterbury, the 5 million difference that's suggested between option 1 and option 3, and that year 1 would rate out to about less than $10 a resident in terms of getting that extra money on the ground up front, which is a really important thing when you want to deal with inducing demand and putting people onto public transport in our city and just in the region in general. Subsequently to that, we're really excited to see that the all core routes 10-minute frequency better by 2028 is in there. That's a really good thing we've seen, and it really does show a degree of commitment to improving services. Alongside that, we'd like to continue to see the change to electric buses by your operators continue at pace. At Puarangi, the Climate Change Commission has recommended that most MRT systems be really in place, electrified and good to go by 2030. So the 2028 date is really good. Sticking to that will be really important in the long term, we believe, to both reduce emissions from people travelling, but also just electric buses are so much nicer than some of the ones I used to ride on as a kid. It's just a world apart. So in coming down, we've also talked about induced demand and working with regional councils such as Waimakariri and Selwyn to really get kind of better services and those kind of, you'd probably consider it within the greater Christchurch partnership region, but kind of those satellite towns, just getting the connections really good and with Christchurch. Obviously, as Chris was saying, Oswald has become a major thoroughfare for people coming from Lincoln and Taitapu, and where I live in St Albans is now a major thoroughfare for Rangiora and Kaiapoi traffic. And I think there should be a real opportunity there to get some of these people onto to become fair-paying customers, shall we say, and get them onto public transport, buses or otherwise in the future, and start to build those habits with people coming in. It has the twofold benefit of one being better for the environment and two being less exhaustive on roading and the kinds of maintenance that will have to be upkept as well. And as well as it will reduce traffic times. The rest of the people who have to drive and can't make those kind of commitments. We're really looking at that in the scope of just some of the things it could do with inducing demand, a better alignment of services. So obviously there's been a small discussion here about a route review. We had some suggestions at the other end of the 7 route actually, and towards Preston's and the mighty black hole that is of public transport that is now 2 major subdivisions with one singular bus route that doesn't really go anywhere except to the Palms or around to New Brighton. So Preston's and Preston's Park are not served directly by service into town, which is something we see as could be quite a good opportunity as well. We're looking at the rest of network improvements across PT Future's timeline. So that's those small adjustments across the basis of routes to better serve areas that are now. I mean, obviously we have the red zone in Eastern Christchurch, which had a whole heap of bus services connecting it that they've now sort of ended up stopping in weird places, or they don't necessarily serve those communities well because they were designed to service them in a different way when the last route review was done, and since then things have changed. Or, for example, the outskirts of Christchurch are really poorly connected with public transport, and that you may have to take 3 buses if you want to get across the town. So some of the suggestions there were the rerouting of Route 60. We think that would truncate possibly up to 2 k's off the route, plus also serve Preston and Preston Park much better than it currently does. Adjusting Route 5 to have alternating termini in Waimairi Beach and South Shore. Once it goes to its 10-minute frequency, you'd be expecting a bus every 15 minutes or so, which is better than the current frequency and would reduce the need to run a circuitous bus route through towards Parklands and Waimairi Beach, and you can instead have direct connections. As well as something like the Route 125 and looking at replacing parts of the 130 with an extended version of that to create a peripheral bus system. It's things like that which are smallish changes in the grand scheme of things, but what we would like to see in any route review coming up in the next few years to make those changes. The next point, and I will apologise, I moved one of the points further down because I found it was a little bit more relevant, but we're going to talk about MRT and any regional rail at the moment. And we're in support of all of that. Obviously, we really would like to see a bit of a foot put down on some of it, especially the provisional business case and I believe it's like a feasibility study that are coming through for regional rail. However, we think it's really important that those topics be completed in time, that they don't overlap with an electoral cycle. We've seen in past that public transport can be a bit of a political football. We don't believe that's right. and things such as like the MRT case was found that there was a I'll use an example that's not from ECAM but from City Council, was housing intensification during the 22 election. Is that there was so much confusion around what was happening with it, and the council itself had kind of put it onto a hiatus that it became a topical issue, and as such, without the proper information to inform debate, it became quite a controversial issue during the election. When the reality is that it's a much more simple debate to have when you have all the facts on the table. So we're kind of looking at provisionally if May 2025 would be a good idea to have that provisional business case for MRT done. We think that's a really important date to have it done before then and before the 26th general election for any regional rail feasibility studies, just to avoid the concept of having something in the air while all this electoral stuff is happening. It's important that we get that done. We're kind of also reflecting that the way public transport seems to have worked for a long time in the city is that there's a perceived usership, then a service can stay. And so if people keep using it, the service will stay. But then there's also this acknowledgement that around public transport, 80-something% of our city use cars. Upwards of 80% of people use cars in our city. And historically, there's been very little done to try and tap into that basis and actually bring some of those people across and onto public transport. So it seems as though services that have always existed and been popular are popular, but if you were to go out and look where people are travelling from now, they've been missed in the last thing. Have I got my 1 minute? I've got my 1 minute. Oh, geez, okay. That's all right. Another thing quickly is we'd like to see fees free kept. I know that's already in discussion elsewhere. We would like to see bus driver training take a bigger priority within the bus companies, but also just significantly the reliability measurements made in the provisional LTP for bus, the improvement of bus timetable stuff, they're only based off the beginning of the route. They're not based off of further through the route. So there's actually only an indication of if the bus turns up at the start of its route on time and not where it ends up at the end of its route. So we'd like to see that changed as well. I think the rest of the submission will speak to itself, and I'll see if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm always impressed by the amount of knowledge people have on the buses and who don't work in this building. So thank you very much for that. That's pretty comprehensive. We've got time for a couple of questions, Genevieve. And Nook. You're gone, Green. You ask your question, Nook. And while we...
Hey, thanks for your submission. Very comprehensive, as the chair has said, about public transportation. I note in your submission that there wasn't a lot of input into the financial strategy and the policy. And I just wondered, what's your kind of view on intergenerational equity?
Is that okay? We're really keen on the idea of future investment, and that's something that we believe has been lacking, not just from that, just across the board in general for a long time, is long-term investment in things like public transport. And our point on 26.3 is that there's been a constant and continual underfunding of infrastructure in Canterbury from central government for the longest period. So we're really keen on going forward, and I think it's the responsibility of it would be the responsibility of everybody to make sure that is paid over the lifespan of the any infrastructure put in. I think that's really works down on that.
Just one last question: is that you're going to submit to the Christchurch City Council?
Yep, I'll be there next Tuesday.
Talking about infrastructure, they're actually responsible for that, and then we actually provide the budget.
They'll get the message, I'm sure of it.
Right, just very quickly, with regards to the cars on the streets at the moment, you say 80% of people still prefer to use their car, not prefer, but 80% of people are still in their cars. How do you think we tap into those people to change their ways? And do you think it needs to be incentivized, or do you think the whole design needs to be changed on the streets? Enforcement in the city, like No, I mean, no.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a lot of words for us. But thank you for coming in and doing this. Now we've got Jeff online. Jeff, can you hear me? Oh, he's on your telephone.
This sound works. And if you could just speak, please, Jeff, and we'll check if you can be heard. Oh, speak up so if I put it on the speaker. Just say that one more time.
My name is Jeff. Most people hear me.
Say that again.
My name is Jeff. Can most people hear me?
Yes, they can hear you.
Okay. All right. So can I make a start? Okay. I'm really just, my submission is pretty basic and I'm not very good at this sort of thing. But I really think that the regional council or ECAN, whichever they like to call themselves, really needs to start pulling their head in. I seriously think that the 24% increase that you're talking about is unjustified. When we see some of your cars with fancy graphics on the back of them, how much does that cost to put on the cars and how much does it cost to design them? Totally unnecessary. I've had dealings with ECAN over the years. The staff might be fine to talk to, but it's absolutely hopeless to deal with. Not enough boxes to be ticked just to justify jobs. I believe ECAN is far overstaffed with people ticking boxes. I just can't understand some of the rules and regulations that have been put in front of it. And I know what you're going to say, it's not us, it's come from the government. And I do understand that, but you're more than happy to take the money for various things, which I think is totally outrageous with some of the costs. Permit, $12,500. Some water consent rollovers, $20,000 for pieces of paper. Where's that money going? You can't tell me that's going into wages and other infrastructure of ECAN. It's not being used. I do think that some staff need to be laid off to help save some of the 24% increase. When you consider we are in a little bit of a downturn at the moment and things are tough out there. Just reading through my notes here. I think that there's a lot of cost going into consultants, very impractical people, and it seems to me, from what I've heard of some of the contractors, they just shake their head. The amount of times they have to deal with consultants, not even in their own backyard, and other times from Auckland and so forth. Whether you use them or not, I don't know. But they're telling me that they will ring up just for stupid questions to an answer so that they can tick. It seems like ticking a box. I believe you need to start using more practical people. Talk to people that are practical and have practical experiences. Only look at the Ashburton River floods of a few years ago. I believe, and I will strongly defend my thoughts here, that ECAN is solely responsible for 90% of that flooding. It's all right to build the stock banks up higher and higher, but that's not really going to solve the problem. We're digging holes for shingle pits in various parts of the county and countryside. We have sufficient shingle coming down the rivers, which I believe can be used for most of the construction. And it would also help manage the rivers, their flow, and keep them under control. I go back to the days of the various boards that we have, catchment boards and so forth, and can remember bulldozers working in the rivers to push shingle around to help manage the rivers and the shingle. I can also remember
shingle being extracted for probably 30 years, if not 40 years, from one site. And you might think, well, geez, that's a fair bit of shingle coming out of there 5 days a week with the loader. There's no hole in the river. The river doesn't look any different then to what it does now. So the shingle is there, and it is still coming down from the mountain. These floods, yes, everybody wants to blame climate change. There must have been floods in the past because we can see where rivers have been hundreds of years ago. So there must have been floods at other times. So I think you need to start looking at a bit more practicality for that side of things as well. Council spending, we looked back a wee while ago, and I believe I read somewhere $150,000 capture one ferret or weasel or whatever it was. Was that really good money spent by the council? I wouldn't have thought so. If you really want to get rid of some of these pests, I believe paying $100 per tail for whatever it might be, whether it's possums, rabbits, ferrets, wallabies, and numerous other things, would be a better way of managing those pests and getting rid of them and giving somebody a job without loading them up with consents for Africa. Just let them get on with the job. I could probably go on, and I possibly haven't made any sense to you, but it certainly made me feel better.
Hey, Jeff, thank you for that. This is a bit clunky using a phone up to a microphone, but it's Pete Scott here on the chair. I'll just go around the see if there's any questions. Just ask directly to me, and then I'll relay them to Jeff. Has anyone got a question?
Thank you.
No, there doesn't seem to be, Jeff, but thank you for doing it this way. It is clunky, as I say, but thank you for what you've said, and I do hope you feel better. Thank you.
I thank you for your time. I also think that these phone conference type things need to be used more and more, because I don't have the time to come into the office for the type of meeting, and I know that it would only be, you'd only confuse me if I was standing in front of you. So I appreciate the time. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that was a bit clunky, but we'll move on now. Dave Evans. Is Dave in the room? Dave. You've been pretty patient, Dave, sitting down there. And we are running a wee bit late, but welcome, and you've got 10 minutes, Dave.
Kia koutou katoa. Just wanted to support a couple of items from my submission, and that was biodiversity and public transport. Firstly, on biodiversity, as the council has recognised in the past, we're in the midst of a biodiversity crisis with species going extinct at an unprecedented and accelerating rate, and it's widely accepted that the planet is experiencing the 6th mass extinction event, and rather than being caused by an impact of a massive asteroid, this time it's human exploitation of the biosphere. So to try and reverse the decline, even if it's only locally, I support the targeted biodiversity fund for Christchurch and Banks Peninsula properties. 72 cents a year per $100,000 of property value would have minimal impact on a typical rates bill, and yet can support a lot of valuable work to restore local biodiversity. The money would go even further if it's used to support volunteer work. Each fortnight, I'm active doing predator trapping at the Sanctuary Reserve on the banks of the Waima as part of a forest and bird team. And when the only cost that you can for that is the traps and the bait, the biodiversity impact of that trapping is at a bargain price. Banks Peninsula itself is an exceptional natural landscape, and it will become even more magnificent as the forest cover is restored to the many reserves and covenants there. Natural regeneration has built up the forest again since the logging stopped 100 years ago, and restoration would accelerate if the fire can be kept away from the gorse-covered hills, as demonstrated by Hugh Wilson in a way. a restored Banks Peninsula natural environment will be a massive asset for the region. There are many Ōtautahi and Banks Peninsula residents who are keen to help with planting native species, which is necessary where there's no natural seed sources to support regeneration. And the community would get behind the vision of a predator-free Banks Peninsula, as they've done elsewhere around the Motu on landscape scale predator control initiatives. On public transport, the worsening climate crisis demands that we reduce carbon emissions with urgency. Transport accounts for the greatest share of emissions in Ōtautahi, and a mode shift to public and active transport is a no-brainer, given the city's mostly gentle topography. I support option 1 for public transport for several reasons. Firstly, to allow continuing to replace diesel buses with electric, which will obviously reduce emissions, and also to allow an improvement to the service frequency, which will reduce one of those impediments to commuter mode shift from cars to public transport. I commend the Council's fare reduction and fare zone simplification, which has also reduced a barrier to mode shift. I use the buses on a frequent occasions, especially in days like this when a bicycle isn't so pleasant. And I live fairly central to the city, and I'm close to the Middleton bus route as well as the Orbiter, so I really appreciate that the number 8 has become a core service with more frequent buses. This is an important step towards increasing the utilisation of public transport. Finally, for option 1, the possibility of an investigation into on-demand service feasibility, I think will be an advantage. I can imagine it would be an effective way of servicing some of the smaller centres, say Rapaki or Spencerville, servicing them more frequently when people need to travel. And I really appreciate EPAN's ongoing commitment to improving transport and the public transport in the region, and Ōtautahi in particular. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any support for the public transport? Questions from councillors, please. You're outstanding. No questions. So thank you very much for that. And we'll move on to our next submitter. Thank you. The next submitter is Carley Dove-McFalls. Carley, are you here? It's you. And Nick, you want to take a short video? Do you? So you can, as long as you don't get staff and people that don't want to be in it aren't in it, that's fine by us. So you position yourself where you need to. Just sit there, sit there. No, sit there. Sit down. So Carley, when you're ready, you've got 10 minutes and we'll just use your button and then we'll go some questions.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for having us. We're Rosa and Carley, members of Generation Zero Ōtautahi. For those of you that don't know, we are a youth-led organization that creates spaces to grow, learn, and act towards a climate-just Aotearoa through advocacy, education, and uplifting the voices and power of our communities. We mobilize people around action-oriented campaigns and narratives of hope for a greener and fairer planet. As most of you know, climate change is the biggest crisis of our time. People are losing their homes to rising sea levels and raging fires. Species are going extinct from the destruction of their habitats, and people are dying from scorching temperatures. We agree with you. Looking ahead 10 years is not an easy task, especially when the future looks so grim. However, it is also an exciting time to think about how we can adopt a long-term plan that upholds Te Tiriti o Waitangi and will serve our communities and planet well. One thing we know for certain is that we urgently need systemic change and to end the mindset of infinite extraction to even consider a viable present and future on planet Earth. No amount of technology or adaptation plans will suffice. So we urge you to engage in bold, courageous, and absolutely necessary action that can give us a chance at having a livable future. I'll now pass it on to Rosa, who will present our suggestions for this long-term plan. As our written submission states, we wholeheartedly agree with increasing rates as well as debt funding to mitigate the effects of climate change. For instance, we support increasing funding towards community-led efforts as they often face economic barriers. Greater funding towards grassroots community-led mahi will enable the many passionate and knowledgeable people in the Canterbury region to continue and expand their local environmental work. ECAN must move forward with increased funding towards the improvement of our public transport networks. It is crucial that we significantly reduce the emissions and resource extractions caused by the reliance on motor vehicles. To do this, we urge ECAN to prioritise the frequency and range of bus services and maintain low costs to both incentivise users and continue to improve the equity and accessibility of these services. We are pleased that ECAN is supportive of the full investment to improve its public transport services. However, we implore ECAN to do more than what is proposed and urgently look into public transport solutions that go beyond cities and their suburbs. We would like to see a plan as well as the implementation of passenger rail for the entire Canterbury region as soon as possible. We know that we need far better and greener transport solutions to move people across Ōtautahi, and with existing railway infrastructure already in place, this is a no-brainer. We also call on ECAN to put an urgent stop to the ever-expanding borders of Christchurch City. Development in the form of urban sprawl, as it is currently occurring, is highly unsustainable. It puts unnecessary pressure on services and increases greenhouse gases from transport, among others. ECAN needs to work to improve density in our already built environments, as well as in future developments, so that we can reduce the pressure on transport and infrastructure and in turn reduce emissions. Increased density will also provide social benefits, such as improved accessibility to amenities, lower living costs, and increased housing stock. Beyond the city's borders, the land is still heavily degraded due to the impacts from intensive farming. So we demand that ECAN works to limit the impacts of overdevelopment and urban sprawl and endeavours to protect and restore our native landscapes and biodiversity. We would like to end this submission by stating our disappointment with ECAN's lack of meaningful commitment to the well-being of its constituents, specifically in the community preparedness and response to hazard section. In fact, all the projects under this section seem to operate under the assumption that all we can do is adapt and passively respond to the effects of climate change. To us, the narrative adopted in this section is incredibly depressing as it fails to propose any active mitigation efforts to the climate crisis. Generation Zero believes we must do everything to better protect communities and our environment, as well as limit the costs and the burdens of the climate crisis that future generations will undeniably face. We would therefore like to see a greater commitment to limiting greenhouse gas emissions from transport and agriculture, the two most polluting sectors in our region. Thank you for your time. We are open to answering questions.
Thank you, Gen Zero. We've got time for a couple of questions. Councillor Burns.
Kia ora koutou. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming in. It is great to see younger people taking the opportunity to look to contribute to our future. So well done. I have it's a crappy question, but I'm going to ask you because I kind of know the answer. It's a lawyer thing, know the answer first. So we've had a number of submitters come in here and say that the climate change that we're experiencing now is just a natural process, and that putting money into any active mitigation and adaptation is just a waste of dollars. What's your view? So they're saying, so the people are saying that putting any money towards active mitigation or adaptation is a waste of money. Have you got a response to that?
Sorry. My response to that is we are already seeing the impacts of climate change. People are suffering, whether those are Indigenous communities here or in another country or across the world. We've seen fires raging over the summer, and it's only going to get worse. We have to do everything that we can right now, and because these things are only going to get worse, it's not fair for future generations to pay what we are causing by our extractive mindset or our way of doing that is completely unsustainable. And so my response to these people is, I mean, the denial is just honestly gobsmacking at this point. It enrages me, and if anyone listens to them, they should go fact check what they're sourcing or where their sources come from. It's denial and an individualistic mindset that needs to stop right now. We have to look after our communities, both present and future.
Carley, that's great, Carley. One last question from me. So the Generation Zero community in Christchurch, how many members have you got?
There are currently 5 members in the Ōtautahi group. We are a national organization, but yeah, we are 5 present here, and about 30 of us showed up to the National Hui in March last year.
Thank you. Thanks, Carley. I'll release you from this now so that you don't get wound up about these things. But thank you very much. I hope you got some. Video. All right, thank you. Look, we've got 2 more submissions today. We've got Sarah Walters, who's online, and then we'll end up with Richard Shaw. So Sarah, I can see her there. Can you hear me, Sarah?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so when you're ready, Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to say I'm really sorry not to be there in person today. I had tried to find a time that would allow me to be in Christchurch for this, but unfortunately they decided to change my previously arranged submission onto a day that I'm not coming into the city. So I really have full support for the Generation Zero presenters that have just presented. I absolutely agree that we need to do everything we can as fast as we can to reduce the impacts of climate change. But my submission, I truly focus on transport as a way of reducing emissions because it has so many other beneficial outcomes along the line. It helps everybody on the roads and everywhere to get where they're going faster. It saves money, it saves environmental impacts, it improves social outcomes and cultural outcomes. It's a win-win situation for every single person, regardless of whether they use public transport. And for that reason, I encourage ECAN to invest. You've done some great things in the last term, but to invest more fully in public transport, because you're not meeting the demand for what's already being expected by people. In particular, I travel on the 85 route regularly. We are absolutely packed in there on the buses, although sometimes I think that people are put off by the lack of space on the bus. But I don't just see it on that route. I'm seeing it on city routes where buses are turning up at stops with their bus stop as full sign. I use a car, bus and bike in both on my commute to work and in my work day, and I encourage the multimodal connections that are required, and for ECAN to talk to other partners and be fully involved in other partners in making a really good public transport system. Some of the issues that I'm seeing are bus stops. I remember being involved in bus stop audit discussions over 10 years ago about what the minimum requirements are for a bus stop and what could be expected at the various levels for bus stop service. And to see things in the paper this year saying that bus stops aren't being properly marked on roads is just astounding to me. And I know it's not ECAN's responsibility to mark the bus stops, but it just shows the need to work fully with the partners to make sure that the service is running as fully as possible. I also want to really highlight how unacceptable I believe it is to leave people standing on a rural road and telling them that they have to wait for the next bus because this one's full, when the next bus is half an hour away, there's no shelter, There's nothing there, just emptiness on a rural road. To me, that is completely and utterly unacceptable. I know that the support from a government level is not as good for public transport as it should be at the moment, but if we are to fully recognise the democracy of local government, you are not submissive to central government. You are an entirely separate arm with an entirely separate constituency to relate to. And the two submissions I've just heard are both in support of public transport. So I think that you need to be strong in advocating and providing for good transport for now and for the future. I don't have anything else to say at this stage, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. I've got time for a couple of questions. The questions, I think one of the statements that you made, which is true, is about the infrastructure supplied by the city. There's a number of people discussed that over the last 3 days, and we are working pretty closely with them at all times. Some of those things aren't visible, but we are trying to do that and get a better service for get a better service for Christchurch. Now, I do take your point, however, about the rural roads. Is that in the Waimakariri district or Selwyn district?
That's in Selwyn district. Yeah.
The way we talk to Sam about it. Vicky.
Yeah, kia ora, Sarah. In the past, I know we talked about like park and ride potentially, or some park and ride area out on the west of the city to enable you to connect in to those western routes. Is that now a solved issue, or is there still poor access from the west?
I still believe that's a really good option to increase bus services to the west. One of the points I did make on my notes but didn't speak to is the need for a full route review, which once again I believe was talked about over 10 years ago and hasn't occurred. There is really insufficient capacity going into the city from the west of Christchurch. There's no direct bus route down Yulethurst Road, and I would really like to see a park and ride going from Yulethurst into the city to service some of those larger towns now. West Melton, which is due to be expanded yet again, Kirwee and Darfield could have a really good service by getting as far as Yulethurst and being able to hop on the bus. And then once that's going really well, have a park and ride at West Melton. You know, just keep moving it out as the demand goes. And I think that's a really cost-effective way to provide a good service that is missing now. On that note, I also want to highlight that Darfield has a double-decker bus that's covering that route now, and yet despite the total lack of capacity in Rolleston for the 85 service, there's no double-decker bus there, and that's one of the ways of increasing the capacity.
Sarah, all your points are well made, and they are being discussed with Selwyn. We are having those discussions with Selwyn about PT services there. I mean, there's another thing that sticks out, that Darfield connection to Rolleston isn't there, and there's a lot of traffic goes down that road. So those discussions are in play with Selwyn. I'm going to end this here for you, and I'd just like to say to you that your submission, along with everybody else's submission, will be part of the process that we go through in the next 2 to 3 weeks with briefings and other things covering the public transport and other issues. And then we get to our deliberation space on the 22nd and the 23rd of May, which finally sets the amount of money that we'll have in our long-term plan and ultimately then sets the rate. So thank you very much for joining us, Sarah, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so Richard, when you're ready, you can come forward. And can I just say to councillors, if they could stay in the room when we're finished, when we close the meeting, there's a piece of business that we need to do once people have cleared the room. So thank you. Richard, you've been in here, you've submitted before, haven't you? So you know, yeah, so 10 minutes and the button and all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to present you today.
a number of you have heard from me several times over the past 12 months. You probably appreciate that I've had, like I said, there are some challenges with interactions with ECAN, primarily based around the report about the blight and its conversion to intensive agriculture. So we've been fighting with you over the last 12 months on that. I did write to all of you about it because I wanted to try and get some support. Response I got from the councillors was Claire Mackay followed up with me on my phone, and Councillor Davies also acknowledged my email. Didn't hear from anybody else. At this point, the grant didn't, seeing as he's our other councillor for North Canterbury. I feel that we had a bit of a governance failure in terms of, the primary responsibility is to the ratepayers and the electorates. I think some of the key things I want to talk about were trust, credibility, performance, and governance. If we look at performance, we should talk about consents. ECAN was saying that they have between 1,500 and 2,000 consents per year to process. The last time we were in compliance was 2020-21. So 2022-23, there were only 900 consents applications, and only a third of those were actually processed. It's a pretty low number. From a 3-year period there, it's got the question of why is it taking so long to get that back on track, to reach that 95% processing rate. And I know that ECAN have lost a lot of revenue from penalties associated with not meeting response times on that. But the penalty to business, industry, agriculture from failing to turn those consents around is probably an order of magnitude higher. I mean, it's really disruptive to a business. They have to sit and wait for months, in many cases years, before they actually get approval to go ahead with things. Investment decisions are held back. And as has happened to a number of people, they've made applications and it's taken so long to process that the law has changed in the intervening time period, and they've been forced to remake applications, pay additional consultants to help them put that together. And the cost is huge. So it's really not acceptable. I know a lot of effort's going into this, but it's absolutely critical to enable business to be able to function, to be able to plan, and not to undermine it, because otherwise it won't have the money to pay rates. We get to credibility, rate increases. I was here for the last LTP and objected to a 24.5% increase proposed in year 1, especially when the maximum target rate was 5.3% increase. I think at that time, or after the consultation period, post-consultation, that 24.5% was pretty much half to 12.6. But then year 2 was doubled. And we were promised it would average out over time, and that by this year we'd only be paying 1.5% rate increase. And that's how the 5.3% target would be achieved. So from the original proposed of 38.7% increase over 4 years, we decreased it to 37.5%. That's the post-consultation. But the actual has gone up higher than that. So you actually did more than you proposed, even though post-consultation said you'd do less. So rather than 1.5% increase this year, you're proposing a 24% increase, which over 4 years now means that the rates increase is going to be 63%. Now, I know that there are a lot of things that we're trying to deal with, but 63% increase over 4 years is an obscene amount of increase. It's not really viable or sustainable. The other issue it brings into it is you're setting targets and then you're immediately breaching them. So you doubled the maximum target from 5.3 to 10% this time around. And then you gave 3 options: a 20% increase, a 25% increase, or a 30% increase. Where was the 10% option? And that's what you said you're limiting it to. And I'm sure if we say, well, you know, if you set 10%, you're going to increase by 24, how are you going to get to 10%? And the answer is, oh, well, in future years it'll be lower. This is the future year. This is the 1.5% rate that was promised in the last LTP. And instead, you've hit us with 24%. And based on what happened last time, that 24% for us was actually 45% because it was skewed adversely against those in rural areas. So I'm really alarmed as to what we're going to get hit with. At a time when
particularly rural areas with forestry and prices for livestock being so low, people are going backwards anyway, but they're not in a position to be able to manage these types of increases. I think you've really got to think about what you're saying. If you're going to say we're not going to meet 10%, it's going to be 20% per year, then say that. Don't say 10% is our target and then just straight away ignore it. And we'll say later on it'll be low when it's not going to be. Nobody actually believes it's going to be low and it will achieve the 10% average over the term of LTP. I try to encourage a number of people in our community to make submissions. The last LTP there were 2,800 submissions. This time there were 1,300 submissions. I'd encourage my wife to try and make a submission, and she said, why would she waste her time? She made a submission last time, and what difference did it make? None whatsoever. And that's pretty much broadly across our entire community. People looked at me and said, why would I waste my time? There are a lot of things that are being said, around how do we manage climate change. Lots of discussion about transportation. Living where we are, public transport isn't really an option. There's not a lot of population density. There's not a high enough frequency of people travelling into Christchurch to be able to really justify a public transport system out there. So I haven't made any comments about that. I think when we talk about money being spent to achieve environmental outcomes, the head of DOC commented that for every dollar that they put into a community, they got $3 to $4 of value out of it. Every dollar in rates you take away from a rural community is money you're taking away from them to be able to do positive work. These high increases in rates are reducing the amount of income they have available to be able to do things. And what we're trying to do with our own community is turn around and say, rather than complaining about the effects that are going on, we're trying to do something about ourselves. We're trying to plant thousands of native trees. We're looking at ways that we can enhance biodiversity. We're doing our own water monitoring, our own stream health assessment, and we're working together as a catchment with a massive trapping program. There are lots of things that are being done by communities, and we're not out there sort of shouting it from the hills saying, look at us, look at us. We're just quietly working away, doing what we can do to deliver the changes that we're able to control. Sure, it helps if we get some funding towards some of that, but a lot of that we're doing ourselves anyway, and people are putting their hands in their own pockets to achieve it. I think they commented as well that there are no obvious improvements being proposed in efficiency. We had seen ECAN come out to do water measurements in our local river. And then a few days later, another ECAN vehicle came out. We asked them what they were doing. They said they come to take water samples. So why can't one person come and do both those things? Why have we driven all this way out to us in a remote location? 2 separate trips, 2 different groups. ECAN should be leading the way in the efficiency in which they're doing these things, not duplicating the effort. I'd really like to see a focus on where do we get cost savings and efficiency enhancements, rather than simply saying we need to do more and achieve that by asking for more money, lots more money every time. Thank you.
Richard, so we're within time, so there's chance for questions of Richard. Ian, did you have a question?
Thank you, Richard, for your submission, and I note your concern about the rate rise. If you compound the 4 years of rate rises, which you think you've got with compounding interest rates, makes you an 88% rate rise. Yes, Ian, you're right. I had made a note to myself about the compounded rate, even that last LTP. If you compound it, it's much, much higher. Yeah, it's an extremely high rate rise. And interesting that Christchurch Council were being challenged about their 14% rate rise and being said, this isn't affordable. We can't afford this. If we try to put our prices up by 14%, we'll be out of business. Put them up by 24%. It's just it's tone deaf at the current time.
Firstly, I think efficiency and trying to do things as efficiently as possible totally makes sense. You definitely talk about that, and it's useful to hear things that haven't worked out well to understand that it's important to communicate that through to things. In terms of the average, because our average is across the whole of Canterbury, and so that takes in quite a number of our target rates, which includes the public transport, where the very vast majority of the spend is within Greater Christchurch. If, as it seems to me, we're hearing that the Greater Christchurch population are asking for those rises and wanting the top option and saying, actually, the service will get for that additional rate rise. Are you comfortable with that? But, you know, we listen and hear from the majority of people within the area that are actually contributing to that particular rate?
Sure. I mean, there was the question that was asked about the targeted rate rise for Christchurch and Banks Peninsula for biodiversity. And I basically just comment on that question that wasn't directly impacting me. That was for people of Christchurch and Banks Peninsula inside. I think those targeted rate rises are a good way to go about it. So that those that see the services that they believe are going to make a difference, that they have the decision making on whether those rate increases are approved by the majority as a democracy.
You got time for a couple more clear, and if there's no one else after that, I want to say something to
Through you, Chair, thank you. Thank you, Richard, for coming to talk to us. I think some of your concerns have definitely been what we've been hearing around perception. It's certainly something I noticed when I was trying to rally anybody I met to provide a submission. There was, you know, you guys have already made the decision, like others, and we have actually heard that. We've heard it this afternoon as well from submitters. We also have heard from a doctor who's done some work in the Sheffield area, talking yesterday around the affordability issue, and particularly noted that the Sheffield community was really struggling around this. We have, sorry, I'm going to put a bit of context around this if I may. We have had certainly a big focus from the Christchurch City asking for everything, and a number of people even asking to invest more. Council of South West just talked about rates, but we also must remember, in the context of targeted rates, a lot of our rural land users have consent charges and other charges, and the user pays for them that they actually must be considered as well because it's effectively affected. Would you agree that by and large, not Canterbury, because that's probably what you're familiar with, and you might just like to focus on that area, will be really impacted by quantum of this rate rise, because it is what the figures in our documentation does suggest that you're paying about 24% for your rise.
Yeah, when I looked at the proposed rates up our way, it was pretty much round numbers, 20, 25 or 30 for the different options. And you know, again, on the basis that we were promised a 1.5% rise this time round, people are just saying, you know, we just can't afford to keep getting hit like this with this level of rate rises. As Ian pointed out, you know, compounded 80% increase over 4 years. I mean, it's huge. 89%, just to make sure I don't overstate it. Yeah. I mean, it's massive, and you have to turn around and say, you know, okay, we're trying to address some issues with climate change and other pressing issues, but 89% increase in 4 years, how people can't, you're going to put them out of business.
Your point's well made, Richard. I mean, we are trying to do what we can, and I think Barton, who's the chair of LGNZ himself, and is trying to do some work with central government to say there needs to be some equity here, and what we're when they pass some laws and allow us to implement them at the cost to you, then there needs to be some funding come through that, so that mandated, non-mandated, or that mandated stuff. Look, we've been challenged at both ends of this continuum by the likes of yourself, by a number of people, but also on the other end of that saying you need to do more. We're concerned. As I said before, that we will have some briefings next week, and then we'll go into our deliberations process on the 22nd and 23rd of this month. The thing that does concern me is that figure that you put up there about engagement. We've got 290,000 households are rating, and we get 1,300 people. I don't believe it's happening. I'll give you the last view.
Well, that number here equates to 0.2%. It's a pretty small engagement rate, that's for sure. In terms of a last word, I mean, you know, like to say, you know, have had good response from Johnston in recent times to the challenges that we've encountered. And we tried to take a very positive approach to that and to say, you know, can we try and achieve a reset? Can we try and work together to work efficiently and make the best use of everybody's time and energy rather than battling and fighting against one another? But at the same time, you also need to say if people feel and are just looking at the increases they're getting and they find that's unsustainable, you're not going to be able to achieve that relationship with them if they feel that they're being just faced with unsustainable increases. Yeah.
Thank you, Richard. There's much you could have said, which you haven't. So thank you for sticking with rates. I think you've made really strong points on that, and they will be part of that process now. We are at the end of our meeting, and it is my. Are you right, Greg? And I'd just like to say that I'll bring this meeting to a close, and the next meeting, the hearing, will be tomorrow, the 2nd of May, starting at 9 AM. So we'll see you then. So thank you, other submitters.